people are looking at training is just not having these certain levels that you have to progress through.
For
because
sure.
by the time you get to, I don't know, level 8, I don't know how many are in this stupid thing because I never got past level 1, right? So. It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. Ready? Yeah, all right, guys, we're back with another episode of Table Talk. Today, my guest again is Josh Bryant. He was on episode 226. I suggest you go check that out because we don't want to kind of go over the same topics again. As I kind of already knew, but found out in preparing for this podcast, you have 26 books. Is that right?
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Because there's the ISSA books stuff too that wouldn't be on Amazon. So.
Oh, so there's more than that.
Then they've done a couple like ebooks that were exclusive for ISSA and things too. So.
And what I found interesting was, because when I was trying to come up with topics, I pulled all the chapter titles into Chat GPT.
Okay.
Right. Which I couldn't do in one prompt because I had to load multiple prompts. Right. And then I asked for duplicates of topics that were in these books, and there were only 8. Which,
oh wow,
yeah, that's a lot of content, man. That's a lot of words. So 8 duplicate topics out of 20, probably 30 books, if you go with the ISSA and stuff like that. And then you reached out to some of your followers for topics, so I kind of use that, put everything together. So we're just going to jump into this here. So well, I guess I should say that you're author, coach, Jailhouse Strong. You work with top-end strength athletes and tactical athletes. Shouldn't have to say that. People should already know, but if it's a first-time viewer, hey, they don't know. So we're going to jump straight into the strongman training because that's something that comes up frequently where, how to train for strongman and why strongman. I know why I never liked strongman because it just seemed too much like manual labor. And I did manual labor as a kid and I hated it. So I kind of always drifted away from that.
Right.
Powerlifting worked out good. 3 basic lifts, to be able to do that.
I don't know. Kanji, you get about 100, right?
Well, this is true. You can make that debate that conjugate is kind of like strongman without the walking and carrying heavy shit outside of dragging a sled.
Well, I think that's probably part of the reason you see, like, in theory, it should be more dangerous, but you do see a lot of people that are older. I mean, Ode Hagen was competing into his 60s, so it may be something of not just doing the same repetitive movement pattern all the time for years on end.
I wonder, you may know this, is the injury rate amongst strongman higher or lower than powerlifting?
I would...
Because I know they have stats on powerlifting.
I think the difference would be, I don't have the exact stats. I'm guessing the difference would be there's more you can do to work around it. If you tear your pec really bad raw benching, it's going to be your nightmare to get back up to a high level where you could focus on, like, for example, I didn't have a rupture, but I had like a slight tear in my bicep. And it gave me time to really focus on, there's a lot of stuff I could do. So like for the deadlift training, because it was like an elevated deadlift, I did a lot of dead squats. And the transfer, I won't say it was 1-to-1, but it was really high. So there's a lot of stuff you can do like that with strongman to work around it. Where if, in powerlifting, you don't have quite as many options usually.
Now with powerlifting, when you're laying programming out for that, the end objective is very defined.
Right. Squat,
bench, deadlift, and a meet. Now in strongman, that's not so the case, because the implements can change every single competition, day of competition. Some things, there's going to be...
I went to one and the implements were frozen. So it was in Illinois, and all the stuff that was like, they knew it would be cold because it was like February, but stuff was literally frozen. Like, we're not going to do that. How come? Well, it's frozen outside.
Yeah, no shit. So how would you go about programming if you don't know exactly what you're actually training for?
Well, I think now, first off, now you generally, I don't want to say it's standardized, but it seems a lot more standardized than it previously was. Because didn't they, for a while, before I was into it, not even tell you what the events were?
Yeah, and it was all over the map. It could have been sumo wrestling, some kind of squat.
I think that'd be cool if they could do that. The problem would lie is in, somebody's going to cheat and tell somebody. It'd have to be like random draw out of a hat kind of deal.
Yeah.
And I think, and you can even select contests, right? You could go to like, I'm really good at moving events. This is a speed contest. This is more endurance.
Yeah.
This is more of a static contest. And you could do it that way too. So there's a lot more of that kind of going on too, good, bad, or indifferent. That's the fact.
I think now they know maybe 4 to 8 weeks out what the actual event will be.
Yeah, because it gets fair, like for nationals and stuff. When I prep guys, it's pretty specific, like with the logs they're going to use and all that. So as long as you have the equipment,
yeah,
we can go like that specificity route.
Hey guys, real quick, we realized that something ridiculous, like 80% of the people that watch the podcast don't subscribe. So subscribe to the channel and make sure to check out the description for more details on the guest, links to their pages, and give us a few days, but the show notes will be there. Or not the show notes, the timestamps. Hey, we're just rolling with this thing right now. If you're serious about your training goals, you know what you put in your body matters. We also know the supplement industry is a complete mess. This is why we've partnered with First Attachment, and they are the sponsor of today's episode. Whether you want to lose fat, build muscle and strength, or just boost your overall health, First Attachment has something for you, ranging from pre and intra-workout, fat burner, kidney and liver support, and nighttime recovery, all designed with performance in mind. If you care about what goes into your supplements, and you should, you'll be glad that First Attachment prioritizes clean, effective ingredients without any unnecessary fillers or artificial additives. Plus, I have known one of the owners for over 2 decades, and Justin Harris is not one to cut corners and someone I've always trusted with advice on training, nutrition, and supplements. Head over to firstattachment.com and check out their full lineup. As a special offer for Table Talk listeners, use the code TABLETALK at checkout for a 10% discount on your first order. Are you tired of sleeping hotter than hell? This was something that I used to complain about all the time. And a few years ago, when I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, he referred me to the Chili Pad from Sleep Me. And let me tell you, it was a game changer. This is why I'm thrilled to announce today's sponsor of the podcast is Sleep Me. The Sleep Me Chili Bed cooling system lets you customize your sleeping environment to your own optimal temperature, ensuring you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. As you've heard on the podcast, if not every podcast, performance isn't just about how hard we train, it's how you recover, and sleep is vital. The Chili Pad creates a cool surface, ensuring temperature no longer disrupts your sleep. It's a water-based mattress topper that works with your existing mattress and lets you control the sleep temperature from 55 to 115 degrees. Imagine falling asleep quickly, staying asleep, and waking up fully refreshed. This isn't just about escaping the heat. It's about enhancing your recovery, boosting your energy, and sharpening your mental edge. Whether it's just you or you and a partner, Chili Pad can be customized to suit each person's temperature preference. Visit www.sleep.me/tabletalk to get your Chili Pad and save up to $315 with the code TABLETALK. This offer is available exclusively for Table Talk listeners and only for a limited time. Order today with free shipping and try it out for 30 days. Summer's here and so is the heat. I've spent most of my life training in unconditioned gyms, and I know most of you that are training in garage gyms, private gyms, black iron gyms, know what I'm talking about when I say the heat sucks. It kills your motivation to go to the gym, it kills your performance, but it doesn't have to if you keep your electrolytes up. That's why today's episode is sponsored by Element. Element is a tasty electrolyte drink with everything you need and nothing you don't. This means lots of salt with none of the junk. No sugar, no colors, no artificial ingredients, no gluten, no fillers, no BS. It contains an electrolyte ratio of 1,000 milligrams of sodium, 200 milligrams of potassium, and 60 milligrams of magnesium. Element can help prevent and eliminate headaches, muscle cramps, fatigue, brain fog, sleeplessness, and other common symptoms associated with electrolyte deficiency. Right now, Element is offering a free sample pack with any drink mix purchase. Get yours at drinkelement.com This deal is only available through the Table Talk link. Are you looking to boost recovery, enhance your sex drive, and improve performance in the gym? Do you think your hormones are out of whack and you're tired of getting the runaround from your doctor? You know, things like your hormones are just fine, stop lifting heavy weights, etc., etc., etc. I know what that feels like, as I've been down that road most of my life. This is why we've partnered with Merrick Health. Merrick Health is a premium telehealth platform that specializes in hormone optimization and preventative medicine, ensuring a better quality of life. Merrick Health offers a Table Talk panel tailored for our listeners, featuring comprehensive tests like total and free testosterone, sensitive estradiol, and advanced markers like lipoprotein A and IGF-1. These comprehensive panels of up to 84 carefully selected biomarkers allow you to identify areas of enhancement and maximize your physical, cognitive, and sexual performance. It's much different than the panels you may get from your doctor. Choose between self-service options where you can select lab panels based upon decades of experience, or opt for guided optimization with your own health coach. Start with a detailed breakdown of your labs and receive personalized treatment options, both over the counter and prescription. Visit merrickhealth.com/tabletalk and use the code TABLETALK to get 10% off your first order. Merrick Health isn't just about better health, it's about empowering you to take control of your well-being.
Okay. So I find like you basically kind of, you know, you want to build a strength base in the off season. That can be more, I always say it's basically powerlifting with your overhead presses, your bench press is kind of like the initial idea behind it. And you might pick a different squat variation, but like that's kind of the general premise, is to get those lifts up. Then start to do a transitionary phase where you get more specific to strongman. Then you would really, like the last 8 weeks, want to dial in the specificity, assuming you had access to what the events are.
What about the difference in motor abilities, right? Because in powerlifting, you're going to strain for what, 8, maybe 10 seconds total, where in strongman, the time frame can go from that 8 to 10 seconds to several minutes.
Yep.
You know, so in the off season, do you not worry about that and just worry about building absolute strength and then transition into that closer to?
I'm saying in a perfect world, so you're definitely right about that. Because, for example, if you're not on an international stage and you're deadlifting 900, but you get out of breath walking across a room, then you're going to need more of that. So I think that would be the other thing, is addressing those weaknesses. So if you're always like the strongest person, but your conditioning is not up to par, that's a good opportunity to bring it up. Not so, you know, with specificity and not specificity, like just even, you know, like we could start off with walking, evolve to rucking, tempo runs, things like that, depending on who it is. And then obviously training those, you know, there's a lot of stuff you can do that's not even super high impact. Like I like to do like multiple sled drags backwards and things like that, where it's not so traumatic on your body, but you can build a hell of a work capacity from it.
So how is this physically going to lay out? So if it's off season, it's going to be more of the compound lifts, as you said, but is it going to be more in a hypertrophy based zone with more
so
of that?
For the accessory work for sure. And then that should help transfer somewhat, because that hypertrophy range is going to be higher. So you do get somewhat of conditioning if you're doing the right accessory work from it.
Mm-hmm. So how would you go about laying that all out?
Okay. So I'd go from basically general, like we're saying. So it could be for strength, you know, hypertrophy, conditioning, whatever, to a sort of transitionary kind of period for about.
So what's the general look like? So say somebody's never done strongman before.
Well, most of the people are too weak to have any success in it. So that's the thing that needs to be addressed, of like, you know, they might be thinking they're going to, you know, if you can't deadlift, if you just want to do it for fun, that's great and fine. But if you ain't deadlifting 600, you're not ready for a strongman contest. That's mm-hmm. the fact, you know? So I think a lot of times you have to find out where someone wants to go with it. Like, hey, I really think, you know, I can be top level. I want to take this as far as I can. Okay, well, you're deadlifting 600, but you're really athletic and you can move really well. Because I've trained with a lot of different strongman when it first got started. And there were some that were like more, a guy named Scott Bringle I used to train with. He wasn't like real strong in the static lifts, but he was really good in the moving lifts. So for him, if I was addressing that at that time, I would have really focused on the static strength because he was untouchable in moving fast.
And that would be in that first off season, that off season time.
But then flip side could be the opposite. Someone, may, like I said, some powerlifter that wants to transition over, and then we're gonna have to take a different approach. So that's why I call it like general of what they need to transition, or to like kind of preparing for what's to come in the specificity phase. Back then it'd be a little more complicated because like you said, it could be like a total crapshoot of what the events are going to be.
So where do they need to be to enter that transitional phase?
Okay, so it'd be about 12 weeks out or so.
So 12 weeks out, but motor ability wise, where should their strength, say absolute strength, recoverability, all those types of things? Is if I'm applying this to powerlifting, you got powerlifting, maybe they take time off, then they go through a hypertrophy block, and their strength will drop maybe 5-10%. If they use PEDs, maybe a little bit more. And you really don't want to go from that straight into prep. There's going to be that transition phase. What I'm talking about, but they need to be at a certain level even to begin that transition phase. So if they don't train hard throughout all the off season and their max strength is say 70%, then that transition phase may have to be delayed a little more.
Strongman could be different, so because it's going to be a case by case basis, because it's not an end game for everybody of like, this is your limit strength, your max effort strength. Because what if somebody is well conditioned and they need to get stronger? So then we might have to they might actually be at their strongest before they even enter the transitionary phase on what you measure in a traditional barbell lift, where somebody else could be the complete opposite. So there's not like since it's different for everybody, because the end goal is the same, but how to get there could be a lot differently, where powerlifting is kind of like you have to do it a certain way. That's where the variance lies.
So then what's the objective of the transitional phase?
To get used to go from where you were general to get to where you were specific, so it's not just a complete shock to your system. Acclimation. So
slowly adding in the implements.
Yeah. And like for powerlifting, it could be, if you're doing all hypertrophy work, kind of like mid-level strength work kind of right there.
Oh, I get that for the powerlifting. For the strongman, because there's so many abilities.
Right.
That's where, I don't know how that would all kind of play out there.
But I don't think it can all play out there, because I think everybody's going to be different enough where it's going to be so much different of somebody that needs to work on strength or conditioning or speed.
Yeah. So if we're looking at the strength endurance
and even the contest, what if the contest is all heavy static lifts?
Yeah.
What if it's like, because for a while the world's
like Arnold.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. The world's strongest man was almost like a track meet for a while, like 200-foot farmers walks and things. Remember like when Odie Wilson did, they ran quarter mile with a refrigerator and all that?
Screwed on
he doesn't need to get his deadlift up doing 903, get him up to 1,000. He's going to do that any faster? Of course not. He needs to have the conditioning to,
Wasn't that a refrigerator around the whole track?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so deadlifting 900 and 950 is not going to help him. He has to get in better condition because if I recall, didn't he come out of the gate the fastest, and they caught him as he's 400 and something.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think he was leading.
Yeah.
Going into that. And then what was he, like 450 or something? He was a big dude.
Big dude.
And what chance? He's got no chance in hell.
Most people 450 would have trouble probably walking a lap around the track.
Yeah.
Let alone with a refrigerator running.
So when it's strength endurance, because these abilities can, how'd Poliquin say that one time, that you could take just, say a football player, not run them at all, throughout the off season. Then if they have 6 to 8 weeks to get their speed back, then they can get that back in the 6 to 8 weeks. So he would say, why waste the time? Any time out before that, working on something that they can reclaim within a short period of time, to where in that off time, they should just get stronger, which will lead to
lowest hanging fruit, easiest to improve.
Yes. Where if it's somebody that just sucks at that, I gotta turn this shit off. Then they would need to do that throughout that whole off season. Yeah. Just to get to a baseline.
Yeah, so that's why strongman would be more comparable to this, like you're saying, for like traditional sports, because there are so many different biomotor abilities for sure. It's funny you say that, because I had off, kind of, I guess not off subject, but not strongman, is I remember at Metroflex when I was training a lot of high school kids, they would, say they were doing most of their running at school, supposedly. Come to find out, they weren't hardly doing anything there. So all we were doing was lifting. But yes, every single kid significantly, but I don't want to sound like, BS on here, so I don't give numbers, but significantly improved their 40 times without running a step. So I think it becomes down to, at that point, you go to the strength to body weight ratio. If that improves, you're going to get faster up into a point, up to about 2.5 times your body weight in squat or deadlift. By default, assuming your hamstrings can handle the stress and all that, the tissues can handle the stress, you're going to get better at that, and you don't have to run a step, assuming your mechanics aren't totally messed up or anything.
That happened to me actually when I was in high school playing football, because they would test that crap before 2 days or whatever. And my squat made a big jump in the off season, 150 pounds. Never ran. My 40 went from like a 5.3 to a 4.9.
Exactly.
And I was heavier, and it's at that point I'm like, this is awesome. I guess I don't ever have to run, just keep getting stronger. But it catches up towards the end of the day. To a point,
yeah.
With some of the notes.
So then to go there, would you go with, so if somebody, like you're saying there, can squat 3 times their body weight for football, they don't need to keep pushing their squat up. Like we were talking about last time I was on here for bodybuilding, like would Ronnie, if it was 905 for a double on squat, would his legs have been a lot bigger than 805? I don't think so. I think it's the point of diminishing returns for sure.
That's a contentious thing when you were speaking to strength coaches, especially in field athletics, because we'll have a different perspective of what that number is. Yeah. So God, I can't remember people telling me that, O lineman should be like 450 squat, and after that there's no point. And I'm thinking, no, it needs to be higher than that. So
really?
Yeah. It was. I did one of the first lectures I ever did was, I think it was at Louisville, and I'm in the warm-up room, or not, I'm in the weight room, and they had their record boards up on there, and I'm looking, and it's like, I forget how they divided it up, like lineman, special, team quarterback, and all that, and the squats were between like 450 and 500. And this is back when I'm full meathead mode, so I'm looking up there like, this sucks. I know people I know Amy Weisbrenner squats that, it's like, this is terrible. But then the coaches behind me that were just chattering amongst themselves were looking at the board, just impressed at the numbers. And I thought, man, there's a vastly different perception of what strength is, up there. And then throughout the years, there's always been that conversation of where is that point, for a football player or whatnot, to where they really don't need to focus on that aspect anymore. And my default answer to that's always kind of been, it will be different with each person. And it also depends upon how bad they suck at the things they suck at. Yeah. Right. So if they're squatting for, 5 plates, which maybe I don't think is adequate, you may not either for a 300-pound person, but they can't move for crap, it's not going to matter how much.
I think they're getting away with more of that because a lot of them are, they're not having in today's offenses, like guards aren't having to pull and lead on a sweep and things. And, back before, it was like they're almost like a glorified fullback that doesn't get the ball. Guard was. Now it's step back. So maybe in today's game, they don't need as much of that, and they're more right than we think they are. But if they want to be able to really run and quickly and all that, there's no way.
Yeah. So where are people messing up when it comes to training for strongman? That you can see.
There's 2 extremes. One is being too powerlifting specific, and I don't mean powerlifting as a sport, but just like pure static lift strength. The other is only training the events. Like they're just so event heavy. It's like okay, I'm going to do, kind of how like a lot of equipped lifters will do is they'll just focus so hard on like benching equipped. They do like, 2 sets of lat pull downs and two tricep push downs. But in their defense, they spent 2 hours doing it. It's not being lazy. It's just, that's a lot of time and a lot of stress in your body, where I feel like that's what strongman is. You got some people that are like event happy, and then other people that are lifting happy. So that when I trained with Ode Hagen, for a couple years. I learned a lot from him, and he had a good mix of, you know, we'd start off like, say we're going to do like some strongman events. We start off like a squat or a deadlift, but then we would go into the events. But the squat or deadlift was not like, okay, if you can squat 800, you go up to 225 and do 5 reps as a warm up, then get into the events. It was actually like a serious squat workout. It just wasn't as much volume as like a powerlifting workout or a bodybuilding workout. So it wasn't just to potentiate the workout. It actually was designed in there to have a training effect and adaptation, not just kind of wake you up. But it was not to the point of like, okay, after we do squats, we do pause squats, 1/4 squats, leg, whatever you're going to do. It wasn't like that, but he had a good mix of like continuing to push your limit strength up, but not like making it where you just become strong and you're the guy, well, how the hell is he deadlift, 900, but he can't do a 300-pound farmer's walk kind of thing.
Yeah. The way I've explained regulating a training day is kind of like a video game, and actually you'll appreciate this. When I was driving to the Waffle House on Sunday, because that's where I go every Sunday, right? And I thought about this a little bit more, because all training can be kind of looked as like Super Mario in a way, because you have the little life bar.
Yeah.
Right. And in each training session, you want to go in at 100% if you can, but you're going in with as much life as you can. And then throughout that training session, that bar decreases. Right. So if it's a power lifter that's just going up and doing, say, heavy max effort work and then 3 back down sets, they might have just taken 70% of their life, for that session. So they got 30% left.
Yeah.
Where what you're saying with Ode, with that instead of being that 60%, it's like 30%. Where to take the video game analogy came to me when I was driving to the Waffle House, it's more than that too, because each screen, I don't play a lot of video games, but each, whatever they call that,
that's like one of the only video games I'm familiar with.
Yeah. So each level that you go through can kind of be seen as a training block.
Yeah.
Right. So you go into the level with 3 lives, right? So you want to get through the training block and not die, right? Because if you get through the training block and you have no lives left, that you can't build on the next block because you sucked it all down.
Yeah.
Now, as you go through each level it becomes progressively harder than the level before, because you got to learn with Mario, you got to learn how to jump, and find all this other kind of shit and get through there. And if you're fortunate enough, you can get extra lives, which would just be putting more fuel in the tank. But at the end of each level, there's like a boss that you have to get through. So like some type of test, then you go on to the next, where I think people are looking at training is just not having these certain levels that you have to progress through.
For sure.
By the time you get to, I don't know, level 8, I don't know how many are in this stupid thing because I never got past level 1, right? So by the time you get to level 8, you're doing things in level 8 subconsciously you're really not even thinking about anymore. You already know how to jump. You already know how to kill spiders or whatever the hell it is.
Unconscious competence.
You've accumulated that, so then you can focus on the new shit that's popping up that you don't know. And cheat codes are like coaches.
Yeah.
Because coaches can help guide through certain levels and kind of go that way.
Make the same mistakes.
Where basically what I'm talking about is managing fatigue, which I think most lifters do a piss poor job of. Not just throughout the cycle, but in the session.
I think that's one thing I could have improved on was myself as an athlete is like a lot of, first started off like not, you go lift and you do whatever you want outside the gym. Like you can, if someone wants to, play football or something, and you're not, competing at that time, just, okay, I do it, and it could affect your squat. Then it came the opposite of like, okay, like I don't want to walk over there and do it because I need to be fresh for tomorrow. And like, I'm going to hold a pee in for like 3 hours because I'll only make 1 trip instead of 3.
Yeah. I wonder if that's necessary to go through.
I don't think it is, because I think we value short-term readiness too much. And that's definitely something that I would improve on. Is like, now I do some kind of like cardio every day, a lot of rucking almost every day. And like, it wouldn't affect, like trained yesterday, it doesn't affect it. Like, it's the point now, but it's not so intense where it would. I could like, all right, I'm going to go up a hill and, you know, just go crazy. It would obviously.
Yeah.
But like by initially taking that hit and not overvaluing short-term readiness, I feel more ready for anything. So I think it's just a small process of like, you know, people doing like the 10-minute walks, the stand efforting and stuff to talk about. I think that'd be a way to kind of like acclimate into that, where you're not just so overvaluing short-term readiness. Because, you know, if you look at like someone like Tom Havlin, if he quits, you know, doing some of the extra stuff like rucking and all that for a few days, his lifts shoot up. So that's in the toolbox if you need it.
Yeah.
Versus just using it for a training session. You can use it for a max or a meet or whatever you want to use it for.
Well, on the other side of that is take the person that just starts the 10-minute walks, but feels like it's impacting their training, which if they've never done anything, maybe it would. They will become acclimated to that. That's kind of how the body works.
Yeah.
You know, they'll recover where, you know, a lot of your programming, you know, I don't want to say it's a compliment, and to some people, it's always comes as a compliment. There's more volume in a lot of your training sessions than what people find in other training sessions. And some people love it, some people hate it that are talking to me, but they all love it over time.
Right.
And what I try to explain to them is you'll get acclimated to it. That's how the training process works.
For sure.
You know, and I think where people have got stuck in this low volume training economy world that we live in is, this is my theory, is they accidentally kind of did like a peak for a meet.
Yeah, it's
like
default deload.
Yeah, it's a default deload. Maybe they had to squat and then they had to get out of there early. And so 1 week they're pressed for time, or 2 weeks they're pressed for time. So they're just doing exactly what they have to do, nothing else. And then they realize, oh my God, my strength is way higher. I don't need to do all that other stuff. But don't realize what they just did is how we would peak people for a meet.
Well, I think that's with like high intensity training too. If like a lot of people would switch off of, you know, 32 sets per body part, then you're doing 3 or something, and all of a sudden it's like, man, you had that default deload, where just the same thing would happen if somebody was training that way, then jumped onto a high volume program, especially for bodybuilding. They'd make some gains because, you know, it's a new stimulus either way. But then in that case, even more so, because you get the added effect of super compensation from the deload.
Well, we've seen that pendulum switch for 40 years now. Is you can see the high volume, then all of a sudden it's all high volume, and then give it 5 years. And then it may not be the high intensity. They'll use different words now, training economy, or then it just shifts to low volume. Then it's like, we're kind of like in the
or they
middle.
look at people that have done this for a while, and they don't realize it takes a lot less to maintain than it does to gain. If you're already at a certain level, you could, you know, if you have like your bodybuilding, you know, have the best legs, you could do probably a third the volume and keep most of the size. And like, yeah, if you're not competing anymore and you're out of the gym in 35 minutes versus an hour and 35 minutes, why not if you're not competing? But if you're trying to be the best you can be, that's where it's going to matter. Because, you can probably get 80% of the results out of doing a lot less. And if you want to do that, that's fine. But you have to be honest with yourself and realize you're leaving something on the table. And for a lot of people, it's not worth it to do the extra work to get, you know, 10, 20% better. And that's fine. They just need to be realistic with themselves and you know, because they may have a life outside of this. But it's obviously, you know, that's what they're not looking at, is it takes a lot less to maintain than it does to
you make a good point with the bodybuilding, because there's a lot of them that may actually be pulling way back on certain body parts because they're not balanced with other body parts.
Right.
You know, so that's going to kind of change that scenario there as well. Getting back to the strongman, some of the notes that you have in here is like removing a dumb factor. And so let's go through some of those.
So like, for example, like it you know, it doesn't take, like, to do a lot of the events, it's gonna, like, a stones is really technical, but a lot of stuff like farmer's walk and stuff, you can pretty much have somebody doing it to a point. They're going to get a benefit from it in one session, assuming there's someone athletic and have a little bit of a strength background. Where a lot of other lifts, it's going to take a lot more work. It's going to be such a learning phase that, you know, you wouldn't get that same training effect that quickly. So it just basically, even like the, you know, it could take a long time to teach someone how to Olympic lift properly. But like to learn how to like load a sandbag up onto a platform or over a bar doesn't take much work. Now, obviously, if you want to be the best in the world, there's gonna be like little techniques and tricks to learn. But just to get a benefit for your training is not so much that. I mean, I'd even argue that if you're trying to do it as safely as possible and not get injured, that would be, you know, I had some notes in there too about even like the safe execution, because that's where I think the problem lies. Is I was talking about this over in Florida at a seminar about like a guy was saying that Tony Rogers was saying he's had a lot of patients that have done strongman stuff, but we started talking about it. It's more competitive strongman. It's more like in a competition, because if you're trying to, you know, flip a tire, you might just try to curl it up and tear your bicep because it's as fast as possible. You know, a stone over the bar, it's as many reps as you can in a minute. And, you know, just not paying attention, just yanking it up there, you might get 2 or 3 extra reps in a minute. That could be not scoring to winning kind of thing, where if you're just trying to do it for a training effect, you can, you know, the things I kind of came up with was the deadlifting overhand, you know, just use, and most contests do allow straps, prevents asymmetries, bicep tears, things like that. You know, never flipping a wet tire, it should be obvious, but
yeah,
you know, and that's one thing I used to do more of was tire flipping. I've kind of gotten away from that because I've seen bicep issues, because everybody thinks it's gonna be a back issue. I've seen biceps torn, and thankfully, like when I was at Kennedale and places like that, we never had anything like that happen, but I do see potential for that. Pay attention to the friction. So like, for example, by paying attention to the friction, what I mean is if like you're at Metroflex Gym and you have one of those metal Husafell stones, if you're carrying it and it's, you know, 100 degrees and 90% humidity, you got to be careful because you drop the damn thing on your toe. And I think that's something you have to really pay attention to. Thinking technique over speed. So you want not that you're trying to do if it's an explosive lift, it's an explosive lift. But like I was saying, if you're doing a set of 5 on a sandbag load, you know, you want to make sure you're doing everything right. So like, yes, you want to get it, lift it properly to your lap, explode up in your triple extension, not just try to do it as quick as you can. So like the actual movement from point A to point B to done right, it's going to have to be explosive. So you're not sacrificing that adaptation or training effect, but you're making sure everything else is right and thinking technique over speed. So like for farmer's walks, if you're somebody who's really strong and you could do, you know, 400 pounds in each hand, the contest has 240, you can pretty much sprint with those. And that's going to be more dangerous if you're just full on sprinting with those than if you're just walking fast, making sure you're in good body position. Thinking like technical failure is failure, because for example, in a contest, if you're, you know, it doesn't matter if your technique breaks down if you want to win. If you can keep going, you keep going. You do your best to keep going. If like you're doing the sandbag load and it just becomes you're in perfect position to just, you know, camelback sort of deadlift, you're not getting up on your toes, that you need to cut it there. So you could do these things and get the benefits without having all the risk. And even if you're training, you should, like for a contest, you should be aware of these things, because the time to take the risk is in the arena, not like, you know, at the gym on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
Try to do these things as technically sound as possible. Then you can, you know, lay it on the table at the contest and realize it may break down. But you mentioned before, you do kind of get to a point of unconscious competence, you know, where you automatically do things. You see some boxer drunk at a bar getting a fight and it looks like a beautiful combination. He didn't know to throw a bad punch. That's just what he does. So if you keep doing these things right in training, eventually it's going to transfer over, and it's not the right way. It's the only way at that point.
Yeah. With the, you have a note here about bear hug strength. So how would you go about developing that outside of
all the implements you hold? I mean, if you have to pick up a sandbag, you got that bear hug. You have to pick up a stone. You have to carry, you know, a Husafell stone. All those things develop that kind of bear hug, or even, as my friend Adam says, for jiu-jitsu, it's constriction strength. It's like a snake constricting when you pull in that sandbag.
So with that sandbag, in that case, if it's a lighter sandbag, do you want to have maximum contraction, or do you just want the contraction that's going to be needed for that bag?
I mean, personally, I never thought that deep. I just lifted.
Well, you get what I'm saying, though, because let's say it's a medley.
If it's a medley in a contest, you'd want to do it as fast as possible. So to get there and like actively isometrically contract as hard as you can would not be, you know, the goal. You may have to do it like so. If it's near your max, you're probably going to have to do that to get it up.
Yeah.
But if it's something you could do 10 reps with and it's only for one, no, you want to sling that sucker up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the aggression and game day mentality.
And hold on, there's one more. Is progress slowly. This is probably important to say as well, because if you think about it, you can go. First off, people don't walk off the street. At least I haven't seen it in bench like 400 if they've never lifted a weight. It's just because there's motor control and you just hadn't done that. Maybe unless they do like 1,000 push-ups and weigh 300 pounds a day or something. But I've never seen that before. But people can come in and do a lot on the yoke if they're strong right off the bat. But then you think you can improve a lot. So I've had people where, I first started doing this, like particularly people that hadn't done as much strongman training, overestimate where they'd be. Okay, if you start them squatting 700, you think 500-pound yoke, you could, walk down to Waffle House, set it down, eat your breakfast, and that wasn't the case. They can't even do it. But then all of a sudden, they get to where you think they would be in 2 or 3 weeks. So you could make that like, okay, now he's doing 900 pounds. There's no way if you couldn't do 500 in like 3 weeks, you should be doing 900. It's like, that'd be like bench pressing. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know it's not the same thing, but like, you don't go from 400 to 700 in 3 weeks.
So that's just figuring the steps out.
Yeah, like
how to hold it, how to breathe.
You can go faster, like, say like 10% a session or something. So like if you're 400 to 440, 485, so on kind of thing, versus like no one's going bench pressing if they're giving kind of effort, like 10% a week, unless, they start really low. So you can progress a lot faster, but I'd be weary of going too fast.
So if you're working with somebody and they're in the training for the actual competition, are they having event days or are the events spread out?
So that's a good question. So first off, we talked about last time is you have to look at logistics. So a lot of people say, like you had every strongman piece here. I want to train strongman. I live an hour away, so I can make it here once a week. It needs to be programmed. So that's why anybody I work with, I would make sure to know if it's, online, and make sure we know what equipment they have access to. And then if it's strongman, I always ask, okay, now is this a part of your gym? Like Ode Hagen has his home gym and all the events there. So you could like do, a squat day and a deadlift day and pair of events accordingly with it. A lot of people don't have that. They're going to be like once a week. So then we have to make it like an event only day. Now in a perfect world, I'd like to work them in a couple times a week with a core lift. And then just like, so for example, like if we're focused on more of a strength phase, one strategy I've used is like right now, I'll do like stuff like where you got a guy named Nick DeLeo, and what I'll tell him is like do your like a powerlifting kind of stuff. Then I'll let you pick in the off season because we're not. So what do I'll let you pick this time instead of me tell you like what if it gets closer. Strongman I've work up to an RPE 7, so you're not like. Usually, because if it's a contest, I'd be like, okay, you're going yoke 820, 55 feet, blah blah blah. A very exact where. Assuming I had that kind of rapport and knew what the person needed, where this would be more like, okay, just pick an event and do it. So it's kind of like the intent is shorter rest breaks, all that stuff. So we're still like staying familiar with the implement, because I think you can make the mistake of in the off season not doing any strongman. You could like, okay, you're going to compete where like your strength is your primary focus, but that doesn't mean you have to completely abandon it unless you're like real banged up. You could do lighter stuff. Okay, so you can lift a 450-pound stone. Now do 250 for 3 sets of 3, resting 60 seconds. Just keep that motor pattern going without a lot of corresponding fatigue. Mm-hmm. And I think, so I should have mentioned that earlier, is definitely like keeping that in. Unless it's somebody that's just done strongman forever and never taken a break. Like we had talked about last time, get away from the powerlifts for a bit. Like don't lift a barbell for 6 weeks. That's the case you can make right there. But a lot of people are kind of getting into strongman, so you don't want to be like, okay, you've done this for... You jumped into a contest 10 weeks ago and never touched an implement,
Yeah.
And then now we're going to tell you 6 months off from that. That ain't going to cut the mustard. So you have to look at it case by case.
So the implements in that off season become more just conditioning work and technical practice.
In that case, it'd be technical practice.
Yeah.
It's not even so much conditioning. Yeah, I think that it transfers a lot of stuff. So you look at like another client I have, Harry Walker. He's on Instagram. He's like a Green Beret, and he's been winning like national level shows, but I see huge transference too, assuming you kind of follow the safety guidelines we laid out earlier, just because I do think there'd be a higher injury risk if you go apeshit, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just looking at it from building the technical efficiency, during that, because there's many more reps that can be
completed
during that time period, because the load isn't messing with your head, you know. So the heavier the load goes, the mind has to shift a little bit.
And I think there's the value also is doing this for, I think the people started to know me more for this kind of stuff initially was doing it more for, not so much for strongman, but like for sports, for whatever the hell you call it, general fitness kind of thing. I don't know what the term would be, general pop, whatever they call it nowadays, but that kind of thing is where like at Credo, that's what we did a lot of, was like that strongman stuff too. And I think that was the first article I did for you guys, was strongman training for football. So, and I know other people have done it too, like Joe DeFranco and other people, but I think that's sort of like not so much early on. Then it evolved into, okay, now you're actually working with strongman kind of thing. But initially it started off more, I first got introduced to it, or not introduced, I remember in high school, I went to our coaches and said, why don't we start, I was watching World's Strongest Man, this stuff would transfer over, and they thought I was nuts. So like, like, we'll look into it kind of thing, like brushed me off. We go to a family vacation when I'm like 18 to UNLV. And so I just went there to like work. I got to work out there, and it wasn't in the strength conditioning center though. It was doing sprints out in the track. Then I saw, I don't remember what my parents were doing. They said, we were all together, but I was by myself there. And then I remember I saw like the strength and conditioning offices. I knew Mark Philippi was there. So I just figured, I'm kind of big. I could probably pass for a college kid. So I just walked in and talked to him a bit, and he had all the strongman stuff there. So I think he kind of like probably really was the first one, because I hadn't done it at that. I wasn't really working. I was in high school, but I thought of that. Then I saw him doing it. So I think he probably should get more credit, because I think he's the one that, I just don't think he's like out there probably on, I don't know if he had social media then, but he's not really like a big time in that kind of stuff. But I think he kind of pioneered that.
I think you're right, thinking back, because it was orchestrated into the full program.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely was. And obviously he knows what he's doing, because he was high level in powerlifting too. Then he switched over, and then, he really hasn't got the credit he should have. But he was like, this is the late 90s, and he was had strongman stuff there everywhere. And I asked him, and a lot of it was for him, but he was actually doing it with athletes there.
Well, that's how it always kind of works, right? Yeah. So they want to set it up for their own training, but then how can it help everything else? That's where some of the greatest innovations, I think, come from, is in those cases, because he's not just going to have them do what he does.
No, he's
right, because they're not that skilled at it. So he's not stupid, but he's going to think about how this can be implemented throughout the off season, preseason, or wherever.
Well, yeah, and talking to him, it wasn't like he was, like, oh yeah, if they were world's strongest man competitors, we'd win every game. It wasn't like stupid like that. It was just like, okay, this is a little supplementary kind of thing.
How about people that would train in a commercial gym that want to get into the strongman?
Yeah, so I would say this. I think, so if you want to be the best you can be, if someone tells you, they got a commercial gym strongman program and this will get you ready, they're lying for you. They're trying to sell something. So it's not as good with the precursor as actually having the events. However, you can still get a lot of the benefit from it. So there's all sorts of stuff you could do. You could do, anything grip related. So like any kind of overhand deadlift hold is going to have some kind of transference. You can have your crucifix holds. You can, most gyms, even 24-hour fitness and LA Fitness have trap bars. So do you think do most gyms have them now?
I would say so.
Yeah, you can. And honestly, I don't know what the rules are there or anything, but I've done it enough places, and no one seems to really. It used to be like 20 years ago, if you brought chalk in or deadlifted, they go crazy. People, I don't know if they don't care less in general about anything nowadays, but they don't seem to care. So you can do your strongman stuff with that. Just don't be an idiot and do it right in the floor and be a jerk. Just kind of go from the side, find you 50 feet or so, and do it right there, and you're not gonna have any problems. You could do, Zercher carries, Zercher squats. You could do, if you have like those spud strap kind of things, you could do stuff with that, because they even have the ones you could do. Do you guys have any of those ones that like you can carry those kind of like loadable?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what those are called, but you can do like almost mimic truck pulls on cables. anything with like triple extensions, like trap bar in, trap bar jumps, med ball throws. You could, a lot of gyms have sleds. You can do backward sledge drams. You could, make a makeshift Viking press in the squat rack. I don't know if they'll go for that as much, but you could. I mean, the possibilities are like totally endless of what you can do. I mean, if you see something, you semi-mimic it, because strongman is not powerlifting. They're like having a little weirdness to it. Having like rickety equipment in a sense could almost be like an advantage, because, I remember training for one contest before I started training with Ode, we had like these stones that were not totally symmetrical. They weren't like natural stones, but they weren't like perfect spheres either. Then you get like, okay, well, I can lift a lot more in the contest because now, it's a smooth, nice stone versus that crap I had kind of thing. So we're like, powerlifting, some of the newer like deadlift bars and stuff, if you didn't practice on that, Derek Thistleweight almost, tore his hamstring almost because he springed up so fast on a deadlift, with one of the newer bars. So that, that's more specificity, but here you could get, like, it's almost like it can aid you a little bit more.
Yeah, my advice there would be there's always a way, because I know of many professional strongmen that say they travel or go on vacation and they feel like they have to train, and they end up in a commercial gym. They always find things they can do.
Yeah.
So, and Ilya, who I just had on, he may train in a commercial gym for a month at a time. Let me step back. He tries to find a CrossFit box first, because the odds of having space, to be able to carry stuff and do stuff like that, and certain implements are going to be higher. But he's had to do a lot of things in commercial gyms and just figure it out, but what you said before all this, I think, is important, that if this is a journey that they want to go down, this should be a temporary training solution for them to be able to build a network, to be able to find somewhere else to go and train.
And like anything, like bodybuilding or something, like, if you have a garage gym with a barbell and bands, like, you can do band flies, but eventually you'd probably benefit to get some cables and things. It's certainly like getting a lot of or most of the benefit, but if that next level is going to require, sacrifices, in time and travel, all that stuff.
And they should be, if they can test the waters, I guess, in the commercial gym.
Absolutely.
Test the waters, and if it's something that they want to commit to, then commit to it and move on to
I have a client right now that's in a commercial gym that I think is going to go really, really, really far in strongman, and I'm excited when he moves to kind of see what he can do, because he does well at contests now. We're having to make shit up and stuff, so it will be interesting to see the transition.
What will be some of the changes that you'll make once he gets to someplace else?
Like, for example, you could do like, like sometimes you might have to like walk in place with a farmer's walk or something, on a trap bar, because that's what you have and that kind of stuff. But right now we've sort of changed it from let's go for overall strength and just kind of show up, and like you're going to get like every once in a while, hey, I can get to this gym. Okay, cool. We're going to change the training around to, like 3 weeks out, you got to run through the contest because you can travel a few hours and get there because there's nowhere close by at all. So so like that kind of stuff.
So this will kind of blend into grip training, which you touched on a little bit, but you have some notes here with tactical athletes, but I think grip training is grip training.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to kind of carry over to all athletes, powerlifters, deadlift, and so forth. Your first note was, just pick things up.
I mean, with that kind of knowledge right there, that's why you had me on, right? Just pick stuff up. But I mean, for tactical athletes in specific, I think there's a lot of benefits just picking things up. Like they have to do pull-ups, even marksmanship of handling the weapons, rappelling and fast roping.
How so with the marksmanship?
They say, like, just from their feedback. I mean, I shoot guns a lot. I've never shot them to the extent that if I grip limit me, I'm just taking their feedback on that for real. And
well, that's why I'm asking, because I never had an issue, but I suppose if you had issues, then
SWAT guy in Wyoming is the one that told me, he's like, hey, we've had such good results with the implementing the grip stuff and a lot of stuff that I do. So that's kind of where I got it from.
Yeah.
And then grip endurance, if we're just carrying things, hand-to-hand combat, even like medical emergency, if you carry a stretcher or something like that, any kind of climbing over any kind of rope or anything. But I think the way, you can do like easy ways to do grip training are traditional lifts with tweaks. So like instead of a regular curl, do a Zotman curl where you come down, you don't have to hold the dumbbell. You could throw fat grips on what you're doing. You could do, even like your deadlifts, do some of them, if you use an over-under grip, just, do some with an overhand grip. Train, obviously train heavy, ditch the straps. Okay. So I'm not against straps. I'm for straps most of the time, but what's the intended purpose of what you're doing? Then also not being crazy about it. Like you'll see some bodybuilders that are strong and have strong grips, and they're like doing pull-ups with a 25 pounds of their body weight. And they don't need straps. They throw them on out of habit. Like when they're doing lat pull down, say you're doing like a high intensity program. So you got one top set all out, but you do 3 warm-up sets. You're up to 300 pounds. You go, say, 150, 200, 250, then you go to 300. Why do you need straps to get onto 300? You could you're going to get something out of that. So unless you're training for actual grip contests, the things you can do without them that aren't going to fatigue and hinder the workout, do without them. Mm-hmm. It doesn't need to, unless it's the purpose of grip, but why not do that stuff without them and get something out of it? You're going to get something out of it. Just how, if you train at 75% or 50% of what you could do, you're probably still going to look better and perform better than somebody that trained at all. So you got to look at it like that. Like you're not going full in, but you get something out of it for no investment, basically.
We're kind of on the same page there, because I'm not anti-strap, but I've really never used them my entire life. And I never felt like I had a need to use them for like pull downs or chins.
Yeah, I've never used them for that.
Or any stuff like that.
Rows, I've needed them.
Yeah, rows, definitely for that, especially heavy Pendlay rows, heavy rows like that. I could see that. But it was a rarity to where I've seen other people that use them for everything.
A lot of people do.
Yeah, for everything. And it never really resonated with me.
I've seen people doing bench press at 24 Fitness, like self-spotting. I don't know what. Yeah, obviously they don't want to train, but like they'll strap up, and if they actually had to dump the weight, it could be problematic. But
yeah.
But I think it becomes a habit of they use it on warming up with cables, your shoulders or something you throw on your weight belt or something, the kind of thing. It's just like, you don't think about it after a while is all I can think of. But you're not going to lose anything that way, and you could still do your heavy work with them. Mm-hmm. And then, plate curls. Both, Ed Cohn and Paul Leonard used to do those, grabbing plates and building a grip that way. Even Ed Cohn would do like the farmer's walks with the plates in there. Any kind of towel or rope training. And then I think the key is a little bit goes a long way. So unless you're trying to be like the best gripper in the world, this is not all you need to do. It's like neck training. Like if you're trying to like have the strongest, biggest neck in the world, getting a 10-pound plate and doing some extensions at the end of your workout for a set of 20 is probably not going to get you there. But if you want to like have a strong enough neck to, be more likely survive a collision or something, it's definitely going to do the job there.
Mm-hmm. Well, the neck training too is the easy. That's one of those things that can be done every training. I got an attachment for my rack down there.
Yeah.
It's not that freaking hard to do a couple sets in between other things. And
if you've ever done it, you can lay on a bench and just do, go like this with your head, and you're gonna feel it after 15 reps if you've done it before.
And what's it gonna hurt, right? So for the power lifter perspective, I think it helps them keep their thoracic spine, in a better position. For sure. Instead of being fatigued. And learning how to actually drive back instead of, looking at the ceiling like an idiot. With the grip training though, where would you put things like rice, digging in rice, because Louis used to we'd have rice, sand, and steel shot. Mm-hmm. That was, and it wasn't so much about the in, but also out, so forcing it out. Then I remember, speaking to Ed Cohn years ago.
A lot of boxers used to do that one too with the rice.
With the rice.
I haven't done that one as much. And I'm glad we're talking about this because I'm going to do a little more research on that and do some experimentation because a lot of the boxers used to do that when I was like in junior high and high school, I remember.
But what Ed was telling me was paper clips, the black one, like these here, with, the the pinky and thumb.
Yeah.
You know, and trying to close that, because the point he was making, to keep in mind, his hands are like ridiculous. So you got to take all this with a grain of salt when your hands are like that. He was saying the fingers are more important than the actual grip, because as soon as that pinky finger goes, you know, on a deadlift, you're kind of screwed.
Well, that's what the farmer's walks he does, the plates that he taught me.
Yeah.
And those are very effective for that.
Oh, with the pinch grip.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And
very effective.
Yes.
The other thing that's funny is I got those because I trained a lot with a guy named George Brink, and he was big on, he never had any grip issues. So he was big on using straps. He used straps for everything. He pulled 804 in a meet, as heavy as he's ever pulled, like never more in the gym or anything. And even above 495, he just threw on straps. You know, I said grip won't be a problem. It wasn't for him, but it is for most people.
Yeah, yeah. Well, a lot of these things that we're talking about, if it's, you know, grip and neck work and things like that, I don't want to say they don't have to be programmed, but they kind of don't. Because if you're in any heavy strength phase and you're taking 3 to 5 minutes between squats, like you can have a bucket of rice sitting right there. It's not something that, because I'll see some programs sometimes, you got, you know, the fine main movements, and then you got Zotman curls and grip work. And it's like 4 other things. And the whole time I'm like, you know, all this shit could be done either prior to training or within the training, and not take as much time, and not really so much that, but not get left out, because that's typically what happens.
Well, you staggered sets.
Yes.
I think I agree with you. I do think though a lot of times people do better with it on paper, because like,
oh no, it needs to be documented.
It needs to be done, documented.
Yeah.
But yeah, like in theory, because it's not the same intensity level. So I, you know, even putting it on a piece of paper is like kind of revs up the intensity a little bit, just seeing it there. But I think it absolutely could be done as staggered sets and not have a big cost. I mean, obviously the problem, again, with people with a training background is if you tell somebody that, they might do it in the wrong order. Like, you know, okay, I'm going to do the Zotman curls between lat pull downs. Well, then now your biceps fatigue out and you don't get to you know, hit the lats like they should get hit.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of interference that you and I take for granted. And, you know, I used to think I was sort of dumb, but it's not necessarily if that's not your background. Like just how if I'm got into something else and what somebody else might think is obvious. Yeah. You know.
No, that's a good point.
I've taken some classes, like a lot of training classes on shooting. I've noticed at first they talk to me like, I'm like, what the hell? I don't know what that means. Like, and it's like they take for granted their language like other people understand. That gave me a new perspective on you can't just talk to people. Salaria one time told me, you know, founder of ISSA with Fred, he said he gave like the best presentation on like, you know, why to strengthen your lats to this lady and just do lat pull downs. And she looks at him and goes, what's a lat? And say he spent 20 minutes on it. And it's like, we sometimes take that for granted with people. And I think early on, that's a mistake I made, was just kind of like thinking everybody knows that kind of stuff. And, you know, if they don't, like, they're kind of out of it. And what if it's not your background, it's not your background.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I don't work with people online like you do. So if it's online, there's probably even more of that gap, especially if they're younger coming into it. You know, a 20-year-old that's just been training for 2 years.
Yeah, for sure.
And on top of that, they're strong, right? Which can make you think, you know, that they already know a lot of this stuff. But then when you're speaking to them, you're like, oh shit, you know, a set is a group of repetitions. It's like, you got to start, you know, all the way over.
You can't assume anything, because I've had the opposite too, where you work with people and they know everything. And then like, you know, it's like their lifts aren't very high either. So I used to think that would be another thing. If someone's like, you know, they told us last time, I talked to a guy one time and did just like a phone consultation. He seemed so smart and brilliant. And like, he said he benches 230 and he weighed about 220. And I thought if he's from another country, so I thought he meant kilos. But he's talking pounds to me. I'm like, oh, okay. So like, I would assume kilos. Why would you assume that? The reason, you know, the reason I assumed it, for one, the country, but two, he knew so much. So it doesn't necessarily, and you could be strong and not know a lot. Just a lot of it's your mindset of like, you know, just how you attack it and how focused you are when you're training and stuff. You could do, you know, the wrong program with the right intent and get pretty decent results a lot of times.
Yes. Yeah, and we see that
All the time.
all the time. And the interesting thing to watch with that one is you can see the bell curve happen. It's like they'll come in from a coaching and training perspective, because they'll come in, and if they're somewhat genetically inclined, it really doesn't matter what they do. They're just, they just ramp up that bell curve at a tremendous rate, frustrating to the people they compete against that aren't as genetically inclined. But over a period of time, things obviously get hard because progressive overload needs to be phasic. Otherwise, we'd all be benching 8,000 pounds by now. And then when that time comes, we'll see people disappear, get hurt or leave. And then from the coaching side, this one's always more interesting to me, is you kind of come into all this, as teenagers for us, and you really don't know anything, so you're absorbing magazines, books, all this other kind of stuff. And then you start thinking you know everything because you know all the Weeder principles. And then that keeps going up and up and up. And then at a certain point in time, you start learning the big words, like a physical therapist. So then your narrative changes, and you can see the coaches online, the narrative changes.
Their goals to make someone feel stupid almost.
Exactly. Well, it is. I think the goals become, as if they're presenting, they're trying to present in a seminar to impress their peers.
Well, that's what Salaria did to me. I sent him an article, like a rough draft one time, and he said, okay, now I know you're smart. I know how smart you are. Can you explain this so normal people understand it?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I need to hear. I totally changed my tune after that email. I was doing that to a degree, but a lot of it was just like, that's the stuff I was reading was at that point was, all like textbooks and stuff. And that's how people talk. So I figured, I wasn't into as much as a lot of people as like the muscle mags and stuff. I was around a lot of bodybuilders, like face to face at the gym, training young with them, knowing them. But I didn't read those magazines and stuff till later. I went from like totally in the trenches, not reading much at all, to like just doing it, then like reading like real high level. I never had that sort of like muscle except for Powerlifting USA. Funny you brought up the thing earlier, because I remember that was the first thing I read by Louis. Was he said he went to the Green Bay Packers, and the linemen and the quarterbacks were power cleaning the same weight.
Yeah,
he said it's bullshit.
No, no, I was on that trip. That was an interesting trip, to say the least, without a doubt. One of the funniest things I saw on that day was Brett Favre he had a really good relationship with a strength coach. I think it was Ken Johnson at the time. So they would just like fuck with each other all the time. And so Brett wouldn't do anything until he was actually told to do, just so he had to make Kent actually say, go do this. And so he's in his office while the linemen and everybody are lifting. I think they were box squatting on the high box, and eventually he makes his way out, and they have the workouts on dry erase boards. Here's linemen, here's quarterbacks, or whatever. And he comes out and he's kind of looking at, and he looks at the quarterback thing. I ain't doing that, because it was like quarterback stuff. Cables and stupid shit. So he just jumped in cold and started squatting with the linemen, 315 for whatever they were doing. I thought it was just cool as hell, just straight off of the desk, like, screw this, I'm not doing that, I'm doing that.
That's awesome.
And then the more I thought about it years later, maybe it wasn't so much a training thing for him, it's building a bond, with those guys that actually protect him. But the training was different. I got a different perspective on it now than I did then. Because then I'm full-blown actively competing, conjugate and all the other stuff. Whereas stepping back now, I can see some of the logic behind what was kind of laid out and how it played out. But the other thing with that trip that blew my mind was it was the beginning of off-season camp. Or I don't even want to say that. So they have off-season, then they come back, then they like a month or so. The number of people I saw come in and just pay their way out, because there's fines if you don't train. Half the guys probably came in and just threw cash down. Or
how much were the fines out of curiosity?
I can't remember at the time, but I do remember for me at the time, I'm like, holy shit, you know, this all added up is more than I make a year.
It wasn't like $50 or something.
No. It's like 500 or $1,000 or something like it was.
Yeah,
It was pretty steep, but I was dumbfounded. Like, what the hell? You know, are they like got a coach someplace else?
That'd be curious to know then, did they? Because if you think about it, if you're making millions a year and you buy your way out of what you think's bullshit for 50 grand to prolong making millions a year, why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, some may have, some may have not.
But there could be just like, okay, I'm a badass athlete and I don't feel like doing this, I'll be fine anyways.
My takeaway from the whole thing was they see training the way I see basketball. Like, I have no desire to go out and shoot hoops at all, right? Because I lift weights.
Yeah.
You know, they play football. So they're seeing the lifting weights. It's just the shit that they have to do, at least those people. Now, it's down the line, that will probably change, because as soon as I have this theory that collegiate athletes are in season kind of all year. I mean, their whole life is controlled. So they have to train. They can't buy their way out of training. And then when they go to the pros, they don't have to, right? They don't have to train in the off season. Yeah. They can just screw off, do whatever they want to do. But they're still practicing, you know, so out of a whole year period of time with 6 months, 7 months, they're training in some regard. For sure. And over a period of 3 years, if they're not doing anything above that, I believe they're going to lose a step, right? So age is going to catch up, injuries are going to catch up.
For sure.
However it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And then they're gone. You know, now they can't play at the level that they were playing before. Where the ones that would actually take care of themselves and train, we're going to have a longer career.
Absolutely.
You know, so it's the ones that I think can figure that out before they lose the step are the ones that end up playing longer.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and the veterans take it really serious, because every year they can add on is millions more. You know, so what's spending, because we'll see the numbers that so-and-so spends $200,000 a year on their health and IV drips and all this stuff. What is that when they're making $10 million a year? You know, it's a very
chump change. Yeah,
it's a smaller investment than most people make just in their health club membership comparatively to their income. So getting back with the grip training, we kind of got through that. I want to get into, we'll go here first, because I got case studies I want to kind of get into, which are some of the people that you worked with. But before that, we'll stay kind of in this realm, because we talked about athletes and their development. We'll go into masters, and then we'll go into kids training. Right. So if it's a masters lifter, before we get into this discussion, I guess we need to talk about what constitutes a masters lifter, because training age does matter.
For sure. You know, what I say, some people turn, 30 at 50 and some people turn 70 kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely true. I think there's a lot, and I think, so there, of course there's the mileage. So I think that's the beauty of powerlifting is if you did, lose a step, it wouldn't matter as much. I mean, cause people don't generally fade out. Like, so in basketball, which on the subject of hoops, if someone keeps playing, they don't have any serious injuries, they kind of get a little slower. They can't rebound as well. They're kind of not running. Like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, at the end of his career, when I used to watch it, he just wasn't playing defense and running up and down the court as much, because he just wasn't the same player as he was 20 years earlier. So they do lose a step, and you can kind of like see it slowly fade off. Where powerlifting, it doesn't happen as much that way. Usually something bad happens, or they stop. So I think that's one of the main differences, is like maximal strength is a quality. I don't know where the end is, but people can have it really late comparatively. I think it was, Joe DeFranco or somebody had once said something like, or Smitty or somebody was saying that, like, basically like an old tree's like stable in a storm, where a young one's like kind of springy and stuff. So like maximal strength being like to move and stuff is gonna be harder as someone age, but that to be like, kind of static strength you can carry that on for a long time. So that's the cool part about it. And like, so generally it's not like a burnout of like, you just slowly get worse. Something like life changes and you stop, or you get a bad injury. But assuming nothing like that happens, I don't know where the end point was. Pretty far along, I would say.
With the masters lifters, the one knock that, well, there's many knocks that's kind of always gone against, you know, Louis' dynamic effort training was you can't develop explosive strength past a certain age, which I don't know if I disagree with that.
Well, let me also come on that. So yes, so I think if you're in the NFL right now and you're running a 4.40, I don't think at 50 you're gonna run a 4.3. But most of the people have such a low starting point that they absolutely can.
Well, what I wonder was
like that. So I think they have such a
I get
such a high trainability, because it's like it's relatively piss poor to where they could be. Like, who's developed that explosive strength? Not most people. So if they haven't done it, unless they're like a high level Division I football player or shot putter or something, that's all they did. I think they're so far off where their ceiling is, they can make improvements. Now, the top end ceiling probably isn't where it once was, but they're so far off where it is even now, they can absolutely, I think.
Well, the question would be if it diminishes over time.
The capacity diminishes, not necessarily the ability.
Yes.
So the capacity, your top end, your genetic limit has diminished, but you're so far off it to yourself, you're going up still, if that makes sense. And
if my counter to, not to that, because I agree with what you're saying there, but my counter to what they were saying, it's developed at a young age, you can't go from there, is as you get older and biology happens, can you prevent it from dropping? You know what I'm saying? So it's, if intent's really what I'm talking about. So compensatory sellers and content.
But that's more of an intent thing anyways. It's your maximum, it's your maximum force in the bar. So if the top end ceiling, I mean, does diminish, you should still be putting effort in to keep it as high as you can.
Yes.
You know, so that doesn't matter. What they're saying, it's kind of an irrelevant debate for powerlifting, because you still should be making the effort and the intent. It may not be as high as it once was, but you're still going to benefit from it if you didn't try that at all.
Exactly. You know, so it's the point I would put in there is,
I have a client that's 65, and she runs under a 15-second 100 meters. So, I mean, that's fast, you know, for a female, period, like that age. And so she keeps getting better. So I don't, you know, I've changed on the whole explosive strength thing, even though we're talking more powerlifting. It's like Harry Walker, the Green Beret I was talking about, he literally could not, we're doing like tempo runs for conditioning, and he was so slow when we started. Like, I gave him what I would think by his conditioning levels. We hadn't tested top end speed by how high his conditioning levels, which we knew were. He'd blow us away, and he couldn't even make time on speed, let alone on conditioning. And that didn't even cross my mind.
Yeah.
It'd be like if you came here to squat and then I couldn't walk in because I didn't have the work capacity to walk in. That way, you wouldn't even think that could happen. It'd be like, oh, what the hell are you doing? And then now he's actually explosive. He's on like 50-inch box jumps, things like that. So I don't think you can make like a tortoise into like a racehorse, but I do think there's a lot more than giving. And generally, strength is the lowest hanging fruit that can improve those things. But I'm kind of getting on a tangent there. But I think you definitely can improve it, especially the people that haven't done it, because a lot of people get into powerlifting. It's not like only NFL players and shot putters and Division I football players. It's a lot of people that are like lawyers that maybe played freshman football at best, and they're 40 years old and want to do something. And can they improve their explosive strength? Of course they can. For a long time. Yeah.
So back to the masters then, assuming let's say the training age is a decade or two, because that's different than the masters that's coming in that's 40 years old and just started training at 35.
For sure. That was George Brink. He started training, got a car accident at 37, and he has a chiropractor who's ahead of his time, basically said, get strong. And he did, but he wasn't a lifter before that.
So what are some of the considerations that go into if you're working
with a lot of training experience? Too. Yeah. Well, I'd say the most successful masters athletes I've not just worked with, but actually people I've trained with, because I trained mostly when I was young. I trained with a lot of older people. I didn't train with people my age very often. So I trained with, like, say, Ode Hagen. I trained with Art Labar. He was like, I think early 40s at the time. And then I'm trying to, like, Steve Hall. All these guys were like so-called masters. But one thing I did notice is you go to, like, one day, you know, I saw somebody at a baseball game the other day. I didn't even know. He's telling me about a surgery, and he's like, getting old's a bitch kind of thing. He wasn't that old. I don't know how old he was, but he wasn't that old. They didn't talk like that. They had really good self-talk. They weren't like saying, you know, in the corner of the room meditating, say, I'm 20 years old. But they were also not just like talking about, like, you know, age drags them down and all that stuff. Because I picked up on early on is, like, when I was at the gym, people used to always say when I was teenagers, just wait till you're my age. You don't get it now and stuff. And it's like, well, I don't know what I get. I know I don't want to be like you. So, you know, I do understand that. So that's how those guys were, though. They weren't stupid about it and, like, trying to, like, you know, oh, I've never done a behind the neck press, I'm going to try to max out on a day one kind of thing. But they were kind of like, they just didn't talk about that. They're focused on their goals and what they do. So the most successful master lifters I've known weren't always prefacing it like, wait till you're my age. Like, you know, you don't understand. Like, you know, what other 50-year-old can do this? They weren't kind of talking like that all the time. But they weren't delusional either, thinking they're 20 years old. So even my dad, when he lifted with us, had his best bench when he was like 54. So I've trained with a lot of people like that. There's actually a pretty cool study on that one time. They took a group of, like, in the 50s, I think, or somewhere around there, or the 80s maybe, and they took them back to the 50s, retroed it. They got a group of old people, and they took them to, like, a location. They played, like, not where they were at, like a camp or something, and they played all the music from when they were younger, and, like, the newspapers there were from when they were younger. They basically made them live like they were younger. Their vision improved, all sorts of things that were not just, like, mentally in a better state, but physiological measurements of health had actually improved. So there's definitely something to, like, your environment. So they liked having me around because being young, it was like, you know, it was a good combination, like their wisdom and then the youth that I brought to there. So I think there's that part of it besides that, but the actual, like, X's and O's of training, I think one of the main ones is, like, you know, form above all else, you know, like technical failure is failure. So even, like, Art Labar is crazy, but he was smart. Like, even though, like, he doesn't do stupid shit. Like, even when, like, every lift was like, you know, watch him squat, like, his setup. Do you remember him setting up? It was a bitch for him to set up, but once he got set up squatting, every single one looked the same. So I think that was one of the key things, is avoiding, like, true failure and viewing technical failure as failure. Then one I've picked up a lot on is lighter weight on single joint movements. So not like you can't do, like, say, a dumbbell tricep extension, but, like, I remember, like, some of the articles, like, Louis had talked about or written, they're talking about guys like Kenny Patterson doing, like, dumbbell extensions, like 140s and things like that. So in my mind, that's what you want to shoot for. But then you get problems from that if you do it too long, where they would do the same stuff, but a very, like, you know, Ode's explosive, but if he's going to do, like, bicep curls, it's more of a strict bodybuilder, muscle and tension feel of the movement versus, like, heave it up kind of thing. So there was that part about it. Another one I've picked up on is a 3-phase warm-up. So you have your general warm-up, your dynamic warm-up, your specific warm-up.
So what's the general warm-up?
Just get something to get your temperature up. So I would say, like, the bro science guideline is just as soon as you can feel a little sweat in your forehead, you're good. From there, do some kind of dynamic stretching. I have one on YouTube. It's a Jailhouse Strong Dynamic Warm-Up. It takes like 3 minutes or something. Pretty easy to do. Honestly, most people can do it. Okay, then you warm up for the specific lift you're going to train. So, like, you know, at that point, because, like, the lion's share of your warm-up, for specificity's sake, needs to be the actual movement you're going to train. And then at that point, you just go into the training session. Sometimes using extended work weeks, and this can get a little dicey. You know, that's what do, like, people like, you know, Tom Havlin, Julius Maddox, like well, Tom's just doing so many work. I guess it's not extended work week. It's just planned out in 10 days versus 7. But sometimes like they take longer to recover from. They're so strong. So assuming you don't have to meet, like you and I say we bench press together, we may bench press on Monday just because that's the only day we can make it work. That becomes a different animal. But saying you're not dependent on anybody else, like you can do what you got to do, extending your work week can be a very viable option. It's just not always practical for people because of like life responsibilities. But if you can, it can work really well. And then, you know, I would say like, if so the periods of less intensity, deload, we're going to call it, would potentially err to the side of like, you know, instead of saying, hey, you know what, if you normally do one every 4 weeks or 6 weeks, whatever you do, say, okay, you normally do every 6 weeks. Oh, I feel pretty good. I'm going to push it on to 7 or 8. At that point, you'd want to basically err to the side of caution. I've heard you talk about this before. It's like at first you kind of err to the side of gains. Then you kind of like risk to benefit ratio. Then past that, you're like really erring to the side of caution at that point. Not being a pussy, just not doing, you know, you're not taking that chance for a small gain kind of thing.
Well, the risk you run into is the systemic fatigue from session to session to session to session. You know, if you extend those extra 2 weeks, and if I go back to my energy bar example, you know, it's you may only have one life left, you know, that 2 weeks, it could take that one out. And you got to ask what gains can actually happen within these next 2 weeks. That's marginal. Very, very marginal. And then is that worth getting hurt or overreaching to where it's going to take 3 weeks just to get back to where you were to be able to start whatever the next phase you're going into?
Well, yeah, because like people used to always say, if you remember, like, don't worry about anything. Like, you're not going to gain any strength the last 2 weeks anyways. Obviously, that's not totally true, because why training if you can't gain any strength in 2 weeks? Why would you train at all then? Just, you know. But at the same time, the strength is so marginal. You got to look at it again, like everything comes, you know, whether it's your finances, your fitness, your whatever, it's all a risk. It's all a benefit. So the benefit, if you're right, we all agree is very small. If you're wrong, it's huge. It's like that Pascal's wager thing. It's if you're right, you know, you're good. If you're wrong, it's really wrong and it's bad. You know, so like that's the other thing is, I haven't had serious injuries, you know, but it seems like it takes longer to recover from people that are over, like a 40-year-old versus a 20-year-old, a 60-year-old versus a 40-year-old. Don't you think? Like, you've seen.
Oh, yeah. Not only that, but the older they get, say if it's 60 or 70, that injury may not just end up being that injury. You know, it can be going into the hospital to be able to get the shoulder scoped. But while you're there, you know, you have a heart attack, you know, or something else.
For sure.
You know, compiles with that, and which surgery is going to be harder on somebody that's 65 than 20, you know, so a shoulder scope at 20 is no big deal. At 65, it's going to take longer to recover from. There's the other factors that can play
you hear
into that.
People have to do certain joint replacements and things like that, and they're like 70, they're like, oh, it only takes 9 months to recover. But I mean, if you look at the average lifespan or something, I mean, so if you're average, you give up 10% right there. It's not like that easy. It's just, oh yeah, go ahead and do it. It's going to take 10 months, you know.
Which could be 10% of the rest of your life.
That's what I mean, yeah. You know, so, I mean, best to avoid it altogether if you can.
With the accessories with those lifters, because you talked a little bit about the, you know, art doing more of a bodybuilding style training with accessory work. Low-end accessory work. So by that, I mean, your first couple exercises that are more strength-based and need more intent are going to be done explosively fast, how they're supposed to be. But the lower-end stuff, the tricep extensions, the things that we know help on the margins, you know, and I can kind of say that because a lot of people don't do it that still get strong, but it can help. Where I remember being the person that was doing the 120 extensions with Kenny and stuff like that. But I was a different age, and it wasn't going to trash my elbows and all the other kind of shit. Where I do wonder if, you know, to go back in that time, if I would have just used the 60s.
Well, that's more like what I do like Julius Maddox to people, because I've paid for the same. That's the only injury I've had. is from doing that kind of crap. And those guys get the benefit of it from, it's like clearly you can still do it. You don't have to be doing like 150s or whatever. I mean, there's no way. So like, I do think though, if you had a gun to your head and like you have 6 months to live, how to get as strong as doing that shit would get you there faster.
Yeah. I agree.
It's like if you want to get something fast, it's sort of like, like if you like people squat every day, like if you can recover from it, you're probably gonna get to a max. If you had like 3 months to live, to squat as much as possible, assuming you recover from it, you did it like you didn't psych up and train and all that, you'll probably get your squat max up, but are you gonna be better off in 10 years from it, kind of thing. Because the people we're talking about here, when the case studies on, have all been doing this for a while. It's not like, they were doing it for 3 months or something and we're saying, oh, it works. It's like, no, this is many, many years we can draw off of.
I've heard others speak about with those type of movements with hypertrophy as being, how do they say this? That there's strength hypertrophy and like bodybuilding hypertrophy. And the difference between the two would be the intent. So if it's strength hypertrophy and it's a dumbbell press, then the intent is going to be with compensatory acceleration, basically trying to move it as hard and as fast as you possibly can. And with bodybuilding hypertrophy, that you're not going to start the same. You may start a little bit slower. You're not going to explode out of the bottom. You're just going to, flex, then move through. And I understand what they're saying, conceptually, but I don't know how that's going to make any difference.
I would think it would probably be, again, like that may be safer, but I don't think the end result would, assuming you don't get hurt, would be better. It's going to be better, with the max intent. I would say for sure. And you got to think with bodybuilding, this wasn't even like debatable before drugs. Like every single bodybuilder was like a power builder to an extent. Like no one was saying like, do this and that and like just do cables and then, there's more to the story than that. Like there's these guys before that weren't all just total morons that if they had known about like, light cable flies as a primary chest exercise, that, their chest would have been out to here. So I think there's the case study there too. And I definitely think the way you're gonna develop, one of the ways to develop maximum tension is with the intent to move it as explosively as possible. The thing would be, if you're going like, say like West Side's a much lower percentage, but like, so say you're a bodybuilder, you can bench 405 and you want to try to hit 315 for 10, you're not going to be moving it like they're saying anyways, because you're just not strong enough to. And they don't train that way enough to really probably be able to produce that maximum amount of force, because that's, I don't want to get off the subject, but that's another thing would be like talking about how to convert bodybuilders into powerlifting strength. That's one of the big things is cluster sets, is compensatory acceleration training, like teaching them with lower reps, lots of sets, and doing it as explosively as possible with good form, moving the weight to point A to point B. That's how you kind of program the nervous system to start firing. So I don't think a lot of them are even capable of firing that way yet. Now they can be. It's like they have all this, like, it's basically like a big factory with all these workers. They have this they're right now, they're like the federal government. They're very inefficient. They don't get shit done, but then you have somebody you actually teach them what they're or you get some new CEO to take over, someone to fire you and all that, and then they're all of a sudden efficient. So by doing the right stuff, you make those inefficient workers become your best workers, and it's not as big of a process as you think. You can do it like 8-12 weeks, get a lot of conversion from hypertrophy to actual strength by just the way you train. Like that's with like what I just had mentioned, like isometrics, things like that, can make that like conversion, a pretty quick process. You look at like, like even like Johnny Jackson and stuff, when he had been trained that way, he told me that he would be able to do, like about 800 on deadlift. One of the first times we worked a 660 for 3, and he didn't even get it. Couldn't even he did like 1 rep. And then, but by the end, it was like, okay, but doing it over, because I think a lot of the bodybuilders, what they'll do is they'll go, they like to, I mean, they definitely like, I know people think they're wimpy. They're actually pretty tough trainers. They like to go heavy. They like to do a lot of reps. They don't do the intermediate stuff. They don't do your multiples, triples, or doubles. They love to go up to 1 rep once in a while. They like to do a set of 15 on deadlift. they don't like to do, 6 sets of triples and really focus on max intent. So once they start to do that, they get a huge carryover, because it's not like all this muscle mass they developed is totally non-functional and can't be programmed. It just needs to learn how to fire.
Now, when they begin doing that, will they lose size because of volume?
Okay, the Johnny Jackson thing. Did we talk about this last time?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, so the backstory is Johnny Jackson and I were, he comes up to me, and like I was training all the kids at Metroflex, and I think he kind of noticed how strong a lot of them were getting. So I didn't know him. I would say hi. We'd say hi to each other, but like I don't think we talked for, like, we're always friendly, but just hadn't really. He's always there. I'm always training people. He's always training. So it's like not like a really no bullshit kind of guys.
Yeah.
So he's like, hey, I got to talk to you about something. And he was like, hey, like I'm gonna, I want you to train me for this raw unity, do a deadlift thing. And as I told you, you couldn't do the 660 at first. And so, anyways, he wanted to go compete at 242. And so I kept asking what he's weighing, but I guess, and he's like, oh, I don't like to step on the scale. I don't care. Okay, whatever. Because it didn't matter. You just signed up and you go. So worst case scenario, you're in a different weight class.
Well, it's on formula too, those raw unity things, right?
I don't even think at that point the formula was a thing as much. It was just like 2012.
Okay, maybe not.
It was kind of like, best lifter or whatever back then kind of thing. And I honestly, that's one really good quality he had, is he didn't give a shit what other people were doing. It wasn't like, I hate this person. I'm obsessed with this person to beat them, or like downplaying other people. He just was focused on what he wanted to do. And he's like, I want to deadlift a PR, and I want to get over 800. And like, at first I'm like, okay. Then I'm like, well, we'll see. We got like 13 weeks here. And so we build up over the course with like, that's one of the first people I did isometrics with at a real high level besides myself. And he very coachable. Like he really is. It wasn't like, oh, well, hey, I heard you're supposed to do this. It was like, I could have said, like, we're running head first in the wall. And like, let's do it.
So what do the isometrics look like?
They're just pulling against the pins. But anyways, I'll get back to that. So I'm just trying to think of the neural strategies to get them firing. Was that the compensatory acceleration, some band work were like kind of the main things that he wouldn't have been accustomed to, and then multiple low rep cluster sets, because he had deadlifted heavy obviously before in the past. And anyways, so he's like, I'm gonna come. I'm like, dude, you're looking really big. Like, I don't know about this 230 crap. He's like, I'll be good. I'll be good. So, like, we didn't drive together to the meet. It's in Corpus Christi, and because he got there like a couple days, but I got there like the day before, and he's like, you want to go out to dinner? I said, yeah. So we go out to eat, and like, weigh in, yeah. I'm like, he's like, I was 264. So he was over 22 pounds heavier than he guaranteed he would be, because he never checked his weight, but that's how much he grew from that type of training. You look at the same way, trained him that year for the Olympia too, and like how much he grew with like the heavier weight, because by no means about it. If the videos, a lot of those videos are on YouTube of me training him in 2000, especially for the bodybuilding. And by no means would I say, like, if somebody was like, had been powerlifting, would I train them exactly this way. But I knew he'd been doing he had powerlifted like back in the day, but he'd been doing all bodybuilding. So by converting it over to more like, what's the term you use for like kind of strength hypertrophy? Is that? Yeah. By training more that way, he grew like a weed. I mean, that's the best he ever looked. And I think that was a lot of part of what it was, is just changing that stimulus. Now, the flip side could have been if he'd been training like power building all this time, do him on, more like pump and pose kind of bodybuilding routine, that would have yielded great results too. Because he's just been, I've was training clients at like 14 hours a day. So I saw every single person that come in. And so whenever I would get a break, I wouldn't even train there usually. So I would train a different gym at that point, and I would watch people a lot. I could see what everybody was doing, and they'd been kind of doing a similar routine for a while. So that's where you can come in and be the genius, because you change it up at that point. And
so just a changing of it.
Just a changing of it. It was assuming it's like a logical, coherent change. I mean, obviously you can't do some.
Well, yeah.
But I like we were talking about the strongman earlier. Like so, like it's a case by case basis. You know, there's a couple bodybuilders. Like there's another one there. He's not deadlifting heavy anymore. I wish we would have worked together. We had talked about it. Just never were able to. A guy named Chris Smith there was doing like a 765 deadlift, and I think if he would have worked with me, I could have up to like close to 900. Just because the guys like to train hard, and with the right like kind of strategies to get them firing, I mean, the sky is the limit. So Johnny ended up getting 832 there at that meet. Got so excited on a second attempt. I mean, he did like it was 135. And he just threw the bar down. He was so excited.
Yeah.
Then they're like, red light. He's like, what should I do? I said, your first goal was to get a PR. I said, this is way more than you've ever done, and you were equipped when you did that, so you're beating it raw. Let's take the win here. I'd bet $1,000 you could do at least 850, but if I'm wrong, it's not worth it. Get the initial goal, and did it like it was nothing.
So when he came into that as well, because I'm trying to think of,
this is all on YouTube. You guys should watch this. All these videos are on YouTube of most of the training sessions.
So when his background would have a larger work capacity.
Hell yeah.
Right. So when transitioning into this, recovery is not going to be that big of a deal.
To a degree. So a lot of the bodybuilders they have like on that, he didn't have as much on deadlifting as you'd think. He did, and he's tough. He's military background, all this stuff, and like, he's a tough guy. He's gonna do it. But like, it wasn't like he was one of those guys that like you put him on what you think's a hard routine. Like, sometimes people come back like, we're gonna kick this up a notch. Like, that's pretty hard already. And like he wasn't one of those guys. He was really good at the bodybuilding accessory work. He was really good at going heavy, but when we started getting like into more sets of the cluster sets, he wasn't as good at those as you'd think.
Now, when you program the cluster sets, how long are you speaking between the reps?
They were ranging, anywhere from in the beginning, like really short, like 90 seconds to up to a few minutes by the end as we did less of them.
All right. So as you program that out, you're extending the time?
Mm-hmm. As it got heavier.
Yep. All right, because I've seen strongmen do that in verse, EMOMs more or less.
Yeah.
So the opposite of that. When I want to get into youth athletes, right? So the best case study with that would probably be the Kendall High School.
Yep. Got some notes on that too. Yeah, that was I was at Kennedale. So if people aren't familiar, Kennedale's high school in Texas. It's between Arlington and Fort Worth. It's kind of like it's an interesting place because it's sort of like country, but it's sort of city at the same time. It was a really good kind of opportunity to. It was a really good opportunity to work with a lot of high school athletes. So I had I don't know what notes I can talk about without them. So I started there. I started working with the athletic director's son. I started training the athletic director's son at Metroflex. And I was, so Jim Veronin, as I was getting going at Metroflex, Jim Veronin, obviously, yeah, he was the vice principal there. He's like, hey, do you want to sub on some days you're not training people before, and I wasn't full yet. So I'm like, sure. So I started subbing there. And then I guess I'm going in order. So I started subbing there. I'm like walking in, and lo and behold, there was Richard Barrett. He's one of the top high school. I think he's one of the most winningest coaches in Texas, and he's the athletic director there and the football coach. And I meet him as I'm walking in, and then we hit it off, and I started training his kid. And he's telling me that he wanted to make me a strength coach there, but they didn't have it wasn't like a approved position on the books because in Texas. California, I was strength coach at a high school in 19. They don't have rules really. It's, they have rules about a lot of things, but not about that. And it was like they had like in Texas, you have to be like a teacher, certified, all this. It's not just like you get the beer truck driver to come in off shift.
Yeah.
And so he's like, can you get it certified? I'm like, I'm pretty good at taking tests. I'm sure I can. So just bought the study book and studied for it, passed it, and then I was there. And so we had one of the best facilities. He did a really good job. He had like one of the best facilities in the state. We had like an indoor facility, one of the first. Now everybody's got them, but back then it was like one of the first indoor facilities. he was able to get like all the equipment we needed. So he was really good to work for. He didn't like micromanage strength conditioning. Like he had faith in what I was doing he saw the results too. And we took it from there. So, that was, what are the kind of questions you have about Canadell? That's kind of
when you came in there, what was the physical state of the kids that you were working with before you got there?
Better than you'd think. It wasn't one of these places where they had clearly made an effort, and the effort wasn't like in vain of like, what the hell are you doing? Like, what's that? Oh, it's a squat. It wasn't like that. But there was definitely room to improve there. So I think one of the biggest changes was like, for example, I know they used to do stuff. They were doing stuff like they would like not warm up, like, cause it sounds stupid, and it's not the best way to do it. But in the defense there, in Texas, you have an athletic period. That's a really cool part about the state. You get an actual athletic period. The bad part is, like, you can't really spill over. Like in California, they kind of have like a 6 period for a lot of teams, but there's not rules really. Like, if you take longer, you can be like, okay, if your mom's got to pick you up now, leave, or you want to leave, but you can stay after school. Like there, it's like if, they'd have like the UIL up your ass if you tried to like get extra
So you're
time.
dealing with maybe 45 minutes or so.
Yeah. I think it was 53 minutes, but that includes changing, and none of the kids shower, but if they're supposed to shower.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then there's also like a lot of them take a bus. So you can't, like, even if like you're not gonna get caught, a lot of them would need a bus ride home. So you're dealing with that kind of time. So that's why a lot of it, so like, having to figure out how to do like all this in that amount of time. And then some, like, a lot of the kids, all of our kids pretty much are multiple sport athletes, because we would beat the schools that were like, back then, now they have 6 classifications. Back then they had 5. We were 3A, which is like 900 kids. We would play schools with like, the 5As and beat them by a lot. So but all our kids were multiple sports. So you had to take that into account to the training, because there wasn't as much time, say, to do like a dedicated like speed day or something, but the good part was they're doing track or something. So you kind of got that taken into account there. Mm-hmm. So you have about 53 minutes. That's changing. That's changing. And then that's, showering after. So one of the major changes I made right away was, actually make sure they could warm up. And so what we do is like, one thing I did there was I do everything, this is not optimal, but it was reality. At first, I heard of people doing on the whistle where you're like, so everybody's squatting. You're like, first man, first set, go. I first heard about it. I thought that was the dumbest thing. Because I'm used to Metroflex in places where you just do what you want. If someone says they to leave early, you call them a pussy, and that's that.
Yeah.
This is not like that. Yeah. There's actual rules and things. So I was used to like being the Wild West to all of a sudden all these rules. So there was that part about it. So did things like that, but we had to keep them on target. So it was very organized in the sense, and like the layout was extremely important. And so I didn't think we had time, and I know a lot more people are doing this now, but at the time, I'd written an article for Texas Coach magazine about not using Olympic lifts in training. And I think that was sort of like taboo at that time. Now a lot more people are doing it. And we would do we did things like, we had a guy there named Jeff Lofton. It was really good. He was really good. Like I was strength conditioning coach. He's like the football, coordinator, off-season coordinator kind of guy. So I worked with him, and he was like a big time lifter too. And he used to box. We used to spar and stuff at the school. It was kind of like, a good guy to work with, like a young guy like me at the time. And it was just a good vibe there. And he bought in. So I told him about like, hey, I don't want to do Olympic liftings. And it wasn't like he was like, no, we got to do it. Like, because technically I'm a strength conditioning coach, but I'd have to like at least make peace with, and he 100% on board with it. So what we did is we did like trap bar jumps, which I still do a lot to this day. And high pulls is our main kind of explosive lift. We did a lot of box squats because we were having such a problem with depth. And I think the box squat is easier to teach, easier to recover from. So I'm different than a lot of people. A lot of people like it for powerlifting. I like it a lot for sports. I like it a lot for developing explosive power and starting strength, and for regular people a lot too. I don't see the transference a lot of people do into powerlifting. I do for deadlifts though. Not so much for squat because I think it changes the groove, especially if you're raw. but I'm a big believer. I use a lot of box squats there.
How do you teach them the intent coming off of the box?
So I would teach them, after they pause to explode up. But here's the thing. I think that's where it gets a little dicey is that's hard to do. That's why I want to get rid of the Olympic lifts because, even if you have the best teacher in the world of Olympic lifts, which I'm not, but if we had that person there, you got 53 minutes. So like you talk about training economy at this point does matter because we have very limited time, limited resources. We need to get the best training effect with the easiest learning curve that's still going to provide the same effect. So what I would do beyond that is you have like your main, those lift days. Then after school, we used to call it extra meat. The kids could come back and get more work. And at first only a few came. Then we started getting a lot of kids coming. And that's where you could really work on like, the intent off the box of learning to explode. Okay, now we're going to do more. Oh yeah, we're going to do like some, you did like, some trap bar deadlifts and box squats. So now we can come after and like get some accessory work, maybe get some farmers walks and things like that. So I'd always have like the main workout you had to do. Then I would put an extra workout if you come after school and you would get, you could do the extra meat as we called it and do that after school. So I think that was like.
How many kids were you working with at a time?
At least 60.
Wow.
So what I did is so we had, I told you, Jeff Lofton was really knowledgeable at lifting. We had the track coach and offense coordinator James Polk was very knowledgeable too, and he's athletic at a big school now. Those two were they're very helpful with the lifting part. But the cool thing was what we would do is, I didn't really know to use the Excel stuff back then, but Lofton did it where he could like set it up where we'd have so we'd do is like put whatever lifts we're doing that day, sets, reps on the board or in their locker room. We'd leave a pin in there so you could write it on your hand in case you're gonna forget. So I'd have the main coaches do, they're like cops. They would make sure the right load was on the bar. And so what I would mainly do is they had like a assigned station. I would walk around the whole weight room and take notes. So like you didn't know if your max was moving. If like you're doing say box squats with 315 for 5 reps, I'm like, you do 15 right there. Mm-hmm. Because your max was 375. Guess what? It's 405 now. You don't know it, but you just know they don't know crap. They know what they're supposed to lift. So was like one of the things I did is I go around and randomly change maxes so we could like work off percentages. So if somebody was like good with reps, bad with reps, it all kind of as much individualization as you can. So you're basically planning for a large group and doing your best to get some specifics for the outliers. Mm-hmm. Because I'm used to like, I'm sure you're the same way. When we started out lifting, like there weren't grown men that like benched 185, like the YMCA, they were all pretty, right? They're all pretty strong and jacked. Like they weren't like benching all 400, but like they're like 50-year-old dudes in tank tops that would like, I remember Dick Zampese, Ernie Zampese, the Dallas coordinator's brother. First, he was like 54. First time I saw him, he was like walking the YMCA, he's doing 275 for 15 reps on bench. I stood there and watched. He's acting like a lifter, like that's what I'm used to seeing. I'm used to like I didn't know there were people that couldn't bench the bar that were 14. I've never been, because then I go to Metroflex, so I wasn't used to that kind of thing. So I think the good part there is you have so many rules it makes you better because you have to because like at Metroflex, there are no rules. So I could do whatever I need to do to get it done. Here, I'm on a time crunch. There's more limited equipment. Like, hey, this might not be optimal, but it's gonna make the whole space flow better. So we'll get 90% of the results, but we'll get all the work in. So at the end of the day, it's better than doing one thing optimally kind of thing. Yeah. So you have to plan all that crap. And, then like you have to deal with the sport coaches. So a lot of the ones, cause we told you about football already, the one state in basketball, one state in baseball. And I think so most of the people there, it's weird. Cause like the people you think could be adversarial that were successful. Well, I guess it's not weird. Like people that are successful want to learn more. Were the ones that, oh yeah, it's great you're here, like come up and introduce themselves, like then it's people that like aren't winning shit are the ones like, well, I heard like TCU does this. Well, it's like clearly what you're doing ain't working. You're not winning a damn game. Like anything would work better,
Yeah.
Like, and those are the ones that are the most hard-headed usually. Mm-hmm. It's like one thing if you stood there and said, look at my track record, like I don't want change. Well, okay, you're winning state every year. so be it, versus like, you know, you can't win anything, and all of a sudden you want to like regulate on while you're doing is working somehow, when clearly your record shows that it's not. So there's that part of it. It was, but by the end, the kids were very strong. We had some of the fastest kids. A lot of them like would win state and track and stuff too. So we had a lot of speed, and I think that was one of the like because that was a cool thing when Jeff Lofton showed up, because he wasn't there before. So I was kind of doing everything myself with that stuff. Then he was really good with Excel, so we could track everything with, okay, what's going on with body weight, like what vertical jumps, all that stuff. I just remember when he finally tracked it, because it's like in my head, I'm like, obviously this is working, like, look at it. And then he's like, shows me a sheet. He's like, clearly everything we're doing is like off the charts working, because he had it all charted out. I'm like, okay, cool. And that was cool to be able to see that, because like with all those different sports, it was very hard to try to like do that. Because what I used to do at that point is I go to Kennedale, get done, the day's over at like 3 o'clock or something. I'd set it until 4:30, because to let kids get extra work in. Then I'd go to Metroflex for the first appointment at 5, and then I'd set it at like 10 o'clock at night. Then that was it. Because it's funny, because once I started working there, because I was kind of like, I almost didn't take that job, because right before I finally took it, my business at Metroflex went like this. So I could have probably have made more money just staying at Metroflex, but I was hearing people saying like, oh, it's like, no one's going to want to come work out there, and like, don't, take the safe route. And I'm glad I did do that. It was a good experience, but I can't be in a classroom. That just ain't going to fly.
Were you training people before at Metroflex, before you went to the high school?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I was the whole time.
Yeah, there's a certain, I don't know if the word's culture shock, but there's because I would go and train at Westside, then go train my clients at a corporate health club, and every day it's like it takes a while to like get acclimated to, okay, they can't bench the bar, we got to put dimes on each side, you know, stuff like that. And then when you go back, into the other environment, I never had to reacclimate back to that, because that's kind of like home base.
Absolutely.
But there were some days it was frustrating, because you're going from like animal kingdom, into almost normal society.
No, 100%. So I think, I've got some more notes here on it. I finally found it. So, like I said, I think the main kind of takeaways was we didn't really do, like, one difference was, like, of like the lifting part was doing alternatives to Olympic lifts. And looking back on that, one of the questions, how could you improve it? I think the improvements we could have made. So there's a lot of things, if I analyze it, how we could improve it, a lot of them wouldn't be applicable, because there just wasn't the space or the equipment. Mm-hmm. Like, for example, the trap bar deadlifts. Like, do you know who Jared is of Explosive Mechanics?
Yes.
Yeah, he does them with dumbbells. That would have been better if we had the dumbbells, but like we didn't have 60 pairs of dumbbells. So you have to do the best you can with what you got in that, And I'm trying to think. Another huge thing there was trying to, most of the people did buy in, but losing that mentality of, that's how we've always done things. What they're really saying is, I have no idea why the hell we're doing this. Mm-hmm. People say, you ask them, well, what do you do? Oh, we've always done it that way. You're just saying you don't know why we're doing it. So there was a little bit of that, but not as, it was pretty receptive overall. I said the core lifts we did were trap bar deadlift, box squat, because we'd lift 3 to 4 days a week, bench press, incline press, push press, trap bar jumps, front squats, and sometimes strongman. And if they'd come in after, they would get accessory work. And what we do to get like kind of more like we're talking about old man accessory work, so we kind of had to do is like you could do some stuff of like if you're doing squats, get a few pull-ups in kind of thing, but it wasn't like they had the same kind of focus and intent, just because it's like it's a staggered set, and there wasn't the same space and all that. So there was starting kids from scratch was more something I wasn't used to, which made me had to grow a lot. And I said the kids couldn't do the bar, a lot of them at first. And you basically, the thing I say is you build a majority and you have to customize the minority. And that's where it gets tough, you know, sometimes. Another strategy we use is like, because we've talked before a little bit about easy gainers and fast gainers being good at reps versus bad at reps, is a lot of times I would have them do an AMRAP on their last set. So say, hey, you know what, like if we're doing, you know, 5 reps on bench, last set, you know, go for as many as you can kind of thing. So then we could chart that, then artificially increase their max if they needed it. Mm-hmm. I said most kids were multi-sport. And a guy asked what I'd change. And I'm not sure on this part with like collaboration. I think like the athletic director of my back. So if someone did something or wanted to do something, like I don't think I would even like listen to I kind of, no, we're not doing that. Like I didn't even like, I probably should have been, although they're being dumbasses. Like I don't know how you have such a strong opinion.
Yeah.
If you're losing, if you have had no success, like how are you hard-headed? You should be a sponge. Mm-hmm. So I probably shouldn't have been more collaborative. I think maybe I did do it right. I don't know. That would be one thing that I would probably advise others to, but like the people that, you know, you have differences with that didn't know the subject. Like I'm not going to argue with the art teacher about art because I don't know about art.
Yeah.
You know?
What about compliance? You know, as far as the kids, because you got 60 kids in there and they're known for screwing off.
Our coaches were good. They were like cops in there. I'm telling you, there's no other way to put it. Like, no, then we have, I don't know how it is here. Their summer stuff is like volunteer. You can't force them to come from school out to 2-a-days. That period in there, you cannot make them come to school. And like, but most of them, and so it does get a little, in the summertime in Texas, you have to do it Monday through Thursday. You can't do it Monday, Tuesday, because you're allowed to do 4 days a week. You can't do it Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So we'd have 4 days in a row a week, and that's not mandatory, but it's sort of like, you know, running track. If you're a running back, it's not mandatory, but if you want to get in the field, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
And so football for that had really high compliance. Baseball, we got good compliance on that. Basketball, pretty good for the summertime. So yeah, we had like, when they had to be there, we had it to a science of like good compliance. And like, you know, if anything, again, what could you change was like maybe being too rigid, like, you know, like leaving like just boom, 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 like more military. Like, but I think I'm not that way, but I think I had to be there. So I don't know if I'd change that or not, but like it definitely worked, and it beat the alternative of like, you know, getting too metaphysical and get nothing done kind of thing. Yeah, they were good kids over there. I had a good time there.
Next case study would be, I have my glasses on, Jeremy
Hornstra?
Yeah. Okay,
yeah. So Jeremy is somebody that should be more well-known in powerlifting, I'd say. So Mike McDonald had the bench press record for Raw at 601 for, I think from, I don't know when he set it, into 77 maybe?
Yeah, he had a long time. Yeah.
And then to 2011 or 12, so 35 years what that is. And Jeremy had tried to beat it a number of times, and or maybe 611, but whatever it was, Jeremy had tried to beat it, and he was getting close, and so he kind of been falling off a little bit. So he contacted me, and we started working together. And so it's kind of funny. He's a funny guy because I remember the first time the first contest we did not go as well as planned. He did in Russia though, and I'm like thinking, I was like, but he won the contest, and I'm like, did you drink vodka after it? And he's like, I couldn't find any. I'm like, who am I dealing with? This guy can't find vodka in Russia. Yeah. Like, is he jacking with me or what? So then he turned out to be a really smart guy and a good client, and ended up a little while later getting 661. So when he had set the record, he beat the record at like 622 or something. Then went to Florida, and it was like one of those, like, you know, they call those like white dove days where you just, you know, put out your hands and catch the beautiful white dove. Everything was like dialed in perfectly. And he hit 661 there. And then he ended up getting, he got the record at 275. He's got 672 at 242. I mean, like he's like, he totally set the new standard. Because like even at the time before Julius had come on the scene, he was like a lot of years the heaviest raw bench in the world, weighing 242 though.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, you know, that's pretty unprecedented. And anyways, so some of the he'd come from like he played fullback at FSU, had a semi, I don't think competitive bodybuilding, but like more of a bodybuilding type of background, and similar to the Johnny Jackson strategy. What worked really good for him was he liked to do singles, but he also likes to do like, you know, 405 for 30 reps. So we had to get those low rep cluster sets. That was game changing for him. And then the other thing that was game changing for him was dead bench pressing. So starting about an inch off his chest, like Al Davis, another guy, the first guy I coached at Metroflex to over 660 or 661s at 300 kilos was dead benching. Like, so Al, the first time he tried, he couldn't get 455, and he benched like, you know, over 600 at the time. Same thing with Jeremy. We couldn't get, I just like, let's do a little assessment here. What can you do? Couldn't get 495. So usually people that are good benchers, you know, give or take about 10% off. Unless then you have people, if you do it all the time, you get really good at it, and it's like silly where you're doing more than your regular bench press. But people that don't do it, or do it like in their training but not all the time, it's about 10%. That's not exact, but it's pretty close. So really focused on.
Do you have an eccentric with that? Where
no,
you're starting
dead
just
start
dead?
the rack.
All right.
So, you know, a pen press.
Yeah.
So bringing that up initially helped a ton. Like I'm talking like close to like a 1-to-1 kind of conversion. It was like get you know, how Louis used to write some of those articles of like, you got this lift up and then your deadlift goes up. Mm-hmm. It was like that kind of deal. Like, okay, then obviously again, that party eventually ends. It can't go on forever. But got a ton out of those. He reacted very well. Like, we touched on the isometrics, I believe, last time against the rack, like really pushing hard into the rack. One time, because he was having problems with his lockout. After we got his strength really good off of his chest, it's like, you know, same thing with Julius, same thing, like you get the chest there, then eventually the sticking point becomes the top. So he got a ton out of the isometrics. And one time, anecdotal story here is he was going for the bench press record at 242. He missed weight. So I was coming to Florida, and it was one of those days where like everything went wrong, where, you know, like the plane was late, like the rental car was screwed up, just like nothing was going right. But then it all kind of kept working out. Like, just when you think the flight's gonna get canceled, they're gonna go, then like they don't have a car, then like, okay, we're upgrading you, but after an hour kind of thing. It all kind of kept working out. It was weird. So I show up to the meet, and he's like, all right, I missed weight, and he's like 244. I'm like, okay. And then that sucks. And then he's warming up, and he looks like shit. I'm like, okay. I'm like, I know we gotta try something here. I said, we're gonna try a little strategy here. And I said, what I'm gonna do is, you know, I got the good results in training for the isometrics. So what we did is, he did his opener. It didn't look very good. So he goes to 672, or maybe it's 662. I don't remember at that meet, because he chipped the record once, but whatever, it was over the 661. And what we did is, we loaded 765 on the bar. I got me in the middle, then two guys, I don't know who they were. They were big and strong looking, though, probably 300 pounds. I just told them, we're not gonna let him move this bar off the rack. We're gonna do it for 5 seconds. I got the video on YouTube of him doing it. So I had him push as hard as he can into the bar, and it's like it awakened his nervous system to the post potentiation activation. Goes out there and blows the weight up. Ended up trying 701 after that, missed it, but like it actually like didn't look stupid, like he had like a legitimate shot at it. But that kind of like, that's what kind of reaction he got from it, because that effect, a lot of people get that if they have the work capacity. When they do a maximal isometric, they can come back and be stronger. It's sort of, you know, like an NFL combine. You know, a lot of people take like a 315 single, then do 225 after, because you get that same type of effect. But isometric can do that even more sometimes, as long as you have the work capacity, because that's what people don't talk about with the post-activation potentiation stuff, is if you don't have the work capacity. I've done that with people that are explosive. Like a few months ago, I worked out with somebody who's very explosive. We were doing trap bar jumps, and like, so, okay, let's do, you know, heavy. I do do one heavy one sometimes at the end, then go back down to like a 75-pound bar, so you feel really explosive. and get higher. And we actually tested out on some stuff before, and it was, you know, it's not just a feeling, it's very data driven. But anyways, like he did that and like wasn't as high because because he wouldn't be, but he just didn't have the work capacity. So you have to go in there knowing how you have the work capacity and having tested on yourself. So I knew this is kind of risky because it could be fatiguing, but I'm like, the way that opener looked, it ain't going to go up. So we have to like, you know, do the Hail Mary, and it worked. And that was pretty cool, but he got a lot out of those. He's actually really good in all 3 lifts too. He's, I mean, one of the big meets he benched last time was he benched easy 650. He squatted near 700 before that in knee sleeves, could deadlift over 700. He did, so another thing I did is he was doing more of I think one of the differences also was before he was doing more of like a bodybuilding type of split, like just, you know, bro kind of bodybuilding split, to more like, you know, we're having a bench press day, something like leg based, depending if you want to be training squats or a lot of times safety. Bench specialists, I like to do like more safety squats or specialty bar squats just because less torque on the shoulder. And then do some sort of secondary bench day with like overhead presses. Sometimes we'd cycle in, you know, compensatory acceleration stuff much lighter, more like Westside would do. Sometimes close grip benches, sometimes, you know, board presses, that kind of stuff, but secondary bench stuff. And then a deadlift or back day, depending on what we're training for. Sometimes he'd want to push his deadlift, and we push that a little bit. Then sometimes he wouldn't. We'd do more like rows and things like that. And the key, I think it's another thing with the bench press specialist is your Mario Brothers example of how many lives do you have. Even though you're not working your chest when you squat heavy and your shoulders can take it, use a specialty bar, whatever. Like Charlie Francis was talking about the cup of tea analogy. It's like if you keep pouring tea into a cup, eventually it's going to overflow. That's when bad things happen. So don't tell me if you're squatting 900 with a cambered bar, it's not going to have an effect on your bench press. It's going to have some sort of effect. So like, that's why like a bench peak, you know, if somebody that like, if you have a 3 lift lifter that wants to do a bench meet, they get more out of the peak, quote unquote, because you just dial back their other lifts the last 4 weeks. Yeah. And you're a genius for, you know, a lot of stuff's simple, but like people don't do it. And that's huge, of knowing when to do that, of like, not, you know, thinking, oh, I got the specialty bars, we're good now. Yeah, you can't be pushing those at, you know, 95% 2.5 weeks out and expect to have your best bench. Yeah. You know, whenever I did bench meets, I was always a 3 lift lifter, so I just would train normal, then do it the week of. It'd be kind of fun to see. I don't know what the conversion is, but it's definitely higher than pushing it. Because like, same with Julius Maddox, he's very strong in everything, you know. But anyways, so he got so the thing, he got really good conversion from overhead presses, but they would sometimes torque his shoulder, so we had to be careful with those dumbbells or barbells. Then he was able to do, like, the one he was able to do okay too was like landmine presses, so we have to alternate those, but be careful with them because they did provide him a huge benefit. It would be like we'd have problems if we pushed it too hard. We had to kind of like stand on the brink of doing enough to stimulate, but like, you know, not annihilate, like Lee Haney would say, kind of thing. And then again, he had great results with direct tricep work, but we had to be careful with the elbows. And that was, you know, that's kind of the tough one, is you do get a lot out of those Kenny Patterson 140 dumbbell extensions. You absolutely do, but the cost is pretty big. So you have to try to balance that. And like, you know, I think he already had kind of some elbow issues and shoulders before he started, not bad ones, but like that would have been, you know, already he's so far ahead of anybody else under 300 ever. Yeah. I say, what if? I mean, what if sort of silly because he set the standard, but I do think it would have, if that wouldn't have existed, he could have pushed it even further.
What I wonder with, you know, going back to those extensions is when you're using that kind of weight, it's a bigger bell. Yep. Right. So I'm not even sure you can say it's an extension, more so than probably closer to mimicking a JM press, because it's the range of motion. That's the trick with those. Like a 60 sometimes can be way harder than a 110. For sure. You know, because it's just stopping sooner. And a lot of lifters don't have the mobility, you know, to be able to get it back in there. So one of the things that I've wondered and I implement in with people that I help now is if a lot of their training is those type of movements, and even the bench, we're trying to make it the shortest range that we can. You know, that's powerlifting. Like,
Right.
how can you make everything the shortest range? Is to stick in a back end movement of maybe a one arm cross body, you know, tricep extension that's through this giant range of motion that they're never really in.
Yeah.
You know, so
no,
if,
for sure.
if they finish with, you know, 30-pound dumbbells, even on a cable or a French press or something like that, their triceps haven't been in that range in months, you know, because it's here,
Yeah,
it's
for
here,
sure.
it's here. So I've hypothesized that just by putting that in at the end for pump work or whatever you want to call it, at least is moving that joint, the elbow joint, you know,
Yeah.
the shoulder joint, if it's, you know, cross body, some kind of side raise to actually get that stretch. Well,
It's like dynamic loaded stretching.
it's kind of like mobility work, right? Dynamic loaded stretching.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
I don't see a large cost,
No,
you
no,
know,
if it's
to
light,
that. If it's light and it's just kind of for pump work,
it
I
almost
see more
it feels
benefit.
good if it's light.
Yes. And it's like reestablishing the range of motion that your joint should have that you're normally not putting it in. You know, from a squat, it could be, for a lot of people, I just have them grab a rack and just do body weight squats as low as they possibly can.
Yeah.
You know, and you'd be surprised at how many lifters can't do that, power lifters, because they all squat parallel.
Yeah.
You know, they'll say 4 inches, but you get what I'm saying. It's not an Olympic
They can't
squat.
get down there until they get about 315 on.
Yeah, I mean, half of them can't get to a toilet, you know,
Yeah.
without, you know, being able to maintain that. So, and just for the knee health, elbow health, and stuff like that. So it's, sometimes I wonder if yes, the weight's a variable. If the weight was what's creating those joint issues, or just not having any time in that fuller range of motion
Yeah.
creates those issues. Because let's say on one of those reps with the bigger weight, it just happens to go a half inch more than what all the other ones do.
Yeah.
And then
no,
the
for sure.
elbow gets pissed immediately because it's like, oh, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to be here. You know, or a bench, they let it sink further if they heave than what they normally would. And the shoulder says, oh, screw you.
Yeah.
I've never been there.
No, that makes sense. Yeah. It's like, yeah. It's Fred Hatfield saying how much flexibility you need, whatever you encounter everyday life, plus a little bit more.
Yeah, and I lived by that for a long time, but I've changed my thought on that just on the examples that I gave, because let's say it's wrong, there's no negative cost.
Well, you are getting more than you'd encounter, so that's good, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're not encountering that in powerlifting at all,
No.
especially with a real thick chest.
I mean, you're going out of your way to not
Not
you know,
get it,
to actually not have that in any way at all.
Do you guys ever do JM? Do you do JM presses on the Smith machine ever?
Yes, and you've probably experienced this as well. Some people just cannot figure that out, you know, because it should lock everything in perfectly. But there's some people that I've tried to have do that, and it's just such a clusterfuck
Yeah.
that I default to just the yoke bar, taking the handles off.
Yeah, I like that one a lot too.
You know, putting that in there because it almost forces that. Because it's an interesting thing to teach, because it's kind of like you take a tricep extension and a close grip bench press and you have a mate,
It's a hybrid.
and then that hybrid comes out. But the default is, you know, all this weird shit that people end up doing. But once they lock it in, I think it's one of the best compound, I put it as a compound lifts, anybody can do.
See, I think if I would do it over again, I'd hit those harder and wait, and like you're saying, more on the extensions, like a lot lighter like that. You know, because I don't think I ever pushed those as hard as I could, but I pushed the extensions as hard as I could. And I think, yeah, I've gotten good carryover those from people, especially a lot of times on the Smith machine. But I can see what you're saying.
Now, you've had good carryovers with the overhead press as well. That's a point of contention with a lot of people. You know, it's less today than it was before. Whereas, why do you think that you're seeing the success from that?
So first of all, go with, you don't have to do it to bench big, because like
Yeah.
Al Davis, when he did a 670 bench, we tried those a lot, and we tried different variations. You know, we tried that Smith machine with the barbell wasn't working. We tried the Smith machine at Metroflex. We did all sorts of various machines with like neutral grips and that, and just wasn't. like it just didn't feel right to him. He wanted to do it really badly. So I'm like, dude, we got to not do that. And he got more on it, just various raises, face pulls, things like that. So I don't think you have to do it at all. I just gotten good carryover for the mid. I think a lot of it transfers to the mid range. But I think with Al's case, he was a bodybuilder before powerlifter. So he'd done so much shoulder work that like his shoulders, like physique wise, like you think he was bench 670. If you looked at him, to me, he's more wide in the shoulders than he is thick. And that's not normal for somebody that benches that much. They're usually gonna be thicker. So I think he already had really strong shoulders, and he was really good on isolation movements. If you one day I saw him jacking around and he picked up like a 150. I mean, a front raise. It wasn't like, totally strict, but it wasn't like the craziest like power clean you've ever seen either. You could tell what he was trying to do, and that's like, not even training it. So like he just had strong there. Julius is really strong in shoulder presses. He's in like over 500 pounds. So I think I hate to give exact like guidelines. We're talking about the strength to body weight and all that stuff because they're not true for everybody, but generally about 70% of your bench on an overhead press. So what do you mean by that? Do you have to overhead press 350, bench 500? No, you don't. But you're like, for most people, so like overhead pressing, back in the day, everybody did it. Bench pressing wasn't a competitive sport. Then all of a sudden it becomes like the bastard child of like strength, and like, if you're doing it, you're taking your life in your own hands. It goes like everything else. Pendulum swings all the time, right? So like that's really what happened. So then all of a sudden, like, I don't know I think probably Windler's 531 might have been the kind of like
it was about that time,
resurgence or whatever you want to call it, the revival, whatever you want to say. And that time is going to get more popular. So I remember seeing like videos of people like Dan Green and some more popular lifters starting to implement in their training, and like in their bench was going up. But even so, like, you see videos of them do like 315, but they're benching over 500, so they're not even to that 70% threshold. So you got to think, and that's not, I don't know what he ended up overhead pressing. He might have done 400 or something eventually, but I'm saying what I saw, the people that were doing it initially and getting good results, it's because they were lagging compared to their bench press. So up into that 70%, to make a simple number, so you bench 400, you do 280. Beyond 280, you're starting to overhead press because you want to increase your overhead press. That's a different animal at that point. That's fine if that's what you want to do, but that's not for bench pressing. So I think so many people are so weak in that they're like, I've seen people that don't have like structural issues or injuries preventing them from overhead pressing, that do 400 on bench and can't do 185 because they don't overtrain it. Yeah. So then all of a sudden you take them, hey, why don't we set a goal to get to 250? And it's like, oh wow, like your bench shoots up like crazy. So there is transference, but there's just a point of like, at some point you're just overhead pressing for the sake of overhead pressing, but most people aren't real good at it, so they get a lot out of it.
And what are some other movements with the bench that you've noticed the same type of correlations with?
Well, I'd say every movement.
Yeah.
Dead benching, like, people hate it when they suck at it. They get good at it, and that's all they want to do. Like, oh, well, like, no, you just want dead bench now because you're good at it, Like, that's a huge one. Incline pressing. I think you get a lot of shoulder in there too, not just chest. And a lot of people suck at that, or they're good at it, and they want to, like, I've heard people talk about the carryover they get and how it helps their bench, but they incline and bench the same amount. That doesn't make sense. That's not a carryover at that point. That's just because you like to incline press. Like, let's call it what it is. And so I think every lift has some kind of point of diminishing returns. And the reason it gets dicey to, like, okay, we're going to set, like, if you can curl a 100-pound hammer curl, then you can bench 600, whatever the hell you want to say, is like intent, technique, cheating, all that. So those smaller movements get like a lot harder to kind of quantify like that so much. But the bigger ones, there is certain thresholds that if you're going past, and I don't have an exact number for all of them, but like, you're starting to do them because you want to do them versus they're actually helping your bench.
Well, I think for myself, and I think for other lifters, they should pay attention to this. I did find correlations between certain things.
Yeah, for sure.
The floor press was like 90% of my bench. The close grip incline was like 65%. And using the same logic, like if all of a sudden that was going higher than what I called it a web, You know, like a West Side Web or whatever the fuck it was. And if that was going higher, but the bench wasn't, then I shouldn't be doing that movement. I need to find the other one to where the correlation is under where that should be. And I think they're glaring when they pop out.
Glaring. It's not like you have to have an exact formula. You should, you know, like, yeah, I mean, you'll see like, you know, if like, are my biceps weak? Well, you have trouble with 30-pound hammer curl, you're, you know, benching 500. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like it has to be, it's glaring usually. And then also be careful. It's fun to get good at stuff, especially if you previously weren't good at it. So like for me, I was bad at incline presses my whole life. Then I finally worked them hard, got good at them. Then it became a point of like, okay, where I got 565 up one time and I tried 605 and I didn't get it, but I mean, I could have got his all you bro rep because I got halfway up, then just got help up. And, that was like my best bench in the gym was like 610, you know, 620 in a meet. So like, what the hell was the point of it? Luckily, I realized that and said, okay, like, do you want to, you know, I guess there wasn't really YouTube then. Do you want to make YouTube incline videos? But there was nothing to do with it except, I mean, brag about.
We're talking about it now. Yeah. I mean, so I guess that's the return.
The return is that, and then also knowing that for other people of like, look, I've done this before, and the other one gets like that is like dips. I think like dips are strange because a lot of people jacks with, but then there's a lot of people that actually feels better than pressing movements on their shoulders and elbows. I see both extremes on it. And I also think dips, the limiting factors like dumbbells, it becomes a setup more than the actual. I believe if we could set you up perfectly and you add your body weight to what's on hanging around you, you could do a lot more in a dip if you had the perfect stable setup, but people don't. So like you're going to get to a point where like it just becomes like a thing of like, how in the hell do you set that up? Metroflex, they had something for a while that was pretty cool. It was like an old school Nautilus. You know what I'm talking about? They had the weights on there. So I had about 250 pounds in there for Al Davis. And then we had a guy in there that's a welder. He made like pins. So you could add 45s on it. So you get up to like 340 pounds. But you have steps on it, so you could step up onto it, then get situated. That's like the only like time I've seen a dip set up that didn't like, you know, make it like you're taking your life in your own hands when you get heavy. Because I did them real heavy when I trained at Vanderbilt University, and they actually had a similar situation. It wasn't quite that good, but they had like those, I don't remember who made them, but like a dip bars, they had a V handle, a box right next to it. So it's kind of shaky as all those weights were. You could set it up and not really have to move real far and do your dips. You know, so they'd be interesting to push those real far, but I think that's why a lot of times I have to use them for like higher reps and stuff, is just because you get really strong. What you have to do, like, you know, 400 pounds of your body weight or do some reps. Yeah.
I mean, the setup can be an issue.
For sure.
It's doing those at West Side. We had the dip thing, but then there would be a box, and then all the plates on the box and the chain, but you had two other people.
For sure.
You know, holding all that shit while you were getting in position. Without those two other people, you're not doing that.
You're not doing that.
You're doing reps, and at that point,
get a weighted vest. Okay, we'll put a 180-pound weighted vest on. See how that goes for you. You know, it's like
exactly. The pull is a little different. You mentioned Julius, so we got him down here as a case study as well. So while working with him, what are some of the things that you've had to change or see or mess around with?
Right. So the first one's the extended work week. Jeremy, so for example, Jeremy had a pretty regimented, you know, kind of like this day is this day kind of thing. Julius works well with an extended work week if we're able to do it, but he does, you know, he trains at a gym that's a pretty good gym. There's bins there, but there's not like it's not like a full on like powerlifting gym where you like kind of we've been to where like, you know, Yorba Linda Barbell Club. Like, I don't think you're allowed to be a member if you get deadlift under 700. It's like, it ain't like that, you know, kind of thing. And, you know, it wasn't like that at all. And so I think that's helped him and hurt him, because I think also when you're in those situations, like, it's like, you know, you have nothing to compare to. So you kind of like, yeah, it's limiting in one way, but the flip side is like, you don't know you shouldn't be doing it because you don't see people that don't bench, you know, everybody's weak. So why can't I just pick up 250-pound dumbbells and bench them kind of thing? And so extending his work week is one of the major ones. As both him and I say, every day is back day, doing something. I think Westside is kind of big on that too. I think, and I remember John Meadows was talking about that too. Best way I can strive your upper back and take a licking and keep on ticking. It's the fact of it. I've trained, I don't know how many people over the years, many. And I've had either, I think 3 people, because one was recently that said their lats can't recover and their upper back can't. And it wasn't like a lot. And I believe them because they're not, guy told me recently, he does not complain. He's not high maintenance. He's not like anything that would be like the person's always leaving to complain. So it definitely is true.
Mm-hmm.
And most people though can do a ton of upper back volume. Like the upper limit's probably on your joints, your central nervous system. It ain't going to be on your upper back. I mean, you'd be amazed at how much you can get away with. And so by building that bigger pad, that's been huge for him, is just developing that upper back. And I think also with upper back work is a lot of times, as you get used to it, this is probably slightly off subject, but like when you can't feel like some people talk about how they can't feel like their lat, my biceps take over in a lat pull down. You've heard that before.
Yeah.
Okay. The bigger you get it, it's like the rich get richer. The bigger you get a muscle, the easier it is to feel. Like when you get a bigger back with a lot more muscle, like, oh, Ronnie's got not perfect form in those rows. Ronnie can sniff a row and make his back grow because he has a lot of muscle there. It's not just like, oh, he's like somehow like just different than everybody and so lucky. It's like, no, when you develop muscles like that, like I first realized I was really young because I always had big arms. Didn't have to work as hard for those, but chest I had to work really hard for. And I remember as it got bigger and bigger, every single thing that was supposed to target the chest, get loose form, still feel it. But initially, early on, if I didn't keep perfect form on like some sort of cable fly or something, I feel my shoulders kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? Now that it's big, I can just, and I'm still going to feel it kind of thing. So, I was going to talk about it anyway, so I just slid that in there. But anyways, building triceps has been huge for him. Initially, I think he had to get his strength improved off the chest, but now it's more triceps, and that's going to be with like, banded bench presses. I like them also for a full range of motion because you can kind of keep that full range of motion to make it like, to make sure there's transition there, is because you have like progressive distance training. You aware what that is, of like where you like old school strongman, you deadlift to 21 inches, 20, 19, you keep going down kind of thing. And that's obviously a damn good in theory. I mean, it's very sound, but if you've done that before, you get to a point where it's like, oh, this just ain't right anymore. I've done that before, of like you keep working down and down on something, that all of a sudden there's like this point where you're in no man's land out at 1 inch. And so that's what so I don't want to have those kind of transitions. So I want to make sure we're getting like some full range of motion and not just totally dependent on boards. And as someone like Julius, floor presses are good, but it's kind of a dead bench in a sense because his chest is so big, Does
his elbows even hit the floor?
Well, kind of, but it's like triceps, but it's it's so close. What, like this, touching it basically. And, okay. So building the triceps have been big, and having to do that intelligently. Like we're talking about, we've touched on this about 10 times, but like lighter extension work. And he gets a lot out of, we called them, I don't know if Casmar did them, but Cas presses on the Smith machine. Is that the JM press?
Yeah.
That's why I avoided that term earlier, because I don't know why they're called that. But the JM presses on the Smith machine, Cas presses, whatever they are, a lot of like push downs and things like that, but really focusing on the contraction, versus just going, I would say this is not so much as bench training. The dude's just strong all around. Like he's done like over 700 a safety bar squat, but just doing like maintenance leg presses and training. So like, would he be, this is going to sound funny though. He's talked before about wanting to do strongman after he gets his 800 bench. And I would be the first person to say he would do well in it, because people don't realize he's a basketball player before this. He's very athletic. Tom Havlic's a basketball player too, so he's very athletic, and he's very explosive, and he's very good, like all around strength. Like he can deadlift I mean, I might be close to 8 without training though, like just by doing like rows kind of thing. So, and then really focused on him was building his work capacity. He's gotten so high compared to like, watch the video on YouTube of him training with Eddie Hall and stuff. You will be blown away by, for a powerlifter, how high Julius's like work capacity is and all that stuff. I don't think there's anybody that size that has a work capacity. I mean, I don't know people that size, but
yeah.
With that kind of work capacity though, that's been, you know, like he's a really high work capacity, especially for a really big guy. Benching heavy every 9 to 10 days. So that's not totally unheard of though, because do you remember who Glenn Shabbat is?
Mm-hmm.
He, from what he was saying on the powerlifting, what Ned Lowe saying, powerlifting video. Remember that thing? Yeah.
Yep.
It sounded like he was saying he benches. I've never talked to him, but it sounds like he was benching heavy twice a month at most, then doing like some kind of like bodybuilding stuff. So it's there's people like this, and you know, so he doesn't like. He has a high work capacity, but I think he's so like neurally efficient. Those tissues are so just that he takes longer to recover from a heavy work. But I know like the accessory work and stuff, he can do a lot. Then he does like, so what we'll do, we'll split on a secondary bench day. Sometimes we cycle in overhead presses. And last time we did it, he was on vacation somewhere. And he just screwed around and hit like a 505 seated overhead. I'm like, no, we don't need to be doing any more of the, I mean, if we're not training that right now and you can hit 505, like,
yeah,
I mean, unless you got some alternative goal here, it's not gonna really transfer over. So then on the secondary days, some of the stuff we've worked besides bench pressing of like variations, some of the bamboo bar stuff at sometimes, a lot of push-ups. He gets a lot of push-ups, and that's not just work capacity, but you got to think you weigh like 440 pounds doing, you know, sets of 30 on push-ups, like 10 sets of 30, you know, 60-second break. It's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
And you generally recover if you got like external resistance outside your body versus your body weight, you recover faster from body weight. People in prison do like, you know, push-ups every single day, all day long and grow. So, I mean, you do seem to recover faster from your body weight. What's the exact science on that? Feel free to tell me because I'm not sure, but it seems to be that way. And then we would do sometimes do like dumbbell high rep bench presses, and then sometimes like if we need to really get the bench press dialed in, a more like speed style of like similar to how you do like a West Side or something, little longer rest periods there, and just really and pausing it, but like really dialing the technique depending on what he needs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of been. Building his arms up have been huge. I mean, they're already big, but like it's just you're gonna feel more stable, regardless of what role the biceps play in bench pressing, which is primarily stability. Because you look at studies, if you do a Smith machine bench press, a barbell bench press, a dumbbell bench press, the bicep activation increases as the stability requirements do. So not much in Smith machine, a little bit in barbell, quite a bit more in dumbbell. So that makes sense. So you got to think, if you can get big arms, you're more stable in the storm.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, okay, if I curl this much, it's going to like help my lockout. It's just going to make it more stable.
So how are you changing the variations of the bench for him?
So cyclically, so we'll do it like every block or so every 4 weeks or so, depending on what he needs. So like if his bench press groove is not feeling right, we probably go to speed bench. If it's like starting to get really heavy and like it's gonna take longer to recover from, I'd go more of like that bamboo bar type of work. Then a lot of times to build the work capacity phase, go with more like push-up type of work and variations, because sometimes we might like band resist the push-ups and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So every 3 to 4 weeks, change the main variation of the secondary variations of what we're doing.
All right. So the main
based on needs,
okay,
not just on like the weakness, but also we are on the training. Because like if we're doing like the work capacity hypertrophy stuff, if you're doing, like I said, 10 sets of 30 reps, 60-second break, weighing 440,
yeah,
you grow from that.
Mm-hmm. I need to use the restroom real quick, then we'll come back and talk about Tom. If you're serious about your training goals, you know what you put in your body matters. We also know the supplement industry is a complete mess. This is why we've partnered with First Detachment, and they are the sponsor of today's episode. Whether you want to lose fat, build muscle and strength, or just boost your overall health, First Attachment has something for you, ranging from pre and intra-workout, fat burner, kidney and liver support, and nighttime recovery, all designed with performance in mind. If you care about what goes into your supplements, and you should, you'll be glad that First Attachment prioritizes clean, effective ingredients without any unnecessary fillers or artificial additives. Plus, I have known one of the owners for over 2 decades, and Justin Harris is not one to cut corners and someone I've always trusted with advice on training, nutrition, and supplements. Head over to firstattachment.com and check out their full lineup. As a special offer for Table Talk listeners, use the code TABLETALK at checkout for a 10% discount on your first order. Are you looking to boost recovery, enhance your sex drive, and improve performance in the gym? Do you think your hormones are out of whack and you're tired of getting the runaround from your doctor? You know, things like your hormones are just fine, stop lifting heavy weights, etc., etc., etc. I know what that feels like, as I've been down that road most of my life. This is why we've partnered with Merrick Health. Merrick Health is a premium telehealth platform that specializes in hormone optimization and preventative medicine, ensuring a better quality of life. Merrick Health offers a Table Talk panel tailored for our listeners, featuring comprehensive tests like total and free testosterone, sensitive estradiol, and advanced markers like lipoprotein A and IGF-1. These comprehensive panels of up to 84 carefully selected biomarkers allow you to identify areas of enhancement and maximize your physical, cognitive, and sexual performance. It's much different than the panels you may get from your doctor. Choose between self-service options where you can select lab panels based upon decades of experience, or opt for guided optimization with your own health coach. Start with a detailed breakdown of your labs and receive personalized treatment options, both over-the-counter and prescription. Visit merrickhealth.com/tabletalk and use the code TABLETALK to get 10% off your first order. Merrick Health isn't just about better health, it's about empowering you to take control of your well-being. Are you tired of sleeping hotter than hell? This was something that I used to complain about all the time. And a few years ago, when I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, he referred me to the Chili Pad from Sleep Me. And let me tell you, it was a game changer. This is why I'm thrilled to announce today's sponsor of the podcast is Sleep Me. The Sleep Me Chili Bed cooling system lets you customize your sleeping environment to your own optimal temperature, ensuring you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. As you've heard on the podcast, if not every podcast, performance isn't just about how hard we train, it's how you recover, and sleep is vital. The Chili Pad creates a cool surface, ensuring temperature no longer disrupts your sleep. It's a water-based mattress topper that works with your existing mattress and lets you control the sleep temperature from 55 to 115 degrees. Imagine falling asleep quickly, staying asleep, and waking up fully refreshed. This isn't just about escaping the heat. It's about enhancing your recovery, boosting your energy, and sharpening your mental edge. Whether it's just you or you and a partner, Chili Pad can be customized to suit each person's temperature preference. Visit www.sleep.me/tabletalk to get your Chili Pad and save up to $315 with the code TABLETALK. This offer is available exclusively for Table Talk listeners and only for a limited time. Order today with free shipping and try it out for 30 days. Summer's here and so is the heat. I've spent most of my life training in unconditioned gyms, and I know most of you that are training in garage gyms, private gyms, black iron gyms, know what I'm talking about when I say the heat sucks. It kills your motivation to go to the gym, it kills your performance, but it doesn't have to if you keep your electrolytes up. That's why today's episode is sponsored by Element. Element is a tasty electrolyte drink with everything you need and nothing you don't. This means lots of salt with none of the junk. No sugar, no colors, no artificial ingredients, no gluten, no fillers, no BS. It contains an electrolyte ratio of 1,000 milligrams of sodium, 200 milligrams of potassium, and 60 milligrams of magnesium. Element can help prevent and eliminate headaches, muscle cramps, fatigue, brain fog, sleeplessness, and other common symptoms associated with electrolyte deficiency. Right now, Element is offering a free sample pack with any drink mix purchase. Get yours at drinkelement.com. This deal is only available through the Table Talk link. All right, so we're back. We're going to jump in with, I said we were going to talk about Tom, but we're going to talk about the bench press first because we just went over 2 bench pressers. So getting into the bench press, you sent over notes in regards to that, and let's just jump off with what your first note was.
Okay.
I'm kind of looking for them.
So bench press is one, just we're going to kind of go randomly here. So number one is setting your grip. So I think when you're, we're talking bench pressing raw. So that's without a shirt, just to make sure everybody's familiar with that. So how do you set your grip when you're raw? So there's research and anecdotes show generally, I've seen the opposite truth, so I don't want to say this is the case because I've plenty of people that close grip hurts their shoulder more. But generally, the wider you go beyond shoulder width, the more it's going to potentially cause injuries, pain, whatever. So keep that in mind, okay? So all things being equal for a raw bench press, I'd be about shoulder width unless you're going for some kind of record. I would not recommend going really wide unless you're really going to take this next level. But even if you are and it's equal, go in closer. And then generally, I found if you're going to widen out, it works better the heavier you get. You just got a little more padding and protection, and you're not bringing the bar down as far. Okay, so how do you set your grip? Easy way to do it. Get down, do a push-up where you naturally put your hands, measure the distance. That far apart is a good starting point for where to bench press. Then, it's not going to work 100% of the time, but it's a good starting point. Start there, and then figure out what works for you from there. Okay, next, I think you have to find your technique is going to be somewhat individualized. And, I think one of the mistakes I see is everybody wants to go on their toes. I don't have a problem with their toes. A lot of people I coach go on their toes, but I think you have to reason to do it. So if you're more of a flat back lifter, you're better off with your feet flat because you can maximize leg drive that way. Even kind of keeping your head down, like a lot of shirted lifters lift up. If you're going to be flat, flat-footed, you can really get tight because you think about if I put my head back like this, I automatically tighten my upper back. I don't have to be told do this or that. If I go like this, it's tightened up a little bit, so you're already partway there. So if you have no reason not to, I think you maximize leg drive by keeping your feet flat. You can just push off. I mean, you just have more to push with when they're flat. You're not going to do more on a leg press on your toes. And what I think about with that is I think about doing a leg extension out the front of my shoe. So I'm going to push out like it's a leg extension. But since my upper back's tight and I have weight in the bar, I'm not going to slide off the back. Because if I did that, if you just lay down a bench just like this and did it, you have to fly off the back. Weight in the hand, and then your, and then your upper back tight, foot there, you're not going to slide, okay? Now, I don't have a problem with your toes either. I just think you're basically trading leg drive for an arch. You got to trade off risk, benefit, okay? So, or risk reward in this case. What are you doing this for? Okay, I want to get a better arch. I'm going to go up on my toes. Great, do it, okay? If you just go on your toes, try going flat-footed. I'd say, give it a fair shot, and if you don't like it, go back to what you're doing. But generally, I find you can maximize leg drive that way. So the kicker is with leg drive, it's not the magic, purple unicorn that's been eluding your whole life. Like, people will tell you, oh, yeah, listen to me, you'll bench 600 and you're doing 300 now if you learn. That's BS. But you probably can get 20, 30 pounds out of it if you do it right. So, but maybe you get more out of that by arching. So you're going to be ultimately the one, or your coach is going to have to make that call. Frequency. Now, this is very highly individualized. Jim Williams, world record bench press back in the day. Rockview State Penitentiary, Pennsylvania, bench press, twice a day heavy, 7 days a week. Glenn Shabbat, we just talked about, every 2 to 4 weeks, it sounds. I'd like to talk to him, so I haven't talked to him yet, but that's what it sounded like from what he was saying. Julius every 10 days. Jeremy Hornstrom, more traditional, 1 day heavy, another day in the week secondary. So that's probably the sweet spot for 80% of people is a couple times a week. But there's definitely outliers either direction. So I think for most people, you said, how should you bench press? For safety, results, and all that, you could safely say twice a week. That's what Conjugate does in 1-4 2. I think that's been a pretty established kind of strategy. That's a good starting point. And I don't think you need to reinvent the wheel if the wheel's working. You know, wait till you get a flat tire. Okay, specific variety. So that's another one. So when you're training high frequency, the term I've heard, I don't think I made it up. I don't know where I read it either, though. It's called specific variety, is meaning like if you're bench pressing, whether it's multiple movements in a session, multiple sessions during the week, and so you don't fatigue quite as much as you slightly, like bodybuilders talk about, I'm gonna hit the muscle at this different angle. Look at it the same way, okay? I'm doing bench press. I'll go dead bench press. I'll go spoto press. I'll go whatever you're gonna do, but the secondary movements, the way you can like inhibit some of the fatigue from overtaking this, you know, what you're trying to accomplish, is by slightly altering those movements, and you just need to find out why you're going to do it and what the training effect's going to be. So like if you need to work bottom end strength, you might work a dead bench press. You need to work top end strength. Your secondary bench press, you might hit close grip board presses, whatever the case may be. Okay. The other thing about the bench press, I think, is as I say, you know, and for squats, I think you do not like leg extensions, not like this or that. And assuming your technique's good and you're not having any issues, that's okay. You're probably gonna get most of the results. Like there's been a lot of people I've read about, trained with, seen, that don't do anything but squats, or like, you know, squats, pause squats, whatever, that's it. But like bench pressing, you're kind of, you know, cutesy bodybuilding movements, for lack of a better term, you get a huge transference from, like, there's way more of like, kind of a bodybuilding transference. And again, of course, this is 100% anecdotal, but like, yeah, will cable high flies help your bench press? Yes, some kind of flying will help your bench press, you know, like will, you know, whatever, where I don't think like a leg extension could have as much of that kind of correlation. And so the bodybuilding movements seem to transfer more. So if you had to choose, like, you know, I'm going to do it for upper or lower, you definitely would want to pick the bench press from a strength position. I think the other thing is bottom position overloads. Okay, so I think when you bench press with a shirt, you have to think the hardest part is at the top of the movement, because you get a freebie off the bottom, but then guess what? You're hung out to dry and you better finish it off. Where on a raw bench press, you look at the strength curve, or like whatever you want to call it, it's going to be, you're in that bottom position. That's typically, assuming we haven't like done a bunch of dead benches and kind of altered that, it's going to be hardest off the bottom. And so that's where it's got to kind of, the shirted bench presser kind of lives for the tricep work. You need to really focus on your bottom position strength. And that's going to change though. So you're going to evolve as a lifter. Like you're not a statue. You're a biological organism that changes. So it's going to change over time as you adapt and have training effects. So remember, like, just because you're having to work the bottom end now, like in Julius's case, it could be the top end later. Okay, so keep that in mind. But I think underrate, like just how we talked about the overhead presses earlier, that's a part that's missing that people don't take into account. So you like, since you haven't been doing it, you're gonna get a lot of bang for your buck there right off the bat. It's not gonna be a huge investment for a huge return. Now, if you've been doing all this stuff for a long time, it's gonna change around. You're gonna have to mess with it some.
I'm going to interject here just on the shirt thing, because I think, while not a huge demographic in powerlifting, the bench shirt analogy, I think they need to spend more time working the bottom end.
For sure.
Because most misses in a shirt are not at the top. It's because they can't touch, or they don't have the control at the bottom.
But that's, I think, a little different, because that's getting it down versus pushing it up. So we could call it 6 inches. 6 inches. They're 6 inches getting it down. I'm talking 6 inches pushing it up. Yeah. But yes, this whole range.
But they neglect that range, but then they wonder why when they get down in there and they're like an inch or two away, they're not able to get it. They're not able to stay stable. Right. Well, they're not able to stay stable, to be able to get that to touch, because they've never had load there. because of that.
Yeah.
To where just building a dead press or something like that at the bottom is going to create more bottom end strength that will lead to better stability. So when they're down in there, they don't panic and freak out and are able to just kind of let it drop in there. But typically they just avoid all bottom end work entirely, unless it's like heavy dumbbell presses, which I don't even want to say is bottom work because the dumbbells,
they could be.
They could be.
They're one of the best if they're done with the right execution.
Yeah.
But generally not.
Yeah.
I don't work with many equipped lifters, but I have one that's really good in England, Elliot Page. I think you know him, right? And his lifts just keep going up, and like he kind of looks like a bodybuilder too, because he does a lot of work, and like his off season's as hard as any raw powerlifters. Like he just does it, and he gets huge transfer. So I find, like, again, so my experience is with shirted or equipped lifting, there's more fatigue management, like more than like we're raw. Of course there's that, and of course there's the other, but I'm saying like raw is a lot of chest matching of like, you need to bring this up, you need to select this movement versus like, unless someone's just going crazy, because the weight's so much heavier in equipment, fatigue management's huge, huge. And so like you should be knowledgeable in all this, but for equipped lifting, that's going to be like, I think your greatest skill set is, that. So, this is one where raw lifters can do better a lot of times. Shirted lifters have the weak bottom end strength, but they can handle the weight heavier in their hands because they're used to handling it. Raw lifters are missing overloads. So what I mean by that is, what do you do for an overload? So, I used to do like weight releasers a lot, or eccentric hooks. I actually don't think I bought them for you guys, because this is before West Side. Maybe did they sell them? One of you guys did. This is before I knew you or anything. Like, this is like 20 some years ago, and it might have been when you first opened. Maybe I bought them here, but they had. I know a lot of people were doing it more for kind of like a more almost like plyometric type effect, and that would be a good one for the shirted lifters too. To like, if you want to feel what they like, fight down that weight or handle that heavy weight, but then push it up explosively. I did it differently. So I would do like stuff like put 100 pounds over my max, but put near a max on it, because I knew as long as I control it down, it's going to go back up, because that's not the limiting factor, and overload that way. But that's more dangerous. I mean, if you're benching 600 and you're lowering 720, I mean, hell yeah, it's gonna work if you don't get hurt. It's gonna work great, and you're gonna walk out there. And part of this is like, a lot of us are into this because like we're like adrenaline junkies at heart. You know what I mean? This is like a socially acceptable, like semi-socially acceptable way to like have that outlet and still remain a semi-productive member of society kind of thing. And but that it really is, and like I think that's why we do it. Is like you do that, and you feel like you can run through a wall. But it's not necessarily the best. It's not the best for training. So what I've found since then is simply like Chuck Sipes used to do, just overhand, or just a bench press hold at arm's length. Just hold it. He used to do them for 15 seconds. I just do them for like with people for like 5 seconds. Just get used to a static hold. 5 seconds of your max, or 5 seconds. About 10% above your max. That gets you used to handling the heavy weight. So you could obviously do like bench shirts, slingshot kind of stuff, or I don't know if there's a name because I know there's different devices like that, but like that kind of stuff. I've had, because that kind of stuff works better than a bench shirt, because you're actually staying, like the slingshot, you're actually staying in the groove of the bench press. There's no learning curve. So funny story of that is I'm not gonna say who they were, but people am working with, they went to a big competition. It was a kind of free for all, and they were allowing those kind of, what do they call it? These weren't slingshots. They were
a band shirt type thing,
something like that. Yeah. And we got them fitted and all this, and there was nothing, like no learning curve. Like I had one guy go 365 to 545, like one session, like, and just show up to the meet kind of thing. So that's why I liked it, because I was hoping to do the contest raw. It was a police kind of contest, but they ended up allowing that. And I'm like, this is a one-time thing. We're like 4 weeks notice. It's kind of like a fun thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just do this. And it worked. And it was like, that was the cool part. But then since then, been able to train these guys in that of like doing like even dips sometimes. But the nice part is it's not like a bench shirt, like especially the new ones, right? It isn't like 1 inch out of the groove, like you're totally screwed.
Oh, yeah. But I'm wondering if when you have them do that, does the fatigue management become an issue as it would with a geared lifter?
Absolutely does. You have to know how to manage fatigue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's all training, but it's
for sure.
That's another level.
But that's more like, okay, we're to bench press 3 heavy weeks in a row, do some sort of deload week. We'll do it right before that, so you can go lighter next week anyways. Not like where a lot of the shirted lifters, they do it too much. They do it like year round. Where I've found like in Elliot's case, you start like about 8 weeks out. Once in a while, just out of nowhere, hey, we're going to do a RP8 single in a shirt just to make sure you're in the groove still. Okay, felt good. Cool. But, a lot of them do it year in, year out. And I don't know if that's because they think it's better. It might just be more fun because a lot of people say, hey, I'm not making a living at this. I'm not doing it like that. So, like, I want to enjoy this and I like it fine. But, like, I don't think that's the best way to optimize progress. So, but those kind of things or, holding the bar at arm's length. I think the other thing is for your bench press is avoid straight bar squats if you can. So obviously you're a 3-lift lifter, you need a straight bar squat. You're going to have to do it at some point in a meet. But you can do your off, even if you are a 3-lift lifter, you can do your off season with like specialty bars, things like that. If you're a bench specialist or a tactical athlete for that matter, a lot of your squatting can be done with specialty bars. It can be like easier on you get the training effect you're after, since you're not doing a squat in a competition. As long as you get the benefits of squatting, you can do it with a specialty bar and save your shoulders and elbows in the process. So I think that's huge for them. And that would go for a lot of people that aren't powerlifting. So we say like people outside of powerlifting could, I mean, I don't know if you guys can all see it, but look around this place, all these specialty bars, like those, you could just pretend your safety bar is your straight bar, from now on kind of thing. And the outlier is doing a straight bar squat once in a while. Deadlifting, if you're going to deadlift in your bench press, especially like a trap bar or overhand with straps, because you don't want to tear, or hook grip, whatever, you don't want to tear a bicep. And it's just not worth it. Because I remember I've seen bodybuilders like that are smart guys overall, but weren't thinking here of like watch them do over under deadlifts, but they use straps. So even if you felt like it's, I mean, because I've done stuff where I pull and I can feel it start to pull, I drop it real quick and I've saved myself, but I don't know if that saving would have happened with straps.
No, yeah. Good point.
So there's that part to think about. You look at the cup of tea analogy we already covered with other stuff is, you have a cup, like Charlie Francis says, you're pouring in tea. As long as if you get the tea to the top, that's the best, nice cup of tea. If it starts to overflow, that becomes a problem. And like, so not only you're training outside, the volume and intensity of your lower body lifts are important. That's extremely important. But you also have to look at, besides the lower, you have to look at your lifestyle too. Like the lifestyle is king lifestyle is absolute king for making progress and strength. That's Fred Hatfield. And I used to talk about always is like, he called it the iron priesthood of like, you just have to be dialed in your lifestyle if you want to optimize progress. So,
there's an assumption there though, because with the cup of tea, there's people that only fill it a quarter of the way.
True.
Right. So
most probably
recovery is one of the main things of training, and this is a cyclical thing that the pendulum swings too. But sometimes it becomes, in the narrative, the most important thing.
You got to follow the money there, though, because people are selling shit that they're making a lot of money.
But you got to train enough to actually need something to recover from.
Or optimize your lifestyle. Like you can't just go out power drinking 5 nights a week and, skirt chasing at honky tonk bars and all of a sudden take an ice bath and salt or something and think you're going to somehow offset that. You're not.
Yes.
Like if you're doing everything else, like, maybe you got that's the 2% you need, but like, are you taking care of the other 98%?
Exactly. Yes. So
I think a lot of it's become like, there is an industry there of like, and I think a lot of these things are great, but like you have to and I'm glad that industry's there. I think it's very helpful to people. I just think that you have to take care of, it's like when people, if you have a client that's not compliant and they're taking, 15 days to get done a week of training. And so, by the way, like I was thinking about, like, the Nautilus bicep machine might be better than the cable curls over here. It's like, okay, this is like such a circle jerk, because it doesn't matter if you're not, like, you have to take care of the big things first. But like anything else, I think people focus on like a lot of the small stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff is important, but it's not as important. And I think you have to look at, for bench pressing, you want to be a bench presser or a 3-lift lifter. It's not what I mean by that. It's not like a moral decision. This isn't like, make you a good person or bad person. But if you want to be a bench press specialist, you need to back off the other stuff and appropriately to peak out your lifts. Like, you don't need to like squat heavy 2 weeks out from a meet. Like a lot of them, like, well, if you don't train legs, you're a pussy. Why are you doing this? Because like you don't want your followers on Instagram to think you're a pussy, or are you trying to be the best you can be? And if you're that hell bent on that, then just get to 3-lift meets and shut up about it. But it's not a moral decision. You have to decide: what's the purpose of this? And if it's to be the best bench presser you can be and not worry about your squat or deadlift, you're gonna have to cut some of that other stuff. And then I think the other one is to get more out of, I think a lot of the stuff like rest pausing, AMRAPs and stuff are pretty, can get a lot more out of them for a lot of people on bench press than you would like you do on deadlift or something. It's like it can be a shit show real quick. And even if it's not, like, let's say, I remember like that's the point, in powerlifting a couple times, like, you get to the point where you miss a squat and you're in good position. You just miss a squat because it's too heavy. You get to that point, and so I kind of lost my train of thought there. Sorry, Scar might have hit me or something. But what was that? Okay, so where was I going with that?
Just cutting down if you're a bench press specialist, you're just focusing on the bench press, to be able to allow for
the AMRAPs. I'm sorry,
the AMRAPs.
So
stuff.
What I was saying is with the AMRAPs is like, so even on that point where I got to that in squatting, I remember missing a squat one day, and in my garage, and my dad would spot me in a squat rack, and I'm like, just get out. There's no way we're gonna get this up. But I could feel myself in perfect position. So the technique at a maximal weight was not an issue. It's there. It's like you get to that unconscious confidence. That's just how you know how to do it. So I could have pushed a squat at an AMRAP there and not broken down technically, but I would have broken down my CNS and everything else in the process. So where I feel like benching, it's not as likely to happen. Even if you're super strong, like if Julius is going like a high rep phase and doing a set of 10, if he misses the 10th rep, we're not going for that. But it's not like, oh no, like, here we go, like the world's ending. It's probably gonna be okay. Where if like people that have done like, either Arnold would have those events where they would like Rob Hall and Steve Johnson would do that one. It was more singles, but like back and forth. They did like 63 reps at 600 or something. They were both wiped out for about a month, and where I think if you did that with 405 on the bench or something for triples with like, Julius and Jeremy Horser or something, I think a couple weeks later it'd probably be okay. So that you have to look at that too. So I think you can get away with more of that stuff on bench pressing with less risk, assuming you're healthy. So that's about what I got on bench press. Unless you got any more.
That kind of covers it.
Yep.
There. So
the other one would be arm work. I think I touched on that earlier. I think that's another thing a lot of powerlifters. So you got a bodybuilder, heavy powerlifters that care too. Arm day, the day before bench, messes up your lockout because your triceps fatigue. You don't want to do that. But you definitely need to hit your arms. And that's something a lot of people don't talk about. But I think it definitely is going to help your bench press. Yeah, everything else I had we already covered.
When you say hit your arms, are you talking on that day or on separate day?
Throughout the week. So as long as, basically, if your goal is bench pressing, how do we not get interference with that session? You do triceps hard the day before, you have interference. You do triceps hard in the morning and train at night, you do. Where if like at the end of your leg day, if you did like, 3 sets of hammer curls on Saturday and you're benching on Monday, you're probably gonna be okay. You gotta just have to look at it that way.
Would that be the case if it was push downs or something like that as well?
See, that's like, it's dicey because I think so if it's light enough.
Yes.
But I think when you open that Pandora's box there, how powerlifters are, they're going to want to.
It's going to be close grip bench presses.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, you know, we get to failure. Yeah, it's just tricep push downs. Well, actually, I felt good. So close grip bench presses before you know it. So I think unless you're like with the person 24 hours a day watching every move.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
You're ideally you're correct. I think realistically I am.
Yeah, no, I get it. Because if it's just pump work, just getting a little bit extra in there, it can actually probably help with recovery 100%. Leading into it. But, you know, with the mindset, it won't be that. It'll be, oh, these felt good. I'm warmed up. I'm going to go do heavy barbell extensions or something.
I mean, that'd be the time if you want to like mess around with something like blood flow restrictor training or something too, like 20% of your max, and just for pumping kind of stuff, you could do that too probably. But I think people, like you're saying, they're getting a little crazy.
Let's get into Tom.
Yep.
Everybody wants to know about Tom. How he trains.
Yep. Okay, so I first started working with Tom January 7th. I confirmed this yesterday, actually, to get an exact date, or 2 days ago. January 7th, 2012. So Tom's background at that point was basketball. He was 6'7" or 6'6", 6'7", whatever he is. Let's say 6'7", 270, 390 bench press, 235 overhead press, 400 squat, 540 deadlift. That was January of 2012. So the guy is like, I mean, he's just no one's gonna outwork him. And I think the way, so like you could define his goals. I'm not trying to put word in his mouth. I think the way I could summarize, like everything you guys have talked about and done, how could you summarize what he's saying? He wants to win in any physical situation he's going to encounter. So that could be whatever. That could be, you could say gas station ready. You could say, but he also is thinking like, if you want to like hike up a mountain with him too, not just like, okay, he wants to beat you in farmer's walk. He's thinking like truly 360 degrees, not just like, you know, because it's like the joke always is like, you know, what do you do for conditioning or something? Like you talk to powerlifters, like, I did like 3 sets of 30 feet sled drags, you know, kind of thing. And he wants to legit. So before, when he's going more heavy strength based, when my family and I went to Australia, I did like a 3-day seminar over there. So then after that, before that, they came over with me, made a vacation. Then I did the seminar, but he came with us, and this is before we like really started focusing on this stuff. And we hiked up the Blue Mountains, and nothing for him. I mean, it was just crazy that like what level of conditioning he has. So he wants to win in the, so basically it's an equal focus of strength, endurance, overall GPP and physical readiness at the same time, not overvaluing short-term readiness. So that's why we have a program we sell. It's called 50 Cubed, and the idea is cubed is exponential. He wants to move like he's lighter. He wants to have the conditioning like he's lighter, the speed and agility like he's lighter, but the strength and the strength and power of somebody heavier. So you want the movement capacity and conditioning of a smaller man, the strength of a bigger man. And how do you then you talk about all these different qualities. That's how. So that's what we're working on right now. So in the past, his work has definitely been on, compared to anybody else, it's balanced, in the strength game, it's totally balanced and more endurance heavy. Mm-hmm. But I think when you look at like the most holistic example, it would be more strength heavy. Because I'll give you an example of like, we just took a family vacation to Colorado, and there's this thing called the Manitou Incline. Have you heard of that? Hmm. It's like a really steep, it's a short hike, but it's really steep. And like, I was looking at people on there. There's no one big going up that. Like, I'm not talking just like, it's not like it's like, okay, like there's no fat people. There's like not like lean, huge muscular bodybuilders either. Like, and I noticed that when I went to China to do seminar over there, is we went up the Great Wall of China, and I noticed a lot of the, big, you don't see big people going up that. So that's where it gets like tricky, is like all my clients that are like, you know, in the military and stuff that are like the elite units, they say that's when you really see like the big guys die out, is when they have to go, not only like rucking, but when you have to go up a hill and do it. That's when it gets really, so he wants to be able to legitimately do that, not be like, oh, you're pretty good condition for a guy that weighs 300 pounds. Like, he wants to be like in the hunt. So what he's going to do here is right now. So we say we have like, it's called Operation 320, because we already did Operation 400. We got up to 400 pounds. Operation 320 is the goal, is to be like the most synergistic balance of like physical readiness, like ready for anything. And it's not going to be overvaluing short-term ready. So there will be like, it's not like, okay, you know, we talked about earlier, you're going to walk over there to squat. It's like, you're going to be able to do everything and be ready for anything. And the goal now is, I say we have official kickoff date of July 1st, but so right now we've been working together trying to get like, we're getting the stuff synced up and like, you know, it's taking, you know, just getting all the movements and everything figured out. But he's going to drop down to 280, and then his conditioning will be so high at that level that he will bulk back up to 320 and do it extremely lean and be ready for anything. So then, you know, he's probably gonna come over here and we'll do some kind of like fun thing where he's gonna lift or do whatever he's gonna do. We got to figure all that out. But that's his story. Is
so when you're laying that out, you know, say over a period of a year, are there blocks of training for each one of those motor abilities, or are you basically conjugating
they
it
have
all
to
together?
conjugate it?
Yeah.
So it's just more heavy. So that's again, like my favorite term, circle jerk. That's the circle jerk of these periodization things. Is block periodization. Even what does he say in the book? Even if you're focused on strength, you have to have like 20% of the focus on the qualities you wish to maintain and then attain later. So I think that's where you have to go with this, is like, you know, you're never like, even with conjugate, you're working everything at once, but there would be times where you'd be more heavy on one area than the other. So right now, the priority would be more like, you know, more of the endurance kind of stuff. So he's going to be like, even during the strength phases, so he's rucking, you know, 60 to 90 minutes a day with, you know, 60 to 90 pounds. So like so yes, there's absolutely phases. So I brought an example of when a strength phase, what he was doing, and we're focused on speed and explosive power. So this is over 10 days. Okay. So day one, go like in the morning, jumps and short sprints. In the evening, he'd go weighted jumps and explosive box squats, day one, with corresponding accessory work. Okay. Day two is a recovery day. Forward, and all these days he's rucking in there. Forward and backward sled drags, only one session. Day three, heavy pressing, like bench pressing stuff in the morning, hypertrophy work for the corresponding muscles in the afternoon. I think if you're going to train twice a day, that's a really good way, is either go speed first, strength later, strength first, hypertrophy later. Be at least 4 hours minimally between there. Okay. Day 4 off, just rucking. Day 5, heavy squat, and you know, or I say squat, it's usually exerter squats or some kind of variation. Hypertrophy lower body work in the afternoon. Day 6, tempo runs. So it'd be like 100 meters, about 70% maximum speed, you know, 15 to 20 of those. Day 7 would be overhead pressing and the corresponding accessory work, but there's some secondary bench pressing work in there. Day 8 was off. Day 9 was deadlifts and a lot of strongman events. Day 10 was like a bodybuilding arms day. It was extremely light work. We're talking like you're kind of trying some extensions, that kind of stuff, really light focus. Like I'm talking like 35-pound, more an active recovery day. Okay, so that then he would throw randomly in there. He's very smart. So he's like one of those people you could actually like say, like we're talking about like the triceps the day before. Like he would actually like be smart and do. He would, you know. So he's super smart. So he's probably the best person I've seen. Also, besides, you know, like all the work he does of like managing risk, of like training higher risk stuff intelligently, if that makes sense. Like he is obviously doing riskier stuff, but it's the absolute smartest way to do it. So he would throw in there like random stuff and just started to say, okay, he says, I'm gonna put in random stuff here and there. Like he'd go up to like an RPE of 8 and 9 of like weird random lifts because he literally wants to be ready for anything. Mm-hmm. That's why he trains in work clothes too. So he's actually funny and really smart too. So
as this progresses, then because you got to get the weight off, right? Mm-hmm. So when he goes to put the weight back on again, right? Because he's going to go for 280, it's 50 pounds, right? Over what period of time are you thinking that's going to?
Well, it's already started. So I would think in July I'll get down to about there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, and then build back up from there. So like he's done this a number of times. It's just, like I said, it's always been strength heavy. So that's when he got his lift. But I think he's going to be able to get his lifts up about to where they were and get a new level of strength. But he's going to have, because he's done, I mean, he did a 33-pound ruck for 20 miles in 5 hours and 12 minutes. So, I mean, that's like as fast as you drive in, LA going that far. So.
Yeah. So those people that are inspiring to train like him, where would they start? Because they'll see that, and that's going to be way beyond what their work capacity is.
Well, like I said, we had the programs we put out.
Yeah.
That's going to be if you want to train like this, modified to you. And the kicker is, I'm not the biggest fan of, and they're called, the biggest thing is I'm not the biggest fan of putting things in RP randomly for people, but this has to be because they haven't trained this way. So, if you are fatigued, your squat at RP 8 is going to be a hell of a lot lower than if you take a week off and you're totally, super concentrated, rejuvenated, whatever you want to call it. So I think that's kind of the key right there. Mm-hmm. And then, there's not obviously the rucking and all that stuff's like toned way down too. But so I don't advocate training twice a day for most, but I think that's about 5% of people that probably do it. Cause I think I've had people that insist on doing it and give it a shot and will do it. And generally it's not needed. I think he's at such a high level. Like, I mean, if you look at who could even do that ruck versus have his strength levels, you're an outlier, kind of extreme outlier in strength, but an outlier in endurance too. So like it's a different animal. So I generally have them start off with like, obviously like a once a day type of training, but yeah, so I've programs like that built in there too, but they're not like for like what he would do.
Yeah. Getting to the deadlift, because we talked about it a little bit, and you had some notes on your own deadlift and how to program the deadlift. So let's jump into that.
I will say this though, just about before we get off of Tom, is like they're just it's all real. He's a very nice person, but they're just, when it comes to overall, physicality, I think it's a distant fight for second place.
Yeah. Yes. He's fun to follow.
Yeah, he's a good dude, and it's gonna be all about just developing all these qualities at once. So it's gonna be a fascinating experiment. So deadlifts. I think that's a lift I struggle with the most because I have short arms, and I think I basically, what I did is bench pressing. Usually for younger people, bench pressing is harder. For me, it was always easier. It just kind of came naturally to me, where deadlifting was the opposite. So what I did is I had moved all over the country. I talked to Ed Cohn all the time. I moved to train with Gary Frank and kind of went all over everywhere to like seek out these different answers. And I had a lot of good people along the way. So Steve Hall was the first guy I trained with in California. He was old school powerlifter, and kind of what I picked up from him was kind of the attitude. He said commit to the pool, and I picked up the attitude. He's basically say, you're gonna get this no matter what. You're not gonna drop it. Like you're fully committed to this. That was kind of his attitude. And then also, He adjusted. Another thing is I did a lot better with a narrower stance, like a hip width stance, and he kind of pointed that out and figured out. So Ed Cohn was very methodical in his approach. Like, boom, you're gonna hit this weight this way. You don't deviate. You don't go heavier. You don't go lighter. You know, he's like a machine. Like every rep's the same. So a lot of that methodology and things like that. And then the thing that's good about Ed Cohn too, he's open-minded. If like say, hey, you know, I think this will work better, he'd be like, yeah, try it and see. You know, he's not like, you know, no, only my way or it sucks kind of thing. Then with Paul Leonard, I got a lot of the good accessory work, a lot of supporting movements, and then training with, you know, Art Labar too is like they were a good combo of like of that kind of stuff. And like Art had like the kick-ass mentality. You know, he had one time, I remember at the Mountaineer Cup, he was getting open his deadlift at 733, and he was sitting there like eating a roast beef sandwich. They're about to start, like grinning, and someone's like, "Are you gonna warm up?" And I just remember he went over to a bar and went like this. I'm all warm now. So and deadlift is 733. So the point being, it was good to have this balance of like sort of the intellect and the balls. Mm-hmm. You know, the brains and the balls combined. Gary Frank, trained with him in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. A lot of emphasis on training singles, which I hadn't done as much before. And then also a lot of emphasis on this, like Steve Hall would talk a lot about speed. All these guys would, but Steve Hall was kind of big on that. Gary Frank, that's like all he used to talk about was speed and intense. Like that's all he would talk about. Speed. And you know, he would tell me, he's like, look, you're not built to deadlift. If you're going to get good at this lift, you're going to have to do it fast. And that was simple, smart advice. George Brink, first guy over 50 to deadlift 800. That was extremely like the work ethic part from him. That was crazy. We would do like a training cycle with George for deadlift was 21 weeks. No deloads. You went 7 weeks of 10 sets of 5, stiff leg deficit, no belt off a 4-inch platform. You'd touch the ground on each rep. And then you went 5 sets of 5, 4-inch deficit deadlifts, again with no belt. Then the last 7 weeks was, that was 7 weeks. Then you go the last 7 weeks of like, it was actually like way less volume. Like just, you did kind of like singles, doubles, and triples. So you go from like the craziest volume you could think of to like, it gets kind of ending like as crazy as that was, it did help. It was just like, because my deadlift had gone pretty good and it got in a plateau. And I just remember I called him up. I said, hey, and he lived about 45 minutes away. I said, can I deadlift with you? Sure. He said, only if you'll bench with me. I said, let's do it. And then, so like the guy was like, and he did the 5 sets of 10. So that's what I'm saying. He trained the older guy. I did, but this is who I'm dealing with. This guy's 50 years old and doing
5 sets.
So I said 10 stiff-legged deficits, like touching the ground each one. So it wasn't like an old age home. It was.
No, that's brutal. That's one of the most brutal exercises you can do.
Yeah, it was absolutely brutal, and it was brutal. That's probably the hardest. I think because I have like short arms too, so getting all the way down there, that was freaking hard, dude. Mm-hmm. That was hard. Ode Hagen, a lot of the stuff I did with him wasn't so much for the purpose of deadlifting, but I saw, training strongman, how even though some periods of time we wouldn't focus on deadlifts a lot, it would maintain good. So that's like, I remember Greg Panora one time posted on Instagram, said something along the lines of like, you always want to make fun of strongman, but they have the deadlift form of CrossFitters and do 1,000 pounds. And I think there's really some wisdom there. Is like, you look at a lot of people who have bad form by a traditional metric, but they lift a lot. And I think it's because they have so much carryover for the events is all it is. And then, Fred Hatfield in the compensatory acceleration training. So I think with the deadlifts, you have to think about, the straps. Okay. So why are you doing the deadlifts? Are you doing it for just a training effect of some of the reason, the powerlifting competition, maybe hypertrophy, whatever. Hypertrophy, it's probably not going to most of the time be the best choice. I mean, I think you can get something out of it and get a lot of other things out of it. So if you don't have a lot of time, it's a damn good choice. But if you have all the time in the world to intricately build your back, I mean, there'd be some other ways you could do it. But so the straps would be what I think, you don't want to be going over under unless that's how you compete in powerlifting and for safety reasons. Why are you doing it? If it's not purely for a meet, I think you can use straps. I also think a lot of lifters delude themselves. I don't see this as much anymore, but I remember there's a period about 2015 to 17, 18, there was like all these people that would deadlift a lot on Instagram with straps. Like, they do 100 pounds less in a meet. And it's like every single person that doesn't even know about training is like, just quit training with straps. And they wouldn't do it. And I'm saying, like, okay, so if you're refusing to do that, you need to have a clear formula. Here's the biggest two delusions of powerlifting. One is when you're going to cut a bunch of weight, it doesn't affect you. You're not different than everybody else. It's probably going to affect you. You need to have that accounted for. So if you're dropping 15% of your body weight and it takes 4% off your total, fine, that's great. But don't forget that 4%, off of, 1,000 pounds is 40. So, I mean, the kind of thing. So you have to take that into account. Okay. The other is deadlifting with straps. They think, oh, well, I'm just going to hold on to it at the meet. No, you're not. Like, it doesn't seem like when you get really fired up and like you can power through something you couldn't at the gym, that the grip is like that. The grip seems to give out easier. It's not like when you get really fired up, it just all of a sudden like just holds a lot better than like grinding through squats, say. So you have to take that. So you have to, if you're going to do this, you have to have a formula, a realistic one of how much you're going to drop. I think with the, the frequency of deadlifting, I think that this is the principle of individual differences. But I mean, I've trained people deadlift every few weeks and get ready for meet and can still make gains. So I figured that out. But a lot of people fatigue out or deadlifts. So what I've found is it comes down to the skill level required. So like if you have like somebody like Orlando Green, him, pure raw strength and the most explosive person out there. The way he deadlifts, like watch a video, he like literally jumps up and like grabs it as he comes down. You cannot do that very often. So the way you train someone like him is either you have to do other stuff. So it could be, in his case, like good mornings, RDLs, even like, I had him on one training cycle, just do, deadlifts where he just sat at the bottom. Like, so he jumps down there, but I've literally made him sit there for a second, then lift up. So then that's the meet. He got up 909. He dropped it with grip at the top, but like the heaviest he got up to in training was 800. But like that's how big of a difference it's made. Is because, once in a while have him do some of those kind of, so he keeps the skill, that movement he does, but like it's so fatiguing that you can't do that all the time. Now if somebody has more of an Olympic clean style deadlift with like, perfect textbook form, they probably can get away. They know they can get away with the same person, get away with more often. Okay, so you have to look at this equation of brute strength and explosive power. How are you deadlifting a lot? Is it because you're really technically sound, or is it because you're that way? If you're that way of just a raw animal, you can't do it as often. Okay? And I'd say this, deadlifting, I think, in my opinion, a good sumo deadlift is probably the most technical lift in all of powerlifting, where a nasty-ass raw conventional deadlift is probably the least technical. So that's different too. Then you have to factor in like what's it beating up. So if I'm going to save my lower back, so I'm going to deadlift sumo. Well, guess what? You're going to beat up your hips. Oh, my hips hurt. I'll go conventional. Now your back's going to hurt. So like you have to take all this into account. This is why this isn't like this is why we're talking multiple times for hours at a time. Don't have an answer for everything because it's very individualized and a lot of fine tuning here. And there's not an exact formula for it. They're trying to give out the pieces and observations we have that can help you make the best choices. But, that's it, is like, if you are the brute strength, explosive dude, you can't deadlift heavy as often is kind of the takeaway from that.
Have you changed anything with the way you're working with lifters with the kabuki bar or the bars that have more whip in them?
Yeah, they have to, because, oh shit, sorry about that. Yeah, they, that's I talked about Derek earlier, and his hamstring was that kabuki bar. It's because he pulled it up so fast it kind of jerked him forward at the top. So yeah, it's mainly just getting practice with it. And because I think luckily people that are going to use it are familiar with it, so it's not like they thought it was a Texas power bar. So they're kind of in the warm up with it and stuff. But I think they have to get practice on it because I've only deadlifted with the more regular deadlift bars. it looks a lot more springy. That's the feedback I get from people and approach it as such. But I mean, you'd have to practice with it. It's not like, because the original deadlift bars, what's the old thing? You know, train with a stiff bar, show up the meet and get 20 free pounds. That's kind of the idea. And that worked pretty well. Mm-hmm. But this seems like, is there a rule on tensile strength? Like, could people keep making them more and more like that? Or?
I have no idea. You know, I just know with that one, it seems like lifters need to be a little more patient.
Yep.
You know, when they're getting set up, because they can't just grip and rip or they're screwed.
Yeah.
You know, they got to, it's almost like 3 pulls. You know, the first pull is just to get the whip out and to get your body in position. The second is up to about knee. And then right about knee level, you got to shift a little bit because the weight's going to want to whip back down.
For sure.
You know, because of all that. So it's become way more technical. The sumo, which is already technical to begin with, you know, it's gone to a whole nother level of that, which with the Texas deadlift bar, the other deadlift bars, it doesn't have that much whip.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I've kind of seen too, is just make them practice on it, because there are a lot of people, you know, there are a lot of people that really don't pull the slack out of the bar, and they're gonna have to get adjusted to this, because like, you know, you can just grip and rip. And, you know, I generally tell you what explosive power is I always say the best way to do it is, you don't, you know, you want to squeeze the bar off. You want to make the lift as fast as possible, making it like a squeeze off the ground versus jerk. You don't want to get caught jerking it. Seriously though, you want to like keep that lift. How can you make it a squeeze off the ground without turning into a jerk? If you can teeter that line, that's when you deadlift really well. So then you have the Orlando Greens that just jerk, and obviously it's been successful for him. But most people that are explosive are gonna, if they can teeter that line of squeeze right before jerk, that's where they're gonna find their max power. And that's gonna be interesting to see, of like, you know, like the real explosive deadlifts, like, you know, with the Kabuki bar, that would definitely take some practice. Because as long as you're not jerking, I think you could get away with it, but it's gonna take some practice. That's why I'm curious if there's a rule. You know, I'd be curious to know if like people are gonna keep making them more that way. I mean,
well, if they do, there's gonna become a certain point, and I'm kind of still waiting for this to happen now, to where the plates on the end of the bar for some people may not leave the floor.
What's the closest you've seen?
A couple inches. You know, so, you know, and even in those cases, you got
to bring your own bar to the meet to practice.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, I wonder how it would be judged. I mean, if you're judging that meet and the lifter realistically pulls this to lockout, but the plates on each end of the bar are still on the floor.
Yeah.
How do you judge that?
I mean, it's those bench presses too. I mean, I'm not the judge, so they I don't know. I mean, that could happen though.
No, I think it will at some point. I think it could now if somebody just loaded 45s and put a bunch of hundreds on the end. Yeah. You know, which they used to do that years ago on Instagram, just to be able to pull more because it comes off the floor less. So I think it could, but we'll see. It definitely could with like an elephant bar. You know, the longer deadlift bars that I think they used at the Arnold Strongman one time.
Right.
Somebody pulled sumo with that. I think we could definitely see that happen.
I've had a few seminars where they've been at Strongman Dims, but it's more of a powerlifting seminar, and people would pull, you know, significantly more. Like, yeah, the sumo guys would get a huge carryover on that bar. You know, from like, you know, 70 pounds and stuff, but the first time using it. So I imagine if you screwed around with it, you could get even more.
Oh, sure. Yeah, notes there for Fred Hatfield.
Yep. So I would say a couple more thing is I get this question actually a lot on touch and go deadlifts. So I would say generally you want to be dead stop just to build the pattern, but touch and goes works really well for some people. And Fred Hatfield used to advocate that, and it was talking about, so when would a touch and go be applicable? Okay, so for hypertrophy, because you're under tension the whole time. Again, you'd want to wear straps. Okay, think about your grip strength. If you don't have straps on, pulling 650 one time versus 550 for 5, you're probably going to build your grip just because of that long time under tension that way. It's gonna if you're keeping your form, you're going to have to stay tight on a touch and go deadlift, or it's going to be a disaster. Okay, and then you activate the stretch shortening cycle that way. So if somebody's having trouble, you know, because the deadlift's from a dead stop. When I deadlift, I would try to dip into it to create a pseudo eccentric to help aid it up. But if you need to build explosive power, you can activate that stretch shortening cycle by introducing the eccentric and get it that way. That's why Fred liked it for multiple reps with touch and go, assuming somebody's, you know, it'd be all this is depending on, you know, breakdown, because I think you can break down pretty.
Now, when you're saying touch and go, are you talking a soft touch and go or a hard drop?
Soft.
Yeah.
Not like a bounce.
Yeah. I figured
George didn't touch. So that's kind of how I got into this. With George, we videoed it on powerlifting video, and I didn't even realize that half the time we weren't even touching the floor. We get like this far off it a lot of times. And this wasn't like he was saying, all right, don't touch the floor. I was just trying to follow the leader there and take advantage, and it was working. So a lot of times I didn't touch the floor, and that was helpful. So what was you said about which one next?
Fred.
Okay, so Fred Hatfield was definitely the person I learned the most from strength. So I got certified by ISSA. I was always knew Salaria when I met him at the YMCA. When I was close grip benching. There was at the YMCA, there was one of the guys that worked at ISSA told me I was going too heavy or something in junior high, and I basically told him I felt otherwise. I'm like thinking, like, you know, I'm in 8th grade and I'm stronger than you, dude. I ain't listening. Like, I like these legends in the YMCA that I can talk to.
Yeah.
But anyways, and I think Sal like had heard about it or something. That was funny. But anyways, I really learned a lot from Sal, and so he would like come to powerlifting meets, and I'd talk to him, and he was really nice to me. And then he put me in touch with Fred. So Fred Hatfield, the gym I was working on in high school, Fred Hatfield came in, and he came in unannounced. And I just remember I couldn't believe that the owner of the gym, this guy was not a lifter. And I couldn't believe he charged Dr. Squat. I'm like, dude, I was like 16, like I'm mouthing off I'm like, you are lucky he'd even come in here. Like, how do you charge this man? Like, this guy's like a legend. Like, you're so disrespectful kind of thing. And, but anyway, so then his daughter started coming to the gym. And so I met her. And then, so I'd communicated with him by email, and I'd read everything he'd written. I just didn't know him yet. And so the first time I met him, I was sending a thing to him to edit for. Sal was like, Fred will edit your course. And then he did one of them, and all he said was just like, he just put a thumbs up, like, this is good, we're good to go. He didn't say it was, he just said, this is like ready to go or something. We didn't say much. Then the next one he took like more of a personal interest in, is about bodybuilding. And the first thing I sent him, I just remember he was like, I have come to the conclusion that this must be rewritten. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I went, oh, no. Okay. All right. So I wrote it again. He thought it was good. And then but he was like a straight shooter. So then the next couple things I sent him, he'd be like, this is great. I don't know how you're not best selling in the New York Times, like for regular people. He's like, I love this. Like, so he would straight out tell you, but if he didn't like something, he would definitely let you know too. Mm-hmm. So I always liked the fact that he's a straight shooter. So what happened was he was like, so I kept sending him stuff to edit for ISSA. And then we got on some kind of phone call, and I don't remember who it was with, but it was somebody that was sort of like arguing about one of the books that me and Fred felt the same way about. But like Fred was he had cancer and stuff, so I think he wasn't as fiery as he was. Then he got that way after he's totally good. So I'm like, okay, like we don't like this. Okay, I'll be the bulldog. So I was just arguing with the guy and telling him how it was. And I think Fred liked that. So then he just calls me up out of the blue. He's like, I got a good idea. And what? He's like, let's go on a seminar tour for ISSA. We'll do 6 seminars, every month for the first 6 months of the year. So we did that. Then people liked him and he liked it. So we did them like pretty much once a month till he died. And that was a few years later. So we probably did like tons of them. And we went all over the world. We went to, Okinawa, Japan. The week he died, like 2 days before we were going to leave, we were going to Denmark. And obviously didn't go because he died. But And I learned a lot from him on basically the compensatory acceleration training, huge on the lifestyle part, huge on the mental part. So all we did at first was talk about lifting, but then it evolved into like, we would always like talk about religious things or spiritual things. And he, you know, I remember what Sal said one time. He said, there's two things in life I've learned. I don't remember the first one. He said, and you don't go to the bar with Fred. He's like, I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you're not getting out of there till it closes. I'm like, because every time we do a seminar, he would like, it was interesting. Like, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's because Dr. Squat, people wouldn't ask that many questions. Like, you know, maybe they're like intimidated or something. So we think we're gonna get out of there. Then we get like everybody come up, but then want to ask.
Yeah.
And so he was super nice, and I'd be too. And I just remember after about 20 minutes, he always go, get everybody out here, time for a cold beer. So I'd be like, all right, we're out of here. And then we'd go out and we'd go to like the hotel bar and sit there till like 2 a.m. every time. So I just would sit there and pick his brain for hours at a time. And it's honestly shocking when he died, because I mean, he's like 75 years old and had like the cancer and all that stuff. But I'm telling you, when I don't know what the hell they had in 2012 on our first Skype, what was around, whatever you could see people on, it's not Zoom. And I remember like the dude looked like he had one foot in the grave and one on a banana peel, no joke. Like, he looked bad. And then I saw him then we do the seminar in 2015, and he didn't look good, but he looked a lot better. Then by like the year later, like he really had a lot of pep in his step. He like literally was like reverse aging. He looked great for him. It was weird. Like, so when he died, it was like, it was like just someone random that you never expect to die at that time. Probably I was like with John Meadows. It was like something wasn't even on the radar that could happen. You know, it didn't even like cross my mind. Like, we were going to Denmark. It was like shocking. And so, but yeah, I learned so much from him, and that's, we'd talk, you know, multiple times a week then due to the seminars together. So it was pretty hard at first, but.
With, you mentioned the mindset. So some of the notes you had here are developing a growth mindset.
Yep.
So let's kind of dig into that.
Okay. Yeah. So Fred, that'd be another thing. Fred was good. So Fred, I think that's another huge thing from Fred is he was always, if you could present evidence, he was not sold. Like, he had his, like, I think people thought he's probably hard-headed. He really wasn't. Like, he was sold, like, he believed in what he was doing, but if you could show him otherwise, he was happy. I'm sure that's how Louis was. Like, he has his way of doing it, but if you could like present a good case, like, he's open to hearing what you just say and embracing it if it proves true. That's how he was sort of with me and strongman training. Is like, at first he's kind of like, yeah, let's talk about this a little bit. Then I remember the last seminar, he's like, there's good, better, best. Strongman training's the best. So I think he was like open to that kind of stuff. And okay, but anyways, so growth mindset is basically, it's like you can view, you know, most people were, you know, if you have a fixed mindset, you view people as successful, unsuccessful. You know, if you're a growth mindset, you view people as learners and non-learners. That's essentially all it means, is like you embrace belief, you embrace challenges. You know, in a fixed mindset, you believe hard work is like kind of like what losers do. In a growth mindset, you realize it's part of the process. You know, in growth mindset, you realize like you never want to fail. So like some people talk about learning as failure as like some kind of like gold star. It's not that, but there's certainly, you know, a lot of times not knowing how to do something is more important than actually knowing how to do it. You know, so the growth mindset looks at, you know, failure as learning. You know, you learn from criticism, because the example I can give is I don't even remember who it was, but on one of my initial books on Amazon, there was somebody that posted a review, and I don't even remember who it was now, 'cause it was a long time ago, but it was somehow we figured out it was somebody that probably had a similar book, like just kind of connected the dots, and it was totally being a dick. But the points they made were like valid. It was like, okay, like you didn't, it was like something with the rest period or something. Like, okay, like, you know, the Metroflex book, one of the like 3 sets of 12. Well, how heavy do you go and how long do you rest? Okay, I don't think you were actually like trying to provide a critique to help. You just wanted to look like a dick and get people to buy your book. But that's a good point. So I started adding it after that. So you have to look at it that way. It's like a lot of times criticism is mean-spirited. It's not best for your, not in your best interest. But you can flip the script and use it for your benefit. Because like, okay, this person, you know, is a son of a bitch, but like, and has bad intentions, but how can I use this to benefit me? Well, you know what, I can flip the script and do it this way and actually get something out of it. And the best way to say screw you to somebody, instead of, you know, saying it to them, is just do better, succeed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So then you win that way. So like, you don't have to, you know, get an online pissing contest or anything. Just do your thing and succeed. And, you know, be inspired by success, because that's, you know, you realize if like, you know, if somebody else is doing something you want to do, that means it can be done. Like the hardest thing was like the Wright brothers first getting the plane off the ground, you know, that's the hard part. But once you realize the plane's got off the ground, you realize it's possible to fly. So, you know, why can't you, you know, so they've kind of like, it's not taken away from you. It's like learning this can be done. Like, you know, they've kind of like set something that can be done. Being the white belt mentality of like, you know, that's one of the hallmarks of it. You have to be careful because there is like nonsense out there. You don't want to just listen to anybody that's uncredentialed, but I do think you realize there's a lot, you know, as Martin Luther King said, that every man's superior in some way. So generally from most people, there's something you can pick up. And keeping aware of that, you don't know everything. It's like, at first you think you don't know everything, then you know everything, then you realize how much you don't know kind of thing. You know, so like I was just, you know, when working out with those guys yesterday, it's like there's a lot of, you know, they're really smart guys. So there's definitely stuff I can pick up too. You know, it's not just like me going there and talking, you shut up and listen. I had a lot to learn too. So you think cultivating a sense of purpose, like you have here, live, learn, pass on. That's good purpose. Like that can keep you going. That can keep you motivated. You know, if you have a why, the how's eventually gonna be found. And being self-aware, I think that's huge. Is like now there's a lot of delusion online and stuff too. Like, so you want to set goals, but the goals you want to be, you know, not like realistic in the sense of like, you know, if you weigh 400 pounds, you can drop 10 pounds at 12. You can do better than that, but like you also don't think, you know, if you bench press 200 a day, you want to set a goal for 412 weeks. Yeah. Kind of thing too. So
stretch goals.
Yeah. I'm saying you want to keep the more like, but you want to have some self-awareness where you're not, because the thing is, a lot of like, this comes back to your self-image. Okay. Your self-image is, I have notes on this, but I don't need them. So the self-image is the mental portrait you possess of yourself, how you see yourself. And nobody wants to be viewed as a liar. And everybody thinks of themselves as a good person. Like every time they catch some serial killers killed like 10 people, they'll tell the cops why they're actually a good guy. And like no one wants to view themselves that way. So if you keep failing at something, you're going to view yourself as somebody that always fails. Like it's almost like your body has chemical reactions. You become addicted to those chemical actions, and eventually you become like a drug addict craving them. Like most drug addicts don't wake up and think like, oh, I just want to get high on meth. They don't even want to get high on meth. They just do because that's what they do, and they're addicted to it. And you become that way because that's who you become. It's like, so you have to remain consistent with your self-image. And you should set some stretch goals, but they can't be so ridiculous and unattainable that you don't hit them. So the way you counteract that is, the way you counteract that is if you're not having any luck is you set process goals. Process goals focus on the process, you know. So like, I don't have a goal to bench press, you know, whatever in 12 weeks, but you know what, like, you know, if I'm working with somebody, they sign up for 12 weeks of online coaching at a time. They might have a goal. Okay, I'm committed to work out 4 days a week. I have this equipment, work out this long, you know, here's my goals. So what my goal is to make sure I get all those training sessions in. That's a great starting point. You know, you can make a process goal of eating 3,000 calories a day. You know, you can't guarantee, you know, like there's outcome goals, like if you're going to win, and performance goals. Performance goal is better than outcome goal probably because I want to bench 300. Well, I'm more in control of my destiny.
Yeah.
Outcome is like, let's say you set a goal to raw bench and you do, you know, 750, and then Julius shows up, you didn't know he's coming and does 800, like, so you didn't win the meet, but it's the, you know, second biggest of all time by somebody else, like that, you know. So you want to keep focused at first. I think ultimately when sort of like self-help gurus claim that like successful people don't have outcome goals, that's not true. They do know where they want to go. They kind of like start, I think what it is you're writing a movie, you start, or a book, you start with the ending, then you write it. So you put the ending in, then you have to fill in the pieces in between. That's where the process goals kind of fall in there. And I think people don't do that enough. And I think so they get inconsistent with their self-image, and then that's just who they become. And, you know, this crap didn't work anyways kind of thing. Yeah.
You have something in here that kind of stuck out, which was, you know, believe in heroes. And my caveat to that is I think a lot of people pick the wrong heroes.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's kind of echoing, you know, through society in general, is we across the board, everybody's picking the wrong heroes, where you got to be selective about who you pick. Absolutely. Right? Because you don't want to be like them because you're you. I mean, you don't want to worship false idols, right? But you want to look up to people that have the values that you want to reinforce and build.
Absolutely.
And when picking these heroes, you got to do a little bit more digging than just flipping through somebody's Instagram reels.
But I don't think that's even like true, like heroes. That's more like, they say they look up to the people, but it's like the people that say they look up to celebrities, but then they buy the tabloid with them gaining 20 pounds and binge drinking. They say they look up to them, but then they want to see them fail at the same time. Yeah. So that's not really a hero. A hero you like actually believe in, and you want to see succeed. And you want it, somebody did something great that, you know, they can inspire, not like, you know, be a false idol, but inspire you. But I think a lot of times I don't even know what the name is, but like, why do people buy tabloids? Or I don't know, do they make tabloids anymore? I don't know. They used to do it. They have some like picture of, you know, oh, this celebrity gained 20 pounds and like, you know, here's her in a bikini, like, let's make fun of her and this and that. Or like, you know, so-and-so's into rehab, you know, but yeah, this is the same person's, you know, drunk when they're reading it type of thing. It's just silly. Like, they want to see, you know, wasn't it Mike Tyson that said, you know, they want to build you up and tear you down, basically. I think that's kind of what it is. That's not really like looking to a hero. That's just, I don't know what that is. It's weird, but it's not good, but I don't have a name for it.
80% of success is knowing what not to do. Right. So elaborate on that.
I think a lot of times, you know, like if you may not, like if you have a business meeting, you may not know what exactly you need to say, but knowing not to go in there and rip a big fart it's a good idea, right? Like, so like, it sounds silly, but like, I may not know the perfect training program, say, to yourself, but, you know, you've heard like, you know, you shouldn't, like, you could post that video of the guy doing like depth jumps off a thing that high with a barbell on his back. Like, that's probably not a good idea for most people to do. And so now knowing not know what to do that is like 80% of it. Then the final 20% is actually knowing what to do. But I think a lot of times it's very helpful to know not what to do.
I want to jump into the 4 stages of learning and, you know, the unconscious competence, and kind of walk through that a little bit.
Okay, I had a client that recommended me a book, and I don't even remember what it was called. It was about police. It was about tactical athletes, but not like training, more on the mental side of things. Because it basically starts off saying, you've heard your grandpa tell stories about World War II and like blah, blah, blah. And like, you know, John Wayne movies and stuff. But the reality is like 75% of people, you know, crap their pants when they're getting shot at. And like, it's not all glory and stuff. And like, what do you actually feel? And so basically the guy I wish I could share the book. The guy wrote it brilliantly, but he was talking about the 4 stages of learning of unconscious competence. And so that, the idea is that's, you don't even think about it. You're unconsciously competent. Your automatic default is competence. So that's like with any kind of skill, like you're talking about earlier, the drunk boxer just gets in a bar fight, super drunk, throws perfect combinations. They don't know how to do it any other way. That's ultimately what you're after in the athletic endeavors. Like Mike Tyson, when he's boxing, he's not thinking like plant my leg this way and move this. It just happens. So you have conscious incompetence. That's like you have unconscious incompetence. That's like you don't know you suck, and you do. And then you have unconscious incompetence. You have conscious incompetence. Then you've a lot of people go here where you have the unconscious. Yeah, you have the conscious competence. That's where most people stop at. So like if you say, like again, using the boxing example, like somebody could like look really good on a punching bag because they kind of can think about, okay, next with a jab, right hook. But it's not like if someone starts doing something back, they're going to know exactly how to duck and hit it. That's where unconscious competence is. So you kind of can, that's where you want to be, is not conscious competence, because in most athletic endeavors, you don't have time to think. That's all choking it, or like why do you, in baseball, like, why is he just standing there and stuff? That's all that is. Because they're thinking, okay, the ball goes over here, I'm going to extend out this way. No, you're not. It has to be just an automatic reaction. And that's what you're striving for. So at first, you suck, you don't know. Basically, with the arm words. At first, you suck, you don't know it. Then you finally realize you suck. Then you get to the point where you are pretty good at it, but you have to think about it. And ultimately, the goal is to be great at it and not have to give any thought. It's an automatic reaction. That's unconscious competence and what everybody's like striving for.
And all that is built over experience, repetition, time, and so forth. Where when I look at those things now, I look at them from a little bit different perspective, because it's outside of just athletic endeavors. I'm thinking more along the lines of just the ability to focus, because we're kind of on the mental aspect of all that. And, maybe it's my age, maybe it's not. I'm surprised at the number of people that can't sit down and read a book because they can't focus while reading the book, because they're so used to distractions, where I advise them to read a book, fiction or not, because as you're actually reading those, you have to focus to know how the story is going to play out. So in essence, you're kind of learning the first step involved in meditation and relaxation and focus and on anything else. To where with this, there's a lot of incompetence.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's, no, I don't like to read. I don't read But you read the stop sign, you read shit all the time. You're reading, memes and all this other kind of crap, but you're not doing it to the extent to be able to build full competence and understanding and digesting information, or even being able to communicate, for that matter. And you kind of get where I'm going with this.
Well, it's like I think the old Zen master said, what do they say? I don't have time to meditate 20 minutes a day. Good, you need 40. Kind of thing, that's really what it is.
Yes. So if you can't relax your mind, right, then the way to relax your mind is to read something that you have to focus on. I would say
also, if you have you ever done a float tank before?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to get too weird on here, but I was full on like having hallucinations. I was having like conversation with dead Fred Hatfield, it seemed, on there and stuff. It was, I mean, I could get myself, when I had one before, I got rid of it because I wanted to get more equipment in the garage, but I literally, at first it took forever like that, and then when you practice it, like within like 2 minutes, it's like you can be hallucinating if you want to.
Yeah, if somebody is familiar with visualization or meditation, the first experience is going to be definitely better.
Yeah.
If they're completely not, have never done any of that, they're probably going to freak out, when they get in there, because it's dead quiet. I did, when I was a senior in high school, through the summer after I graduated, I was part of an experiment with the University of Toledo that dealt with float tanks and auto-suggestion visualization, and I was powerlifting at the time. And so it started with just the relaxing, and they were way different back then. It was like a coffin, I mean, you were like just stuck in there. And then after a while, it was, auto suggestions, self-talk, and then me talking my way through all these lifts to be able to do that. And it was a great experience. And I had a great meet afterwards, but it took, because remember Dr. Judd's book, I think it was 2001, A Sports Odyssey, it was kind of like on how to visualize. And so I was visualizing in high school, staring at the candle blades and, workouts, training, all that kind of shit. This took it to a whole nother level, because when somebody starts trying to visualize, obviously you don't see what you want to see. It's part of the process. It's work, right? And to get one good lift, I had like 30 fucked up ones, or butterflies coming in the screen, whatever would come in my mind. That experience there changed everything, to where that ability to get into that state became faster, became easier. We worked on associations, so if I wanted, aggression, it would be, here's the visualization, here's the lift. Now picture red, picture red.
You must have read his books, because Dr. Judd would be proud of this setup for regression.
Yes. So that we're anchoring things.
Yeah, for sure.
Anchoring things for if you're upset and you need to calm down, blue or whatever. It was blue for me, but it's different type of things.
Paint your opponent locker room pink, right? Or turquoise, yeah.
Yeah, and it played out very well, and it played out to a point to where I no longer had to, if it was a max attempt, I didn't have to get psyched up on my way to the gym. I didn't need pre-workout shit, or back then it was caffeine, ephedrine, and what was the other one? Caffeine, ephedrine, aspirin. I didn't need any of that shit.
The Gary Frank special.
Yeah, I just needed the time that, 10 seconds before the lift. To be able to flip it and then go. One of the best experiences I had. I've referred other people to float tanks that didn't have any prior experience, and they hate it, because of that. And it's like, well, keep going, at least
you get
just chill out.
If you're not used to it, it's kind of weird. Apparently they're making, Schlegel was saying they're going to get something hit that place over there with, they're like waterless float tanks. Do you know what I'm talking about?
That would be crazy.
Yeah.
So you're like just air?
That's what it sounded like. I don't know anything about it. It sounds like the advantage, if you got the money to get one, is like if you're like a commercial space. Because I always wondered why these aren't more popular. They're super expensive.
Yeah.
I had like a tent one. It was a lot cheaper. And then there was like, they're super expensive. And I didn't realize all the... I mean, I was the one using it.
A lot of maintenance.
So I didn't really the maintenance. It didn't smell bad, so I just put more salt in there. But there's a lot of maintenance to it, and like you're supposed to change out this and that and put chemicals in all the time. And I think so. While it sounds expensive, when you think about all the work they're doing and having to run a space and all that, it's justified. It's just kind of high end for a lot of people.
Yeah, I used a few years ago. I was going to a place that was in Columbus, but then I just. I don't want to drive 45. It was 2 hours of my day.
Yeah.
To be able to do that. So it's like, I just quit doing it. Now, if I owned one, I would probably use it more. But for the points that you're talking about, nah.
They take it, and it was starting to leak a little bit, and they take up a lot of space too. Because when I had my garage, it took up a lot of space. Like, it was like, I know I can get the same effect just doing my own visualizations, but I need this room for equipment. So.
Yeah, that's kind of how I ended up, is like, I can just do this in bed.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. Were there any topics that you had that I didn't bring up?
The only thing was I think there's two. We have, people keep asking about, where did I put that?
I have your notes here too, so if you'd kind of tell me what.
The youth strength stuff, and then Derek.
Yeah, yes. So let's go into Derek first.
Okay.
Because that would probably be faster.
Let me find that. Okay. So Derek, just he only weighed 245 and just hit the
Instagram Death Grip Derek, right?
Derek Thistleway. Yep.
Yeah.
So, tough guy. Young guy, so basically, I'm sure you're not want to synopsis of his personality, is kind of what helped the last time, because he hit the 881. So the thing that's amazing about him, he brought his bench up now, so he's like, I call it triple threat. He's good in everything. 881 squat, raw, sleeves, 540 bench, and 915 deadlift. So I think what kind of like has helped him a lot is this time around was building his conventional deadlift. So that helped build his back strength, the hip hinge mechanics, and just the cross training of the whole thing of just not, from an injury standpoint, of not doing the same the whole time. So by bringing his conventional deadlift up, I think it brought everything up, not just his sumo deadlift. And it kind of keeps him healthy because I think with sumo deadlifts and conventional training, you're picking your poison. It's going to do jack with your hips or your low back if done too often, too much. So that was helpful. Another thing was he felt the off-season stuff was really big. So he thinks building his 5-rep weights up and squat was really helpful. And the squat's the highest it's been because we had to work around his knee quite a bit. So we'd have to really auto-regulate that stuff. But he was able, if he could, now that his knee's getting better, I mean, I think squat's going to be more, but I think he thought the 5s had huge carryover. And then he really bought into the mental movie process. He really did a lot of visualizations for months on that 881 squat. Because if you looked at just like his training, follow him on Instagram, I would say the deadlift you'd be a fool to bet against. The bench, Vegas odds, you give him hitting 540. If he didn't know everything going on, maybe like a 40% chance. I would have put it more like an 80 to 90. I was pretty confident in it. And then squat, I've been working with him since 2021, and so I've seen the carryover, and I was confident it was there, but it was at 881. So he thought it was the 5s had a really good effect, and he's able to by increasing his work capacity. I'm sure. Because I've put what I put down, and I asked him too what he thought. He thought the specific increases in work capacity really helped be able to handle more higher percentages with more volume with proficient technique by building that work capacity up. Like he wasn't just initially he was kind of more like one and done. Do whatever he's gonna do, a top set, then have to do, but then he could do more overall work, and that was then the off-season process too, and and then also on my end, I thought one thing that's worked well for him the whole time when it's not so. Basically, we're doing squats and deadlifts in 1 week. Early on when it's more volume, it's not so much intensity. He can recover from that, and he can go boom, boom, squat day, deadlift day, kind of thing. But what we would do is, as it gets heavier, is kind of, I call undulating the weeks. So what that means is you would basically do one heavy squat week with lighter deadlifts and one heavy deadlift week with lighter squats. So here's how I do it differently. I know a lot of people have already done this and had success with it. I want to sneak up on that secondary day. So say for Derek, if he's going, might start off the training cycle at 495 for 3 sets of 3 on squat on the light day. We could keep sneaking that up 10 pounds a week. And then before you know it, it's actually
sub-max day.
Sub-max day. So we've progressive overloaded it without adding noticeable fatigue. I don't say any fatigue, but there's no noticeable fatigue added. And now all of a sudden it's no longer just, the light day. It's it's not heavy, it's a medium day though. So we get more out of it that way, but so kind of sneaking it up that way.
Did you do the same thing with the deadlift then?
Yeah, exactly. So just reverse.
Just reversed.
And then work conventional in there, because sometimes we would do that with conventional too. I could listen to his feedback on his knee, but we would sometimes do the conventional wasn't so in the past it wasn't as strong, so we could go heavy squat, and then with conventional or lighter sumo or whatever. But this time it takes a little more fatigue management, is what I'm saying now, because he got up to 881 on conventional. So prior to this, he was in this high 7s. So I noticed a carryover in everything. And I think his groove wasn't totally solidified in deadlift, and we got a few grip issues to work on too. He held the 915, but I think if we could strap up right now, he would have done even more. And once he has that groove down, because there's a couple funky things going on his lockout, we got straightened out. But it wasn't like the deadlift was a seamless his bench was actually the seamless smoothest process, which is kind of a blessing in disguise to work around these things, to get a little more time to focus on this. So we were able to add, get some work in the second day. Before, his pec couldn't really handle that. He's done some work in his technique, but it's a lot of it's just the work capacity and being able to get a secondary lighter day and kind of expedited the progress further.
Do you find as these lifters become, top tier, that you have to do more things like this because the weight's heavier, so the fatigue management is way more important?
Yeah, of course you do. I mean, there's no way around it. Like that's why you can't just it's also like as a top level lifter of what could be like an RP 7 or 8 to what's like a 9 or 10 could be so different. Like you could tell, Derek to do whatever at like RP 8 and do it all day long, or like Julius or something, but it's just not the amount they have to activate to get to a 10 is a whole new level. If you're at that max level, it's just so much different. That's why, if you're squatting 500 and you're doing 300 for a set of 10, it's not the same as squatting 1,000 and doing 600 for a set of 10. It's just totally different volume, even though the relative percentage is the same.
Well, I wonder how much of that plays into neural efficiency too, because the better the lifter, the more everything's going to fire as it should, which would be more fatiguing than somebody that's
probably the primary driver, with the secondary being like just larger muscles going to take longer to recover from. But I think the neural drive would, in my opinion, would be the primary driver of what's causing that fatigue.
Yeah, because I would always use the example of, if you're a 500-pound squatter, squat 315, but don't put a lot of effort into it. Just do 315 for a set of 5 on a box, whatnot, and then rest, and now do another set. But on this set, I want you to explode with everything you possibly have and tell me how many reps you're going to get to. Because the first case, you might be able to get to 10. The second, you're going to get to about 3 or 4, and you're not going to be able to breathe, because of the force that's being produced. And
compensatory acceleration is not energy conservation. It's a maximum effort, just with a lighter weight.
Yeah, and that develops more the longer somebody does it, the better they become and the stronger they become. Because the heavier the weight gets, the more force you have to.
Well, they had the gym yesterday, they were measuring velocity of things we were doing. And I noticed that warming up on the jumps, not giving full effort, but being about 80%. I think I do 500 of those and not think about it. Like you do a full effort, it's like, okay, not a little bit to recover from. It's weird because like when you're efficient, like the difference between 80% and 100% is like a casual conversation to like, it's fatiguing.
Yes, and the more locked in and the better your technique becomes, the more you can display that efficiency.
I think it's probably the reason like a lot of bodybuilders get away with like higher volume too, because they're not like, if they're squatting 315, say, for sets of 10, they're not putting 500 pounds of force in there. They're putting 325 and just cruising through.
Yes. Now with the youth athletes, as we get into that, they're starting.
Yeah.
So compensatory acceleration's foreign. All these things are foreign. Right. So how do you go about implementing that?
Okay, so I'm talking youth, like kids.
Yeah, kids. So way back.
Way back. So like you can see my kids, a good example of they're 9 and 11. They're on Instagram too, on at the youth strength. But anyways, I put all our training up there because people always ask about it. And I think first off, kind of going back to the questions I'm getting on are, how do you get make kids into it? Okay, so I don't know if you make anybody do anything. I think you can model it though. So if they see the parents training and you make them a part of it, not like, like say like, you're not like, get the hell out of here, we're training kind of thing, but like they can like kind of be a part of it. There's no selling it. They're just going to want to be a part of it. I've never had to say, hey, it's like, can we please work out? Like, no, not right now. Like chill. Like so I think having a home gym is extremely beneficial, so like that's what, a place like you guys do, is sell that equipment so people can have it. So not only is it a lifesaver, I mean, I never thought in my lifetime we'd have government shutdowns or whatever the hell happened. So I don't know that you're good in that sense. So don't tell me that can't happen again. They already did it once. So that could happen again. That's something to be prepared for, so that you're a good boat there. But then I think more importantly, like let's say this never happens again, never did happen, you have it at the house to create that culture. And so I think with kids, my thing is,
you start them off just doing like playgrounds. We used to go to a lot of ninja courses and stuff, but not like structure, just, you know, they would do their own thing and just get all these skills. So you want to have them run, sprint, climb, throw. Basically, they're going to like work their way through the environment they're in. It's like, you know, work. I don't know the word, like, it's like a sport as a play or training as play kind of thing. But don't make it structured, but they're going to get everything they need if they just do all this stuff. And I think, you know, it's free at parks and that kind of thing. So basically when COVID hit, took my kids out of school, didn't want them to go, because they had all these rules of masks and all this stuff and sitting 10 feet apart. It was like a prison. But anyways, so we'd go home, they were homeschooled. And so they wanted to start, or I guess, I'm like, okay, well, you have PE at school, right? I'm in charge now. So we just started doing it from there. Started them off with bodyweight training. And I think personally, in a perfect world, I know everybody always says start with bodyweight training before weights. I mean, that would be ideally it. But I think in today's society, like obesity and things like that, that's not realistic. You can't, like if somebody new comes to the gym, say, all right, you're 400 pounds. 20 push-ups, then well, what you work. I mean, come on, you can't tell somebody that. I mean, even strong powerlifters that way that can't do that. So a lot of times, so you have, ideally it would be that way. And so what I would do is in the book, The Jailhouse Strong, I have all those bodyweight progressions, and there's very, you know, anybody can start. It's like bodyweight training. One of them, like I guess the falsehoods about it is it's not scalable. It's very scalable. Like do a push-up 12 inches from the wall. Then move back a little bit, go to your knees, you know, that kind of thing. Like, you know, if you want to do one-arm push-ups, at some point you put your hand on a ball and do the push-up on the other side. There's all sorts of ways to scale it. And that's all we did I just had them do that. And then got them into like a lot of further Usinic compensatory acceleration training. I personally have them with a really good sprints coach. They do it once a week in the summertime. Her name is Jordan Durham from the UTA, sprints coach. And, but what I would have them do is a lot of jumps and things and short sprints and really, you know, again, it's like young kids, but like keep the volume pretty low because they're already running around a lot and that kind of thing. But if you get the jumps in now, it'd be amazing at what you can develop and like kind of, they're already getting all that stuff in. So I think by making it like play, evolving it to body weight, get very proficient at body weight, then you could add lightweight where like, you know, like they kind of automatically get, I don't want to say like true compensatory acceleration training, but they do naturally go that way when they've been jumping and stuff first. And it's been, you know, so the, you know, and I think first off, I think a lot of like, so the way we started doing it was like homeschooling kind of thing. So my job in the homeschool was PE. My wife did everything. But then it just stuck. We want to keep doing this. Okay. So I said, all right, you know, kind of thing. But I think a lot of people think, you know, it's somehow bad if you're kind of pushing them this way. But it's funny to me that like the same people that think that's bad, like think you're some kind of hero if you buy your kid a trombone and they want to join the band, you know, that, I think you should support their passion no matter what, but like somehow if you're into like training and stuff, it's like, you know, trying to brainwash them. But if you're into music, like you're some kind of hero and
well, the training is going to help them for the rest of their life as well.
That's what I say too. It has nothing to do with like going to the NFL. I mean, it could, but I say that's not the purpose of it. Helps them for life. Like, so if you, let's just say luckily I don't have to make money. There's no selling it. So that's cool. But let's say I did say, you know what, you don't want to work out, you're going to have to work out for a while. That would make you a monster. But if you force them to read, you're some kind of like academic savior, or, you know, messianic savior of whatever, you know, what's the difference? Like sound mind, body, and spirit. So if you want to, you know, most people are okay with beating down the mind, you know, not beating it down, but most people are okay with pushing the mind part. Some people will get into the spirit part. Even fewer get in the body part, and I think the old trilogy of sound, mind, body, and spirit is where it's at. So,
well, there's also developmental windows as the kids are growing as well. When we were talking about explosive strength, I don't know the age ranges now, but you know,
it's about 11.
It's around 11. You know, and I think you're doing a disservice. You know, if you miss those opportunities.
I know.
If the kid wants to be an athlete later. Visual acuity is another one that's kind of somewhere in that range. I think endurance is younger. But those are prime times, you know, and I don't want to be the parent that say the kid wants to play high school football, but they're limited.
But that would help them even outside of football, right? Because
of course,
you develop those qualities anyways.
Well, if anything, it will help offset obesity.
Yep.
You know, which is an issue.
A big issue. So there's, and that window, I remember I was first familiarized that with, and I tried to research it more, and I found some stuff. I don't think there's a lot of research on it. There's not. But Paula Quinn was talking about it a lot. Mm-hmm. I don't, it's funny because Wendler actually was the one I think that said this, but he's like, everybody says you got to squat twice your body weight to jump. He's like, my kid's like 7 and jumps off benches all the time and he's fine. You know, it's like, sometimes you have to go back to just like logic, you know, like, you know, if you're 40 years old and you weigh 250 and you squat 135, you probably shouldn't start jumping. You know, that might be a guideline at that point to do something like that. But like, kids do it all the time. Mm-hmm. And I just think I think that's the thing is like sound mind, body, spirit. And you want to like, if you just basically set the example, you know, and I think people most of the time that are into physical training like this actually do a good example of that because I think especially as of late, like a lot of the people, like Steve Hall, the first guy taught me how to lift, had like a degree in philosophy from UCLA, you know, like Ode Hagen, like, you know, owns Art LaBar owned one of the biggest construction companies in Orange County, you know, Paul Leonard has a successful career and all that stuff. All these guys were like smart guys. It wasn't like a bunch of just, you know, it's funny to make fun of meatheads, but they were all intellectual too. Mm-hmm.
Most are.
You
know, there's outliers that show up in movies, you know, just to be able to crack on, but most are.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why, what do you want to call it? The longevity movement, health movement, whatever the hell's going on with TRT clinics exploding all over the place. Mm-hmm. You know, all these type of things are all kind of playing into, you know, get people getting in better shape.
Right.
You know, if there's one good thing that kind of came out of the pandemic is a lot of people realized that the people that were perishing were in shitty shape.
That's true.
You know, so maybe it'd be a good idea, you know, to get in better shape.
100%.
And for their mind.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with the pandemic is basically it gave a lot of people, you know, you kind of saw, I think a lot of people are claiming if they had time to get into shape, they had nothing but time on their hands. And like, if that was a problem, there like body weight and outdoor activities would be the best way to get in like condition that way. And they didn't do it. So I think, you know, that's like a reality check people give themselves. If you've, you know, always want to start an online business, you didn't do the pandemic, you probably ain't going to do it, you know. Mm-hmm. Roadhouse, they say there's always barber college, but like, like, I mean, seriously, if you didn't do it then, like if you didn't get into shape of some form at that point, I mean, we wrote a ton of books during the pandemic and it was just because like outside of that, there was like working out, there wasn't like any kind of like thing you couldn't do stuff, you know? So like it's kind of exposed people for what they like to themselves. They should kind of do introspection and see like, what did you do during that time? Because I just say for my family, it was actually like, I would say like we discovered a lot of good stuff and took advantage of the time. I mean, obviously I wouldn't want the pandemic to happen, but like we definitely made the best of it for sure. Mm-hmm.
Any other topics?
Yeah, see, working on a new book too.
Yep.
And this is taking along. It's going to be on periodization, and it's a Dom and I. We're doing it on. Basically, we don't have a title for it yet. It's like, and it's mostly done, and I think he probably thinks I'm being a pain in the ass because I keep adding stuff to it. But it's like it's one of those things where it's like on periodization and planning the workout, like kind of like we discussed before the variables, but digging deep into it. Just when I think it's done, I want to add I think it's something else. So it's like, it could like, be 80% as good and been out a month or two ago. But like, it's such like, okay, well, what about this? Okay, let's add this in there, because I don't feel like there's a lot of that out there. There's like good books by really good authors on this subject, but they're really scientific, and like a lot of people, we want to make it where, not that you can be like, know nothing about training and get it, but like the guy that reads muscle mags want to walk away with an understanding of what this is about. We're the same way with the PhD, because you can, as I said before, you can write at a 6th grade level, the PhD understands, but you write a PhD level, the 6th grade level doesn't understand it. And that it's not to make, show intelligence, it's to like actually help you plan your workout. Like, hey, there's a plenty of like workout programs in there, but like if you're just wanting like, hey, this is like the 12-week program of like fat loss or strength gain, whatever, and like just this isn't that, there's no problem with that. This is not this. It's gonna be like, okay, well, look, like we're talking about managing fatigue and things like that, of like, what are you actually looking at? Okay, is it like, are you looking at like strength? Are you looking at speed? Whatever you're doing, like what, like, then basically looking at different models of periodization, what their strengths are, what their weak points are, because the ultimate conclusion on what the cat out of the bag is, basically you pick and choose from each one. Like each one has like linear periodization. A good example is like, if you are only peaking for strength, it's very nice to like ramp it up. It's like cycle. If you're like a visualization person, mentally strong person, like it's important to me when I'm competing. I can remember like to this day, like exact workouts over 20 years ago, exactly I felt my triceps felt laying on the ground doing dumbbell tricep extensions. I remember that. So I work really well like that. Boom, I'm going to hit this, think about it all way, not see my way. Where like, the tactical guy might have to do something undulated because, it might be, okay, we're not going to do, oh, by the way, we're doing a 15-mile ruck test out of nowhere today. Like, so now you're going to squat a max? I don't think so. Kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So, and then like, the advantage is to all these, and then like reverse periodization, like, where you basically start off with a high intensity, like if it's good for conditioning, you want to run 800 meters for a test, what can you run 50 meters in? Then slowly add to that, like that distance, so your tissues are already acclimated to the speed and of that kind of stress, so that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. So if you were to guess, when's this going to be out? Well, is it self-published?
That's the only way to do it.
Okay, all right. So, I asked that because they can come out faster.
We could have cash offers will be taken, so anybody sees this and wants
that comes into because if it's
money
not,
talks.
If it's not, that's like another year you would have to add on to when it would come out.
So I've done 2 traditional published books, and I talked to another company about doing one randomly actually was up here at Swiss, and I couldn't believe how long it took. Like, I mean, I don't know if they understand like it's kind of like stuff news coming out all the time now. So like, if anything, the model would be digitize it, then like, the contract would be like every 6 months you have to update it kind of thing, versus like, like, what are we waiting for, pictures? Like, no one cares about the damn pictures nowadays. They're all videos online. So I think though, book reading is underutilized, because when you got to think, when you see pictures and videos, those are good for inspiration. Those are good for like activating those emotions. But if you want to activate logic and critical thinking, it's done better through books.
You got to read it.
That's a scientific thing right there. It's not just me saying this.
No, I believe that. So it's kind of the point I was making earlier, is that if you have to read, you have to focus more, on what's in there. And the other stuff, you don't have to do that. It can just be background noise.
Absolutely.
You're watching the video, but you're thinking about all this other kind of shit. You can't do that if you're trying to read and understand something. It has to be locked in and focused. So with that, if there's 20% more that has to be added, are we talking before the end of the year?
So my schedule... stuff's slower in the summertime, just straight up. It just is, because like, I'm not going to put my clients on the back burner. That's going to be like fully focused, committed to. The difference is like, kids are out of school. So they want me to train them and stuff. And like, it's longer than during the school year. We'll travel a few places. We go out of town a bit and stuff here and there, and all that kind of stuff adds up more. So that's the difference, is just that if they were in school, done faster. So like I like to go, my ideal situation is go to bed early, wake up early. I don't know if it is. I just evolved to that because of having kids. Before it was stay up really late. So I used to like go to Starbucks I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This is like, I know it's a health content podcast to a degree, but I found myself a couple times drinking a bunch of caffeine, at 11 o'clock at night so I can power shit out till 2 in the morning sometimes, and I don't advise people doing that, but like, I would also, not gonna lie, is I'd rather spend time with my kids and be 95% as efficient physically than, optimize that at this point, because, they're only gonna be young for so long. Mm-hmm. It's just the summertime.
Yeah. What's the best way people to reach you?
I think the best way to reach me is my website, joshstrength.com, or just my direct email is joshstrength@gmail.com. And then on social media too, I just I'm not one of those people that's checking like the mess DMs like every 5 minutes and stuff. So best way would be through the website, joshstrength.com.
All right. Any final thoughts?
No, I really had a lot of fun here, and great.
No, it was great having you out again. Yeah. I appreciate it. We went through pretty much all the notes, which was, we had an objective. I should probably tell these people that we wanted to outdo the first one. Oh. So we...
You didn't?
Well, no, I'm saying as far as content.
How long were we on for?
It was 4 hours 40.
Yeah, so we're 4 hours 40 minutes, so that's good. We're done. Thank you all. Hey guys, real quick, we realized that something ridiculous, like 80% of the people that watch the podcast don't subscribe. So subscribe to the channel and make sure to check out the description for more details on the guest, links to their pages, and give us a few days, but the show notes will be there. Or not the show notes, the timestamps. Hey, we're just rolling with this thing right now. Summer's here and so is the heat. I've spent most of my life training in unconditioned gyms, and I know most of you that are training in garage gyms, private gyms, black iron gyms, know what I'm talking about when I say the heat sucks. It kills your motivation to go to the gym, it kills your performance, but it doesn't have to if you keep your electrolytes up. That's why today's episode is sponsored by Element. Element is a tasty electrolyte drink with everything you need and nothing you don't. This means lots of salt with none of the junk. No sugar, no colors, no artificial ingredients, no gluten, no fillers, no BS. It contains an electrolyte ratio of 1,000 milligrams of sodium, 200 milligrams of potassium, and 60 milligrams of magnesium. Element can help prevent and eliminate headaches, muscle cramps, fatigue, brain fog, sleeplessness, and other common symptoms associated with electrolyte deficiency. Right now, Element is offering a free sample pack with any drink mix purchase. Get yours at drinkelement.com. This deal is only available through the Table Talk link. Are you tired of sleeping hotter than hell? This was something that I used to complain about all the time. And a few years ago, when I was having a conversation with friend of mine, he referred me to the Chili Pad from Sleep Me, and let me tell you, it was a game changer. This is why I'm thrilled to announce today's sponsor of the podcast is Sleep Me. The Sleep Me Chili Bed cooling system lets you customize your sleeping environment to your own optimal temperature, ensuring you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. As you've heard on the podcast, if not every podcast, performance isn't just about how hard we train, it's how you recover, and sleep is vital. The Chili Pad creates a cool surface, ensuring temperature no longer disrupts your sleep. It's a water-based mattress topper that works with your existing mattress and lets you control the sleep temperature from 55 to 115 degrees. Imagine falling asleep quickly, staying asleep, and waking up fully refreshed. This isn't just about escaping the heat. It's about enhancing your recovery, boosting your energy, and sharpening your mental edge. Whether it's just you or you and a partner, Chili Pad can be customized to suit each person's temperature preference. Visit www.sleep.me/tabletalk to get your Chili Pad and save up to $315 with the code TABLETALK. This offer is available exclusively for Table Talk listeners and only for a limited time. Order today with free shipping and try it out for 30 days. Are you looking to boost recovery enhance your sex drive and improve performance in the gym? Do you think your hormones are out of whack and you're tired of getting the runaround from your doctor? You know, things like your hormones are just fine, stop lifting heavy weights, etc., etc., etc. I know what that feels like, as I've been down that road most of my life. This is why we've partnered with Merrick Health. Merrick Health is a premium telehealth platform that specializes in hormone optimization and preventative medicine, ensuring a better quality of life. Merrick Health offers a Table Talk panel tailored for our listeners, featuring comprehensive tests like total and free testosterone, sensitive estradiol, and advanced markers like lipoprotein A and IGF-1. These comprehensive panels of up to 84 carefully selected biomarkers allow you to identify areas of enhancement and maximize your physical, cognitive, and sexual performance. It's much different than the panels you may get from your doctor. Choose between self-service options where you can select lab panels based upon decades of experience, or opt for guided optimization with your own health coach. Start with a detailed breakdown of your labs and receive personalized treatment options, both over the counter and prescription. Visit merrickhealth.com/tabletalk and use the code TABLETALK to get 10% off your first order. Merrick Health isn't just about better health, it's about empowering you to take control of your well-being. If you're serious about your training goals, you know what you put in your body matters. We also know the supplement industry is a complete mess. This is why we've partnered with First Attachment, and they are the sponsor of today's episode. Whether you want to lose fat, build muscle and strength, or just boost your overall health, First Attachment has something for you, ranging from pre and intra-workout, fat burner, kidney and liver support, and nighttime recovery, all designed with performance in mind. If you care about what goes into your supplements, and you should, you'll be glad that First Attachment prioritizes clean, effective ingredients without any unnecessary fillers or artificial additives. Plus, I have known one of the owners for over 2 decades, and Justin Harris is not one to cut corners and someone I've always trusted with advice on training, nutrition, and supplements. Head over to firstattachment.com and check out their full lineup. As a special offer for Table Talk listeners, use the code TABLETALK at checkout for a 10% discount on your first order. All right, guys, thanks for watching the video to the end. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel and click here, 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 or here for more videos.